Chapter 1680. This sudden development took everyone like a storm. The one reversing the tide wasn't Soaring Immortal or Li Chia, it was Gu Zun from Heaven Suppression. Surely no one expected for this to happen. Whoosh! 2 ropes shot out and immediately coiled around Li Chia and the 4 siblings' bubbles. Gu Zun wanted to take them with him. Clank! The hymn of a spear resonated as the weapon aimed for Gu Zun. The azure dragon stopped his path and scared the crowd with its intensity. Your legion should be focusing on stopping the ancient Ming. Gu Zun smiled and said. Release the temporal bubbles and I'll spare your life. World Keeper spoke sternly, leaving no room for negotiation. Even though Gu Zun was one of the 10 Ionic geniuses, he couldn't underestimate someone as powerful as World Keeper. Unfortunately, your opponent is not me. Gu Zun still wasn't afraid at all. He laughed loudly at Soaring Immortal. If there is no objection, I shall be taking your princes. All the experts and ancestors in Soaring Immortal were both livid and scared. They couldn't do anything to help since their main fighting force had just woken up from the mist. They were busy with stopping Yi Jiuzhou from stealing their most important treasury. The sect was indeed mighty, but Jiuzhou came prepared with many treasures and sieging artifacts. He was simply unstoppable, and it took many ancestors before Soaring Immortal managed to hinder his movement. Thus, they couldn't spare men to try and save the 4 princes. As for the people still immersed in the mist, this group was useless. Gu Zun wasn't in a rush to escape because Li Chia and the 4 princes couldn't escape from his seal. Azure Dragon Legion was still guarding this area on top of the Black Dragon King looming in the horizon. He was certainly aware of this. Despite his top middle-aged form, he knew that he alone couldn't fight both the Legion and the Black Dragon King. Thus, he had decided to use his ace card, which is taking advantage of his hostages. Boom! A holy location in Soaring Immortal suddenly cracked open. There was an old grave in this place. Despite the humble size, it had beautiful sceneries with an abundance of holy rays and imperial auras. There weren't that many things in the world that could enjoy this treatment. The eternal auspicious rays here showed that this item or person was too important to an emperor. There was a simple tablet before this grave with the words, "Love of my life." It was signed by Yi Yunzhou. People might not know who Yi Yunzhou was, but they were certainly familiar with his title, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, the 3rd Emperor of Soaring Immortal. A woman came out from the grave with a beauty stealing away the splendor of the mountains, rivers, and the stars. She was the culmination of all that is fair and bright in the world. The most admirable feature was her regal aura, making others want to kneel down after sensing it. It was as if she was born to rule the world and give orders. Is this Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's wife? The experts from Soaring Immortal were stunned to see the woman walking out from the grave. They knew that this location was extremely holy since it was the burial of the emperor's beloved wife. After she passed away, he mourned and couldn't forget. Her grave has always been illuminated by his imperial light. For many generations, the disciples of Soaring Immortal came to this place in order to worship and remember her meritorious contributions to the sect. So when this supreme woman came out of nowhere, the disciples all thought that their imperial queen had come back to life. That's not Imperial Queen Tun Ri. It's Imperial Queen Ren Xian. An ancestor quickly recognized in astoundment. Many disciples were shocked to hear this. They didn't understand what was going on because Imperial Queen Ren Xian was buried very far away in a different location in Soaring Immortal. Why was she buried here in this place? Many experts knew that Imperial Queen Ren Xian died young and couldn't enjoy the glory of being a queen. However, due to Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's contribution to the sect, she was buried in Soaring Immortal as well so that future descendants could worship her. A few ancestors who were generals under Immortal Emperor Ren Xian became quiet. It seemed that they weren't too surprised to see this because they knew what was going on. They chose to stand on her side. Otherwise, how could the Ren Xian branch have the ability to make all the decisions right now? Boom! She raised her finger straight at Yi Zhozhou's cavalry. Ah! Many experts from heaven suppression were instantly killed. Even Yi Zhozhou was blown away. The opponent was simply too strong and he couldn't block her first move. Whoosh! She took one step into the battlefield and instantly blocked Gu Zun's path. At this moment, Gu Zun, the Imperial Queen, and the Azure Dragon formed a triangle. The first to take action would be at a disadvantage. Release my children and I shall spare you. She spoke for the first time with an unquestionable authority. She didn't care for a monster like Gu Zun at all. Gu Zun smiled in response and leisurely said, Imperial Queen, I have no hostility towards your sect. This is only a little method to get you to come out. It's much easier with you here now. I can let the 4 imperial princes go and dispel the poisonous mist, with just one condition. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Release my children now or I shall trample your heaven suppression. Her eyes turned cold with an oppressive glint. Imperial Queen, don't waste our time. Gu Zun smiled and shook his head, I won't deny your considerable power. I believe you have the strength of an emperor contender right now, no, maybe even the means of an emperor rival from the ancient Ming. But I, Gu Zun, am not afraid of you. I have met people much more terrifying than you before. His eyes became serious at this point. Right now, we are on the same boat. Imperial Queen, you're not a fool and should be able to tell between friends and foes. I only need him, you can have the rest. The Queen stared at Li Qie sealed inside the bubble with a murderous glimmer. She knew exactly who this person was. Her lifelong goal was to kill him. And if I refuse? She asked coldly. Then, your plan for many generations will go to waste. He smiled, not only will you lose your children, your sect will be massacred as well and turn to ashes. If you want to go hard with me, no problem, I'll release him and work together with the Azure Dragon Legion. He went on, no need to glare at me like that. That's right, I want to kill His Excellency and he knows it too. He knew that I had a penchant for treachery since my youth, so it's not surprising for me to betray him at all. Even if I stand by his side, he might still not forgive me and will kill me eventually. But don't forget, we are strangers while I am still master disciple with His Excellency. If I have to pick my death, I will definitely pick being killed by him. It will be much more glorious and renowned. Plus, even if I won't be considered a contributor or an ally after releasing him, at the very least, I'll still earn a proper death with a grave. So now, do you know the right choice? Stand by my side and stop the Azure Dragon Legion so I can escape. I'll release the Imperial Princes from the temporal bubble in due time. The Queen slightly batted her eyes and had to reconsider. Not a bad plan. World Keeper said coldly. His legion was watching both Gu Zun and the Queen at the same time. You're too kind, true God. This is because His Excellency is such a good mentor. Gu Zun joked, as the saying goes, rich and risk go together, so I have to seize success in a time of danger. The truth is that I'm not too confident in success right now because His Excellency had schemed the ages. But regardless of that, I still have to try, don't you think, true God? Chapter 1681, Gu Zun, the Azure Dragon Legion, and Imperial Queen Ren Xian were impeding each other. The first one to attack would be ganged up by the other two. Imperial Queen, this is no time for indecisiveness. Gu Zun slowly added, you can get your revenge or pursue me later. Now, you must repel the enemy or you will end up with nothing. Help me now and become the ruler of the 9 worlds in the future. Your soaring immortal sect will have countless emperors. Gu Zun's words made some sense. If Gu Zun were to take Li Qie away, the Queen would be the real master as long as she can defeat the Azure Dragon Legion. Once her ancient Ming bloodline became stronger, on top of having the resources of soaring immortal, the 9 worlds will be hers for the taking. She no longer hesitated and walked forward to stop the Legion. She had made her choice, picking hegemony over revenge for now. This is a wise choice. I am lost in admiration for your wisdom, Imperial Queen. Gu Zun smiled and carefully retreated. As long as the Queen was there to stop all the firepower, he would have the chance to run. Want to run? The Azure Dragon thrust with its spear through space. The power of this attack would shock Emperor assailants. Cease your impudence. The Queen shouted and stopped the dragon. A pair of boundless fiery wings emerged behind her and sealed all the portals in the world to stop the thrust. She still looked as leisure as ever. This made her strength quite apparent. Imperial Queen, unbeatable indeed. Gu Zun praised and got even farther away. He left behind the imperial princes this time and only took Li Qie with him, in accordance with his agreement with the Queen. The princes as hostages have lost their worth since he had gotten what he wanted. Clank! The legion was furious now. Its spear aimed at the sky and a green light oozed out with an erupting draconic aura. It wanted to defeat the Queen as fast as possible in order to save Li Qie. No rush, no rush. Why is everyone fighting or leaving so fast? It's not easy for us to meet, especially on a beautiful day like this. A leisure voice came about. Gu Zun was stunned to hear it and turned pale. He had already prepared an escape path and no one would ever be able to find him again in that location. However, someone was standing in front of him, causing him to look back at the bubble. Of course, it was Li Qie standing right there. In the bubble, Gu Zun saw another Li Qie. The two were completely identical. Even someone as intelligent as him couldn't tell the real one from the fake. The Queen was shocked as well. An expert of her level couldn't figure out the real one either. In this split second, Gu Zun retreated to a safe distance with Li Qie on top of releasing the four princes from their bubble. After doing so, he stared respectfully at Li Qie, in awe of the man's abilities. He learned all of his craftiness from the Dark Crow, so he was actually the biggest admirer out of everyone. Li Qie looked at the bubble and the mist before praising, I have to admit, you have learned many things from me. Not only did you obtain the temporal bubbles and I mist, you have even recreated a part of your soul, in order to use the pre-reincarnation and half-reincarnation selves to meet and create a temporal chaos in order to capture me during the gap. I don't think anyone else besides me can come up with such an excellent plan. It can indeed seal an emperor. And the danger from messing with the timeline. Just one misstep would turn everything to ashes. Even the Black Dragon King doesn't dare to experiment with this. You're too kind, it's all due to your guidance. Gu Zun didn't become complacent. He retreated to the Queen's side. He had toiled and calculated just for today. Countless blood and sweat were spent in order to obtain the temporal bubble and the eye mist. The bubbles were born along the river of time. They were extremely rare as essences of the timeline. Because of this, one epoch would only produce 3 to 5. This would already be a large quantity. In the past, Li Qie had also thought about using them to seal existences on the same level as emperors. The method was hypothesized by him too, but he never carried it out. Gu Zun was aware of this method. Who would have thought that he would actually be successful with it? The eye mist was very rare as well. It was also another type of essence created from certain serpent that had the bloodline of a true dragon. There was a complete corpse of this creature in the 9 worlds. Li Qie told him in passing, but Gu Zun memorized this and actually came for it. He used it on Soaring Immortal and allowed his cavalry to attack. This is all due to your own effort, I don't dare to claim credit. It is such a shame that you have chosen the wrong path. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Even the Everlasting Crow had to admit that Gu Zun was very talented with amazing achievements. In the past, the ones he trained used their talents and tried their best to become an emperor, all focus was on cultivation. This wasn't the case for Gu Zun. He learned strategy and scheming in order to become someone like the Dark Crow or even replace him. Unfortunately, he still wasn't a match for the Dark Crow. You are right, I'm still too inexperienced compared to you in all aspects. I lack your vast knowledge as well. I wasn't too confident in sealing you this time, and I understand now that your plan wasn't meant just for me. It involved everyone. Gu Zun was still calm enough to smile. He was aware that Li Qie wanted to kill all of his enemies, including him, the Imperial Queen, and the Ancient Ming. Otherwise, his brother-in-law, the Black Dragon King, wouldn't be hiding in the horizon and stopping all escape paths. Thus, when the Ancient Ming appeared, they would be completely massacred since the Dark Crow was waiting for them to take the bait. Nevertheless, he still had to take the chance. This was his only opportunity to defeat the Dark Crow. Such a chance would never arise again in the future. Once the Dark Crow came to the 10th world, he would lose this chance to contend since the Dark Crow would become even stronger than now. Alas, someone else is even more careful and patient than you. Li Qie glanced at the sky and said. It was easy to talk to a smart person. Gu Zun understood what he meant right away. Unfortunately, the Ancient Ming still refused to show up and take action. Otherwise, he would be able to kill them and seize the corporeal zone. This wasn't too surprising. The Ancient Ming had become very patient and careful after dealing with him for generations before their eventual defeat. Unless there was no other choice, they wouldn't take any unnecessary risk. However, Soaring Immortal was clearly an experiment by the Ancient Ming. They wanted to use this sect in order to break through to the 9 worlds again. That's why I said I'm still inexperienced. I'm curious right now, which is your real body? Gu Zun looked at Li Qie in the bubble and asked. Does it matter? It doesn't change the result at all. Li Qie smiled mysteriously. Having said that, he slightly moved his body, seemingly crossing through time and the bubble. Pa! The bubble shattered and the two Li Qie fused together. No one could ever tell the real one from the fake one earlier now. In fact, there was indeed a double among the two. This wasn't an ordinary double since Li Qie used the world seal to create a duplicate for himself. This particular double was only a bit weaker than the real body. Gu Zun wasn't surprised to see the bubble being destroyed. Others might not be able to do this, but the Dark Crow was a different story. After all, he heard about the bubbles and got the idea of using them from the Dark Crow. Chapter 1682, Gu Zun was fine with losing since he was already mentally prepared. Losing to an existence like the Dark Crow wasn't too surprising. Imperial Queen, you better make sure the Ancient Ming is supporting you, or you will die a miserable death and Soaring Immortal will go down with you. Gu Zun slowly spoke while standing next to the Queen. In his eyes, he was on the same camp as the Queen and Soaring Immortal. They had no choice other than to work together. Of course, he wasn't optimistic at all and hoped that the Ancient Ming would show up again. This would give him a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the Queen and the 4 princes angrily glared at Li Qie. The Queen had nothing but hatred in her eyes, as if there was an irreconcilable feud between the two of them and that she wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. He smiled and looked at her. It's not too surprising that you are alive. However, you have committed 2 heinous crimes, worthy of death. First, conspiring with the Ancient Ming. Second, hiding in the grave of Imperial Queen Tun Ri. The Queen didn't actually die young back then. She faked her death in order to change her bloodline in the shadow. Nevertheless, her whole blood experiment became exposed, which led to the forceful search of the sect by the Dark Crow. Meanwhile, she has been hiding in Imperial Queen Tun Ri's grave the entire time. Even though the Dark Crow essentially excavated the entire place, there was one place he would never touch, the grave of Imperial Queen Tun Ri. It wasn't only because she was the Emperor's wife but also because the Dark Crow used to adore her, for she was once his most powerful disciple. After careful rumination, Imperial Queen Ren Xian chose to hide in this particular grave and disappeared from the world. Everyone assumed she was dead. A few ancestors wanted to find the mastermind, but they failed to do so. They didn't expect for her to be hiding there at all. One of us shall die today. The queen was not afraid of the dark crow. Her imperial aura was still surging and she maintained her noble temperament. She knew exactly who she was facing, so she had no fear when the day came. It was inevitable in her mind. Li Qiye said disapprovingly, "I don't quite understand. You are a human and eventually became the queen, yet you still chose to work for the ancient Ming. How regrettable. There are many things you don't understand." She uttered coldly, "The 9 worlds do not revolve around your whim, the myriad realms aren't your playground. I'm aware." After gazing into the hatred in her eyes, he smiled and said, "It's all because of immortal Emperor Ren Xian." He had always shown great restraint with considerable caution on this aspect, but you, his wife, chose the opposite. This caused many regrets for both you and him. It wasn't easy for him to build his reputation, and he had contributed a lot to the human race, worthy of his title. However, your choice of picking the ancient Ming will bring eternal damnation to Soaring Immortal. You are disgracing the ancestors of your sect, your position as an imperial queen, and the emperor himself. Don't you bring up Ren Xian." The queen interrupted him at once, "I am walking on the path he didn't dare to for his sake. This is a returning to the origin. The bloodline is innocent. He has never done anything wrong, so the world should give him justice, same with you. Is that so? I want to see this so-called innocent bloodline." Even immortal Emperor Ren Xian didn't dare to say so back then. He stared at her and said flatly, "Why is it a crime to have a bloodline?" The queen retorted, "Plus, you are not the arbiter of the world. You aren't qualified to decide whether the bloodline of someone is sinful or not. So you blame me for condemning his ancient Ming bloodline." Li Qiye smiled. "That's right, you have ruined his life." The queen said harshly, "Because of your words, he had to make an eternal blood oath. He was a supreme genius, but because of your attitude, he became ashamed of his own bloodline, just that thin strand of ancient Ming. In order to sever this bloodline to become a full human, he removed his bones and tendons time and time again. Each time was a tormenting experience. Even a man as heroic as him couldn't help but scream. You weren't there to hear his screams or becoming crazy. All of this was due to the thin bloodline. All of his pain came from your attitude and words." Her regality and upbringing couldn't stop her face from twisting with hatred and pain. She was both his wife and best friend, always by his side when he had just started on his path. She schemed for him and accompanied him through thick and thin. Watching her lover suffering made her choose an extreme decision. "Yes, I have never seen his suffering or heard his screaming." Li Qiye said flatly, "You are right, I was the one who decided his fate and made him do the blood oath, but so what? I have personally experienced the suffering of the 9 worlds with my own eyes. Darkness engulfed the world and the myriad races were enslaved. Humans and spirits were only ants in the eyes of the ancient Ming. They screamed and wailed in lamentation. Many were minced to pieces, their blood became pawns. Some became mere tools for entertainment. Compared to this, the emperor's suffering is nothing, not worth mentioning. I can kill an emperor and murder 1,000 sects, as long as this brings an end to the ancient Ming. It is completely worth it. I don't mind or care for those who have to suffer in the process." Li Qiye coldly finished. "Who are sinners and who get to suffer aren't up to you. People can't judge, only the high heaven. As you have said earlier, your attitude alone made him a sinner. This is an evil way, you're a criminal." The queen asserted. "I have never claimed to be a good person, only a butcher with hands stained of blood. Today, I declare you and your sect guilty. Thus, I shall destroy you all. This is what I must do, a reason for me to exist." He chuckled and said, "As for justice and fairness, you can ask the villainous heaven after death. Of course, that is if you can see him. But I'm afraid he won't have any of that sorts either." Li Qiye's eyes turned cold at this point. Being unreasonable is the scariest part of a woman. Gu Zun shook his head and murmured during the conversation. The queen didn't hear him. Don't be cocky just yet. Who knows who will be the one doing the destroying? The queen revealed a murderous glint. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Being confident is good, but you are too blind. You think your power alone is enough to kill me? You think just changing Soaring Immortal's entry chant is enough for you to grow stronger? Even if you gamble the entire sect and have the power of an emperor rival, you are still only my prey. The queen became serious with her gaze. She didn't expect for him to know this as well. Don't be surprised. Li Qie chuckled. Back during the previous search, I have checked your sect's merit laws. The entry chant had been changed. Even though this new section wasn't too conspicuous, it definitely hid the chant of the ancient Ming. Others might not be aware, but don't forget who obtained the manuals of this race back then. So what if you know? It is all because of you that this is happening to Soaring Immortal. She said coldly. So it turned out that the queen had changed several entry chants to the sect and called them improvements. Of course, the sect didn't know that this was her doing. Only the powerful ancestors who supported her passed these merit laws down to their disciples for generations. Chapter 1683, The changed chants were too difficult to detect even for the most powerful ancestor there. After all, the queen was an amazing genius on top of being stronger than some ancestors. Plus, they have never seen the mantra manuals of the ancient Ming before. Furthermore, the new entry chants had no negative effects on the disciples. On the contrary, there were many improvements such as faster cultivation speed. This was the reason why the majority of experts in the sect had trained this particular chant. Lastly, the sect had been sealed for 3 generations. This gave the queen hiding in the shadow a great opportunity and room for her plans. I'm the culprit. Li Qie smiled in response. Its fate is due to its own choice. The ancestors that supported you knew exactly what they were doing, yet they still chose to do so. The real culprit is the sect's uncontainable ambition. After having 5 emperors, you all really think that you're the heaven's favorite, the ruler of the 9 worlds, capable of producing emperors for generations. That's why a bunch of geezers wants to take the shortcut to reach an even more powerful bloodline. That's why the ancient Ming was able to infiltrate. You can rule, so why can't we? Not everything is up to you. The queen coldly said. Fool. Li Qie sneered with disdain. Even Gu Zun was shaking his head. One should never overestimate a woman's intelligence. Once they become stubborn, that's more frightening than anything. I'm not here to talk about morality with you. I'm here to kill you. It's time to end this. Li Qie no longer wished to talk. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. In an instant, he teleported in front of the 4 imperial princes and said, "Remember well, I am a very brutal person. I will let your mother watch you die and vice versa. This is the price of conspiring with the ancient Ming, bringing darkness to the 9 worlds. Eternal damnation is your fate." With that, a second Li Qie appeared. This was the one created by the World Seal and was identical to the real one. The 2 of them released their 13 palaces and the fused physique God-Fiend. Boom! The 2 God-Fiends instantly sealed the area and the 4 princes. At the same time, his inner physiques lit up. The 4 physiques emerged along with the 2 domains. This, in turn, became 4 domains in total. One could imagine how terrible his arsenal was at this moment. The entire temporal area became melted. Open! The 4 princes shouted, wanting to break the suppression. They reacted quickly and fused together, but this wasn't enough. In the past, his nirvana form alone fought them to a stalemate. Now, 2 Li Qie at their peak form completely overwhelmed them. Kill! The queen furiously took action with her hair flying. Her first strike was extremely tyrannical. Clank! An invincible spear spanned through the realms to stop her path. not allowing her to take half a step forward. You deserve death. The Azure Dragon sternly aimed for the queen with a terrible bloodthirst. For the Legion, the ancient Ming was their mortal enemy. So many brothers from their Legion have died to the ancient Ming. After so many generations of struggle and bloody battles, they would never forgive anyone who conspires with this race. Boom! 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 The two raged on. The queen was anxious to save her children, so she turned into a saintess of the high heaven, wishing to use this heavenly power to unleash world-destroying techniques. Emperor assailants were no match for her. Meanwhile, the Legion was furious as well. This wild dragon tore apart the firmaments with its spear spinning like a tornado to attack her. World Keeper and the individual members of the Legion were powerful enough already. This form only amplified their might even more. The queen was having a hard time and had to stay on the defensive. This was the real power of the Legion, it was going easy a while ago. Meanwhile, Gu Zun retreated to the side and nonchalantly watched. He didn't try to escape because he didn't have the chance. His brother-in-law was hiding in the sky and had sealed the area already. If he tried to make a move, his brother-in-law would suppress him whenever. More importantly, he had no intention of escaping. This was his last chance. If the ancient Ming were to appear, he could aim for a tie. However, death was assured if the ancient Ming didn't show up. Of course, he wasn't afraid at all. Death was not scary to him. Buzz! The two Wuxia opened their fate palace. A primordial expanse released the three vessels. When the three vessels appeared, not to mention the sect, the entire mortal emperor world changed. Wuxia's vitality soared because of the vessels and engulfed the world. It continued to increase and eventually, this vitality might cause mortal emperor to explode. All living beings were suffocated because of him. The mortal emperor world has become a sea of blood while all other inhabitants were fish within. However, they didn't know how to swim and would eventually drown. The more terrible part was when the vessel of Genesis appeared. Everyone had an illusion that a second world was opening. It was full of primordial chaos and immortal vegetation. This newly formed world looks like a paradise, yearned by all. Because of this illusion, many began to walk towards this world. In fact, they were wasting their time since they couldn't enter. Once the vessel of Athanasia appeared, everything became eternal. It was as if Wuxia was indestructible and immortal. Everyone thought that he was ascending under the power of this vessel, jumping out of the 9 worlds, the reincarnation cycles, and the yin and yang. Nothing could hold him back any longer. Boom! His 4 physiques were shouldering the 3 vessels in the sky. A terrible cataclysm resounded in the form of thunder ponds. Nets of lightning emerged everywhere all around mortal emperor with sonorous thunders. It seemed that the high heaven was opening a portal of tribulation. This power of judgment poured down like a flood, seemingly wishing to end mortal emperor. O God! All existences were pale and dazed beneath the lightning tribulation. They were forced down to the ground in fear. It wasn't a fear of power but an instinctive one out of respect, one that any living being would have towards the high heaven. All existences were insignificant compared to the heaven. They must prostrate on the ground, unable to resist this power. Boom! All of the lightning bolts directly struck Wuxia. This illuminated the entire mortal emperor world like the explosion of a million suns. Countless experts couldn't open their eyes, not even with their heavenly gaze. This power was simply too much. Even an emperor assailant wouldn't be able to handle it. This was just like the tribulation of an immortal emperor. Only such characters would have to endure this type of tribulation. Only they are qualified to be subjected to this level of force. Wuxia's 3 vessels utilized to their limit have invited the rage of the heaven. It wouldn't allow for this type of power to exist, so it must destroy the vessels. Wuxia wasn't afraid at all. The 4 images in his palaces activated a well. The pillar of life pierced directly into the thunder ponds and crazily absorbed this power. The spring of life like a great ocean withstood the incoming lightning bolts. The cauldron of life poured out words of the grand Tao and turned into a primordial flame. It also refined the absorbed power of the lightning bolts earlier, turning it into Li Qia's own. The tree of life blotted out the world with its leaves and offered Li Qia the majestic power of life. Chapter 1684, Emperor assailants felt apprehensive after seeing Li Qia taking on the power of the Thunder Pond alone. This was an immortal emperor level of tribulation. They needed to be that strong to challenge it, yet Li Qia was perfectly fine. The more scary part was that he wanted to refine this type of lightning for his own use. No one would dare to imagine refining a tribulation of this level. The slightest mistake would render one to ashes. Just withstanding it alone could allow him to claim invincibility, let alone stealing it. Crack. After refining the tribulation, he had a lightning bolt running through him. It was golden and blinding as if it was gold turning into lightning. This particular lightning had the power of tribulation within. He used this bolt to attack the fused imperial princes. Ah! The four screamed and writhed in pain. The four's grand completion physique and perfect grand Tao were quite mighty. However, they were powerless to resist since the two Li Qia were suppressing them. Thus, they had to suffer the power of lightning. What are you doing? The heart of a mother made the queen scream at this sight. Offering to the heaven. Li Qia said flatly, conspiracy never ends well, only in blood. Since you chose to conspire with the ancient Ming, you should have mentally prepared for this pitiful end. Ah! The four continued to wail. Die! The distressed queen grabbed the sun and moon to annihilate everything and attacked the azure dragon with her most domineering style. The dragon retaliated with its spear. Each thrust was destructive enough to destroy all like exploding galaxies. Rumble. The two sides fought intensely in a stalemate. The queen unleashed more barrages so that she could get past the dragon in order to save her children. At the same time, the furious dragon ferociously defended against her onslaught. The legion's power should come as no surprise. It had stopped waves of merciless onslaughts from the ancient Ming in the past. Clank! After several failed attempts, the queen raised her hand and the virtuous sword came into her grasp. She quietly asked, "Your Majesty, grant me strength." The sword did not answer. No imperial auras or techniques came out. "No, you can't abandon me, you can't." The queen turned pale and screamed after seeing the lack of reaction. Clank! The spear pierced the yin and yang with this ultimate thrust. Because the sword wouldn't respond, the queen had no choice but to throw it away before defending. Ah! The four princes continued to scream. Li Qia used the power of tribulation to forcefully undo the fusion. This fused form allowed them to withstand Li Qia for a bit, but after being forced apart, they were up to Li Qia and his clone's mercy. Boom! Boom! Li Qia divided the bolt into 4 golden ones for each of the siblings. The bolts directly pierced into their inner physique. Li Qia was trying to use the tribulation power to sacrifice the 4 of them. "You're forcing me to do this," the queen shouted. Her body instantly became resplendent with an ancient rune carrying a mysterious power. "Master, I offer you my blood." She repeated a supreme mantra that echoed across the world. Nameless saint, Tao without hardship, mind without a speck of dust, life for the Tao, her chant continued. At the same time, the same chant resonated in Soaring Immortal. The majority of disciples there chanted the same thing, nameless saint, Tao without hardship, mind without a speck of dust, my life for the Tao. This was the entry chant for Soaring Immortal, but it was different right now. The chanters' blood were boiling and wanted nothing more than to join the battlefield. As they were chanting, their body lit up as if they were empowered by the high heaven and trusted with its strength. Boom! Loud blasts detonated inside the queen's body. Her blood was circulating faster as if it was awakening. She exuded a holy light and her body nearly became transparent. One could see white as snow blood coursing through her veins. Buzz. When she opened her pretty eyes again, her pupils have become vertical in a bizarre manner. Li Qi smiled after seeing the white blood, so you experimented with your body. Using immortal Emperor Ren Xian's blood to refine the ancient Ming blood. Pushing the darkness to the limit, from black to white. Who says the ancient Ming is the darkness? She screamed, you are the source of darkness in the 9 worlds. The ancient Ming is only a race, it is innocent. With that, her forehead cracked open and a third eye appeared. In the socket was a tiny pool of blood with only a few drops. However, the blood drops changed from red to black. The earth veins from Soaring Immortal resonated with the rippling blood drops. Each inch of Soaring Immortal exuded a sacred light. Looks like the ancient Ming went all out. In order for you to carry out the experiment and have the Soaring Immortal act as its pawn, they actually gave you some ancestral blood. This is the primordial blood of their race. Li Qi was surprised to see this. The queen had a great breakthrough in this blood evolution. She made it look quite holy with a sacred power. This was the reason why the ancient Ming was bullish on her and gave her some ancestral blood drops. She was also determined to turn Soaring Immortal into the sect with the strongest bloodline in the world so that it would reign at the top. Thus, she stained the sect's earth veins with the ancestral blood. Because of this, when she woke up her bloodline, it wouldn't only become stronger due to the disciples' chant but also from the prior assimilation with the earth veins. No one else would be able to do this because these earth veins have been blessed for generations. However, she was the wife of an emperor on top of being extremely gifted. Her talents were among the top 2 during Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's generation. With the passage of time, she slowly devoured the earth veins and assimilated the disciples. With the support from the ancestors for the last few generations, especially the ones from the Ren Xian branch, it was too easy for her to take over Soaring Immortal. Boom! A sky appeared behind her, resembling the high heaven. Fiery rays emerged from her body. Normally, an ancient Ming would have a black light upon activating their bloodline. However, her light was extremely holy, capable of converting others into followers. She looked as if she was protected by the high heaven. However, it didn't stop there. More explosions detonated. A kingdom opened behind her. It was endless with the power of trillions of living beings. The disciples who trained her version of the entry chant all disappeared. They turned into holy strings of light and flowed towards her kingdom. They became deities inside and used their majestic life force to empower her even more. Even the earth veins' power was sucked into this ethereal kingdom, allowing her to grasp the power of an entire world. Clank! She had a bone sword at this moment. It was as black as ink with a terrible power of darkness. It seemed capable of piercing through everything. Even true immortals would decay after being pricked by it. Immortality didn't exist before it. This bone sword represented death. Incredible, they went all out in grooming you, to actually give you this bone sword refined from the bone of their progenitor. Li Qi's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint. Chapter 1685, Boom. After her entire bloodline showed its real potential, the queen suppressed the firmaments instantly. She was surrounded with divine rings and an immortal temperament. Each divine ring carried a supreme power as she seemed to have turned into an immortal emperor. The power of a rival. She has broken through the chains of the high heaven. Even the matriarch was alarmed and murmured, the ancestral blood of the ancient Ming allowed her to break through her limits. This is indeed the blessing of the heaven, no wonder why people say that this race is the real favorite of the heaven. The queen was initially an emperor contender but after this process, she immediately reached the rival level, truly grasping the power to fight against an emperor. This was the terrible part about the ancient Ming bloodline. In theories, a contender would never be able to break the chains of the heavens. There was an uncrossable bridge between a contender and a rival. Moreover, the high heaven wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Otherwise, anyone could become an emperor. Alas, the ancestral blood allowed for her to do so. You deserve death. The queen directly attacked Li Qie with her bone sword. Even though she was radiating a sacred light, she also gave the feeling that she had turned evil. Destroy her. In this split second, shadows rushed out of Soaring Immortal. Each had a frightening aura. With a loud boom, they all unleashed an ultimate attack with an imperial weapon. Qi Shi, you still haven't given up? Fine, I'll play along. The queen shouted after seeing these ancestors making their way out. We shall cleanse the ranks for Soaring Immortal today. The leading ancestors shouted. They burned their own longevity blood to unleash the strongest imperial attack. They were from the other three branches of Soaring Immortal and had been placed under house arrest. This was their long-awaited opportunity, hoping to eliminate all traitors, and they wouldn't hesitate from killing the disciples that have been assimilated by the entry chant. Know your place. The queen sneered and slashed downward with her bone sword. A nefarious flame swept through the sky. One could hear the stars being affected by this flame and instantly became ashes, resulting in a horrifying scene. Clank! The azure dragon came thrusting for the queen. It was teeming with the ancestors from Soaring Immortal in order to put her down. Bang! The stars collapsed again under this exchange. After the boost in the queen's power, the dragon was pushed back in just one move. The ancestors were blown away while vomiting blood. One ancestor screamed and became a mist of blood after the strike earlier. She was simply too strong right now. These ancestors were mighty and even burned their longevity blood. Alas, they couldn't withstand one move from the bone sword. Ah! At the same time, the four siblings issued a horrific scream. Their vitality has been sucked dry by Li Qie. The golden bolt was refining their inner physique with their own vitality, but these inner physiques were being dragged out by Li Qie. Die! The queen was in no mood to fight. She crazily howled as her flame erupted. She swung her sword with a slaughtering strike, one that could split the heaven and earth. Under her crazed offense, all the ancestors attacking her were killed instantly. Even the dragon had cracks on its gigantic body. Rumble! The dragon finally became crazy and lit up the world with a bloody red shade. It seemed to have turned into a blood dragon. The Legion was ready to use their real killing move. Let her come, I want her to watch her children die and they to watch their mother die. Li Qie gave the order to the raging dragon. The dragon glared at the queen before slowly retreating. The queen stepped forward and annihilated the stars and myriad Dao. She instantly got close to Li Qie and raised her sword at him while declaring, I will cut you to pieces. Even time and space were being corroded by the sword. Its evil property was too much for anything to handle. This wasn't surprising at all since it was created from the rib bone of the ancient Ming progenitor. The queen's blood had awakened completely, so this made her even more compatible with the sword and its flame. She had changed her human bloodline into a very pure ancient Ming bloodline. She was the only successful one in Soaring Immortal. She had indeed upgraded this particular blood and made it seem holy and exuberant, but this didn't change the darkness affinity of the race. Its corrosive power was still ever so present and destructive. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and slowly answered, as I have said, anyone who conspires with the ancient Ming shall pay a heavy price. No one will be surprised when I make you wail in anguish. It doesn't matter where the ancient Ming is hiding, I'll let them watch their inevitable fate, the power of the 9 worlds and my will to protect it. Die! Her face had become twisted, robbing her of her peerless beauty. With another slash, the evil flame engulfed the area again. Space itself was turning black from this next slash. The celestials had their light taken away before turning into specks of dust. Not to mention being struck by the sword, just being hit by the flame alone would instantly end an emperor-assailant. Rumble. The 9 worlds all trembled at the same time without exception, from mortal emperor to stone medicine to nether sacred. In a jiffy, imperial auras emerged in all locations, ranging from the ancestral grounds of imperial lineage to the birthplace of emperors, where they once learned the Tao, and their previous abodes. In short, the places where the emperors have left their footstep instantly lit up. Many majestic figures emerged and suppressed the entire area with their will to slay evil. All existences prostrated as the will of the emperors erupted in the worlds. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Yi Ti, Immortal Emperor Wu Go, Immortal Emperor Bu Si, Immortal Emperor Qin Shui, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, Immortal Emperor Fan Chen, Immortal Emperor Bao Mia, Immortal Emperor Dao Huai, Immortal Emperor Guanfeng. The majority of emperors that have proven their Tao after the ancient Ming era all emerged around the 9 worlds. Your Majesty. People were full of tears after seeing these figures. This was their first time seeing the supreme appearance of their ancestors, so they became uncontrollably excited. In a short time, cultivators and even mortals dropped to their knees. Every inch of land in the 9 worlds lit up with a brilliant light, from the earth veins to the vast seas of every sect. Complex lines wove around the world. A supreme imperial aura came into being. It looked as if the emperors have blessed the land in full before. Ancestors. The descendants offered their worship to the majestic figures. From this point, imperial lineages, imperial descendants, cultivators who have trained in imperial laws, citizens protected by the emperors, they were full of an imperial power, evident by their bright aura. It looked as if their imperial ancestors were relying on their flesh to return to the world. The complex lines activated an imperial protection in the form of these bright auras. The entire 9 worlds were under their safeguard. At this time, there was no distinction and discrimination between races. The emperors protected everyone as if all were the same, citizens of the 9 worlds. And their only enemy was the ancient Ming. Your Majesty. All sentient beings under this protection, regardless of their background, answered the call of the emperors. A will cropped up in their mind and became one with the battle intents from the emperor. Their will was to protect the 9 worlds and fight the ancient Ming. Boom! Streams of imperial battle intents and the will of all living beings fused together. The empowered will to fight was immensely impressive. Even existences in the burial grounds were very wary of this power. At this time, the old ghost from ancient sky opened his eyes. His expression became serious after seeing the accumulation of wills all over the 9 worlds. Overlords hiding in the burial grounds were in awe as well. There was no way of resisting this new type of power, the result of all emperors after the ancient Ming era leaving behind their battle intents and will to protect the 9 worlds. No one was allowed to challenge this will or they shall be killed without mercy. Chapter 1686, Clank. Sparks went flying. Even though all of this required considerable words to describe, it all happened within a split second. The bony sword aiming for Li Qiye was stopped due to a spear appearing out of nowhere. Li Qiye wielded it with many grand Tao accompanying it. Each grand Tao represented an immortal emperor, mostly from the emperor's era. Even immortal Emperor Ta Kong was there. This spear represented the emperor's battle intent and the 9 worlds' inhabitants' will. It was meant to create the 9 worlds, residing in every inch of the land in everyone's heart. Like I said, show no mercy to those who conspire with the ancient Ming. Watch, no matter where you are hiding, open your dog eyes. The 9 worlds are eternally protected, get the hell out. His merciless voice filled the world with the stench of blood. Anyone would shiver before his cold and bloodthirsty glare, even immortal emperors were no exception. Pluff! He instantly threw the spear towards the imperial queen. Ah! Her miserable scream should come as no surprise. She was instantly pinned to the ground despite having the power of an emperor rival. There was no resisting this weapon. Her wails of torment echoed around the world. She struggled, aiming to pull the spear out of her body. However, it was useless. Universal laws were locking her body and slowly refining and separating her body. Her holy light dimmed down along with her sacred breath. The initially white as snow blood began to change to reveal its true darkness. The 9 worlds aren't meant for you, ancient Ming. Li Qie glanced at the queen without any mercy. Not to mention the queen, even a real emperor would be dead for sure. As long as the victim had the bloodline of an ancient Ming, there was no escaping. 9 worlds evil subduer. This was the name of this spear, but it wasn't actually a weapon. It was a sure kill move, created from an accumulation of wills and power from the earth. Its existence was to protect the 9 worlds from the ancient Ming. After the end of the ancient Ming era, this race wasn't completely wiped out because it had the corporeal zone. They still had extremely powerful overlords hiding within. Even Li Qie himself was helpless against this artifact, truly headache-inducing. Moreover, he couldn't always stay in the 9 worlds. Without sufficient preparation, the ancient Ming could always come back to make the 9 worlds its victim. Thus, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie had a grand plan. He signed a supreme agreement and immortal Emperor Min Ren carried it out first. After spending countless efforts of preparing the 9 worlds, Li Qie also had immortal Emperor Min Ren and Empress Hong Tian start by refining and empowering the nets around the 9 worlds. Later on, each successive generation of emperors would do the same to create this sure kill move. It was the ultimate method of dealing with the ancient Ming in case they were to come back again. At the very least, the inhabitants of the 9 worlds could use this to try and stop them. It wasn't under Li Qie's control but rather, everyone in the world could wield this spear as long as they had a will to fight against the ancient Ming to the very last drop of blood. No. The 4 siblings screamed after seeing their mother pinned to the ground and groaning. Alas, they couldn't do anything either. Your turn. Li Qie shifted his gaze towards the 4. The lightning bolts jumped frantically into their body and instantly removed all of their blood and cultivation. They used these essences to refine their 4 inner physiques. Ah! The 4 princes howled and were instantly burnt to a crisp. Meanwhile, their inner physiques were refined into the best physique essences using the power of the heavenly tribulation. No! The queen shrieked after being forced to watch her children turn into nothingness. Li, I will haunt you forever. The queen screamed with a twisted expression and no longer had any semblance of her regal self. Li Qie said coldly, many ancient Mings cursed me like that when I massacred them back then. Haunt me? So what, you will still be kneeling before me then. Having said that, he ignored the queen. With a popping sound, the essences of the 4 inner physiques instantly fused with his own. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his 4 inner physiques became dazzling. They spewed out immortal light and Li Qie suddenly became magnificent. The black light of hell suppression, the wondrous light of soaring immortal, the purity of void imperfection, and immense power of sky destroyer, all 4 annihilated the world. Nothing could restrain Li Qie any longer. At this moment, his 4 physiques have finally reached grand completion. When his eyes became bright, everything shivered in fear, even emperors if they were to see this sight. It's finally done, for immortal physiques, one and only in history. The matriarch was astonished to see this. In the past, the Black Dragon King was already unbeatable with just 2 but now, His Excellency had 4. Immortal emperors certainly weren't his match any longer. Even Gu Zun gently sighed. He knew he had lost at this point. All of his remaining ace cards were useless. Saints, don't forget your promise. The queen shouted in despair at the horizon. Li Qie at this time posed coolly with both hands behind his back. His eyes resembled 2 divine lamps illuminating every single coordinate in the world. However, regardless of her screaming, the sky was still the same as before. It was as if she was only talking to herself. What a shame, they still won't take action. You're only a pawn in their eyes. Li Qiye coldly told the queen. No. I am the only one in the world who had a successful blood evolution, they can't abandon me. She was in complete disbelief. Even immortal Emperor Ren Xian abandoned you, let alone them. The man who loves you the most didn't care. Do you think the ancient Ming would care about a mere pawn? Tell me their location, I might spare your life. He said coldly. No, no, Ren Xian would never abandon me. The woman drowned in despair murmured to herself and didn't hear Li Qiye at all. He became disappointed. The queen simply didn't know the location of the corporeal zone at all. The ancient Ming was too careful. In their eyes, they only had one chance, so they must be certain of success. Otherwise, all they have done would be gone with the wind, especially their last hope, the corporeal zone. If they were to lose this artifact, their entire race would be completely wiped out. The sky remained quiet. There was no sign of any ancient Ming, let alone the corporeal zone. He gently sighed and knew that it wasn't happening. After millions of years, he couldn't wait till the last moment. Alas, he had no other choice because he no longer had eternal life and waited like before. He must keep on going in this generation instead of waiting for the ancient Ming's retaliation. Killing the Queen's group was only an early end to his plan. This was the last sweep before he left the Nine Worlds. It also served as a threat to the remnant ancient Ming so that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As for the future, whether the Nine Worlds could oppose the ancient Ming or not, that was up to them. He had done all he could. He would continue forward without caring or protecting the Nine Worlds. With that, he shifted his gaze towards Gu Zun, who was still standing calmly there. Li Qiye could see his own image on Gu Zun. The guy had indeed learned many things from him. It's unfortunate that the opportunity you were waiting for didn't come. Li Qiye shook his head. Gu Zun knew that he had lost and said seriously, I know. I also feel sorry for you, Your Excellency. The ancient Ming still doesn't dare to take action, not biting down on such a tempting bait. Looks like they're giving up on their best pawn. Chapter 1687, Gu Zun spoke with sincerity without the slightest intention of flattery. He didn't wish to run or beg for his life. Gu Zun had been taught by Li Qiye in the past, so he understood the guy well. No one could ever change Li Qiye's mind once it is made up. He knew that he couldn't escape forever. Thus, he could remain calm in face of death. You do know me well. Li Qiye said with a tinge of emotion, it's fun talking to a smart person. It's a shame that you're not my disciple. Gu Zun chuckled in response, I would have ruined your reputation if I was your disciple, unable to learn even a tenth of your ability. Even if you don't think I'm an embarrassment, I wouldn't dare to accept the role. He wasn't being humble with this response. All of Li Qiye's disciples were as strong as him. Immortal Emperor Min Ren and Empress Hong Tian were top emperors, capable of doing what they please in the world. Despite being one of the 10 Ionic geniuses with incredible innate talents and a strong mind for strategy, he wasn't Li Qiye's disciple. What a shame about your talents. Li Qiye said with regrets. The world doesn't always happen the way one wants it to, right? Gu Zun smiled, I don't regret my choice of opposing you. Even if I could redo everything again, I still stand strong by my penchant for treachery. If I had become your disciple, I would have become an emperor. How boring would that be? You have no lack of emperors under your banner, and I wouldn't be as amazing as Empress Hong Tian nor as immovable as immortal Emperor Min Ren. Thus, opposing you is my joy in life. Without a challenge of your level, how lonely would this path be? Of course, I am not a match for you, in your mind, since if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have needed to wait until now. I'm only a child in comparison in terms of scheming. Gu Zun happily said what was on his mind. Li Qiye slowly nodded, that's true. But it is because you lack time. You have both talents and determination, your weakness comes from a lack of years to accumulate more knowledge. Gu Zun cupped his fist and said, "Right, Your Excellency. I'm not the only one though. If you had several more generations, I'm sure you would be able to handle everything. Everything else would be insignificant and swept away by you. No need to talk about things that have passed. How do you want to die? A swift or a little painful death?" Li Qie asked. At this time, the two didn't look like enemies at all. Unaware spectators would never expect that two smiling men were just trying to kill each other earlier. Gu Zun calmly faced death. In his mind, he had lost completely the moment Li Qie showed his four immortal physiques at grand completion. All of his other ace cards were useless, unable to reverse the tide. Others might not know the significance of four physiques, but he was as clear as day. His brother-in-law had two physiques and the world learned of his invincibility. Thus, Li Qie's four physiques were unimaginable. Moreover, he had other ace cards. For Gu Zun, even if Li Qie and his brother-in-law didn't kill him, life has become meaningless anyway. His pursuit in life was to defeat or even kill the Dark Crow. Now, he knew that the gap was too large. Thus, why fear death? You have taught me before and I am ashamed of myself for haven't been able to repay you all this time. Gu Zun smiled. I'm not worthy of being your teacher. Li Qie smiled and said, if you think I have taught you something, I have failed in not being able to pull you back on the right path during all this time. It's not your fault. Gu Zun replied, even if you have tried your best, our antagonistic relationship was ultimately inevitable. It was a way to make the world less boring, thus I would have decided to test myself against you eventually. That's fine. Everyone makes different choices in life. Alright, 3 generations are still a long time. It is time to end this today. Indeed. Gu Zun gently nodded, even though you lured me with that empty treasury, I'm sure you do have some supreme artifacts in the Grand Sea. You surely came back for them this time around. I don't have any other wishes, but if you can let me die a grand death, I'll be satisfied. Go on. Li Qie looked at him with an amusing grin. Gu Zun went on, back then, you talked about the blood chain method. So if I have to die, send me on this path. If I can end in this manner, it will be my glory. It will be a merciful gift from you. I shall entertain your wish then. Li Qie smiled and took out his Netherlord Hexagear launcher. Of course, killing Gu Zun didn't require such a weapon. The machine world's art, such a strange way of refinement. This is the highest technology of an epoch. The treasure from the matriarch's clan must have come from the same art. In the contemporary, only you would be able to create such a magical artifact. Gu Zun was in awe at the sight of this weapon. He was able to recognize and understand the origin of the item. In terms of knowledge, even if he wasn't a match for Li Qie, few in the world could be on his level. Yes. Li Qie nodded, this is enough to turn everything into ashes, regardless of the enemy's hiding and defensive capabilities. It's only useless struggle. I'm sure. Back during the Immortal Slaying War, you killed countless ancient Ming and obtained their blood and corpses, even some from emperors and their heavens will from the 9 worlds. This combined with the best materials in the world would result in this supreme weapon. It must be the best one in terms of forbidden weapon, and the cruelest. Gu Zun elaborated in a very pleasant manner, you're granting me your grace by sending me off with this weapon. I am truly grateful. Gu Zun's attitude was indeed admirable. Even the matriarch was nodding approvingly. Gu Zun was a worthy Ionic genius. Li Qie held the launcher and smiled, then let us end what we have started. Having said that, he had aimed his weapon to the target that only he knew about. Time to end this. Gu Zun said. At this point, he couldn't help but stare towards heaven suppression in the distant. Regardless of his own characters and morality, the sect was still his family. Whether it gave him pain or warmth, he still sent his last thoughts towards this place. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Goodbye." The corners of his eyes became slightly wet. Fear of death was nowhere to be found, only some regrets. Pluff! Before Li Qiye could fire, Gu Zun instantly turned himself into a mist of blood. One could hear clanking noises as the mist turned into chain-like laws. They acted like a lock and instantly fixated on a particular moving spatial sphere in the 9 worlds. Boom! At the same time, Li Qiye fired the first shot of the launcher. A terrible dark flame rushed out from the barrel. The flame struck the coordinates fixated on by the chains made out of Gu Zun's blood and turned into a strange, explosive serum. Boom! The entire 9 worlds quaked. This serum pierced through space in an instant. It didn't matter where this mystery realm was located or its defensive capabilities. With loud blasts, the serum continued to infiltrate this lair in an unknown location. It shattered through more than 1,000 shiny defensive barriers and began to explode. Ah! Screams echoed continuously. Dark flame engulfed the entire location. Shadows appeared and rushed to the sky, wanting to escape. However, the serum drowned the entire lair instantly before exploding and destroying the place in its entirety. The ancient Ming within had no opportunity to escape and their lair couldn't change its coordinates in time. Chapter 1688, The Netherflame Serum was the first shot of the Netherlord Hexagear launcher. It instantly crossed through many realms and worlds to destroy the lair of the ancient Ming. It didn't matter how many worlds were in between or its defensive capabilities, even by emperors, the unstoppable shot rendered everything to ashes. The launcher had a total of 6 shots with an increasing level of power. The 6th shot had enough power to slay immortals. After all, it was crafted from the best materials and leftover corpses from the immortal slaying war back then. He even added fierce beasts, battle intense, and murderous bloodthirst into the mix. The most precious material was still the blood and flesh of immortal Emperor Longming. The ultimate essence among this mix was the heaven's will that was refined in the process. Thus, the power of this godly weapon was simply unfathomable. It was a waste this time around, using the first shot to destroy the lair. Alas, he did it so that they would have no chance of escaping. The blood chain was a method to seal a particular set of coordinates. After the end of the ancient Ming era, Li Qiye had used it in order to hunt more lairs. After their destruction, the survivors became quite meticulous and would run at the sensation of the slightest breeze. Furthermore, these lairs were actually mobile. They could fly to any coordinate in space. This was the reason why Li Qiye created this method. He directly refined their blood to seal space and destroy their lair. He had taught Gu Zun in the past, so Gu Zun was also aware of this process. During the beginning of the Great Battle, Gu Zun had always been keeping an eye out on any fluctuation in time and space above. Soaring Immortal was only an experiment. The ancient Ming was naturally keeping an eye out for the fight to the death between Li Qiye and the Imperial Queen. This battle had a lot to do with their future. If the Imperial Queen were to win, this would usher in a new era for them. In case of the opposite, they would continue to hide in the darkness. Just the slightest rustling would bring about Li Qiye's attention and swift destruction. Because of this, they were only spectating. Alas, it didn't matter how far they were and how well they did, there would definitely be some type of fluctuation in their location. Of course, Gu Zun didn't intend on killing all the ancient Ming in the beginning while trying to find them. He was only waiting to see if they would mobilize or not. As an Ionic genius, he had some supreme talents. Though the 9 worlds were large, he quickly latched on to a particular coordinate and predicted that there was an ancient Ming lair there. But after the Queen's defeat due to the ancient Ming's inaction, he understood that it was over. There was no chance for him to reverse the tide. The nature of this utter defeat left Gu Zun with peace. He had no attachments left, so he decided to lend Li Qiye a hand before dying. He refined himself into blood in order to seal the location of the ancient Ming, allowing Li Qie to destroy the lair with one shot. This was Gu Zun's one and only deed to repay the Dark Crow. They were enemies yet not, teacher-disciple but not quite so. This strange relationship had finally ended. Everything had turned to ashes with the ultimate shot. A supreme genius of this era had fallen as well. Li Qie quietly sighed and lamented for Gu Zun's talents and firm Dao heart. Alas, the guy chose a different path. If he were to pick the orthodox Dao path, he could have become an extremely brilliant emperor. Alas, there was no chance to redo and no medicine for regrets. After starting on this path, Gu Zun's fate had been sealed and his death was only a matter of time. Li Qie put away the launcher before glancing at the sky where the Black Dragon King has been lurking. However, the king didn't ask him to stop this time around. This wasn't Gu Zun's first mistake, so any effort of beseeching was useless. Li Qie would never stop until Gu Zun's death. Because of this, his death was an ideal ending for all parties involved. His existence itself made many people lost sleep in perpetual anxiety. Ah! A miserable scream came from the queen pinned by the evil subduer spear. Her holy self had revealed its true evil color with dark flames floating around. She looked like a devil from the darkness. The spear intended on refining her into oblivion as well, removing all traces of her from this world. It was created for the sake of destroying the ancient Ming. Thus, when it started its process, it would burn the bloodline completely so that none would spread to the rest of the world. The queen was on fire due to the spear. Inch by inch, her flesh was burning. Any existence would be victim to this spear and be erased completely. Li Qie said flatly while watching the wailing queen, "You chose this path. Do not blame me for being cruel. I am a human, so when an ancient Ming appears in front of me, I will muster all my might to destroy them, subjecting them to eternal damnation." The spectators, no matter how powerful they may be, were speechless. The imperial queen used to be the topic of splendor and royalty, beloved by all, but this was her end today. Of course, sympathy was nowhere to be found. A human choosing the path of the ancient Ming, she couldn't blame anyone for her own choices and must pay the price. Poof! The queen finally turned to ashes. The bright sky behind her disappeared as well. Strands of light returned to soaring immortal. Many disciples and ancestors appeared once again. They cultivated the entry chant or had been tainted by the ancestral blood in the past, so they ended up boosting the queen's bloodline. After her death, they returned to their original location. However, there was an evil flame floating around their body. The power of darkness from this race had tainted their own bloodline. Buzz. Some disciples began an evil transformation. Some even grew wings and became a half-man, half-monster. No. Seeing this transformation left them pale in horror. Whoosh! Evil subduer soared into the sky. With a series of loud explosions, the spear split into many little ones. They instantly pinned all the transformed disciples from soaring immortal to the ground, causing them to scream. Shimmering light flowed through the little spears. Each transformed disciple was engulfed in a fire. The spear would never allow this bloodline to exist in this world. Ah! Soaring immortal became a scene of hell. No one would link this place to a sect with 5 emperors, the sacred ground for cultivation in the eyes of many cultivators. The lucky survivors were horrified, their knees grew weak and made them tremble. They would never forget today's scene. The pure disciples were few in number. They were the ones that have only joined the sect or haven't trained in the modified version. Of course, some mortals that never trained were spared as well. Eventually, the screams subsided. All the tainted disciples were turned to ashes and blown away by a gentle breeze. There was nothing left of them in this world. Chapter 1689, Li Qie glared at the survivors from soaring immortal and uttered coldly, "Run as far as you can. Soaring immortal is no more. The survivors shuddered after regaining their wits. Li Qiye was supreme at this moment with his 4 grand completion immortal physiques. Each of his words carried an unquestionable authority. He wasn't an emperor yet he was above one. The world was in awe of him. They didn't dare to mouth off at all and quickly fled out of Soaring Immortal, the place that used to be their home. In their eyes, the weak had no voice. It was either to run and live or stay behind to be killed. Thus, they chose to run. There was no way for them to oppose Li Qiye since they were mere ants in comparison. Staying behind was a waste of time. Li Qiye was too lazy to care for them and let them roam free. He had no interest in massacring them all. No one had any comment during the aftermath. The peerless Soaring Immortal used to be able to give orders to the rest of the world. How many people would have dared to go against them? Who would have thought that this sect would fall in just one night and its disciples ran like dogs? Li Qiye shifted his cold gaze towards the sky. He peered through the world again. No coordinates and space could elude him in this second. His 4 physiques amplified his presence. Each action was extremely threatening. One could even say that night was when he closed his eyes and day was when he wished it so. At this point, even emperor rivals were fearful of him. No one wanted to oppose him at this second. They were afraid that he would suddenly make a move against them. With his current power, it would be all too easy. For grand completion immortal physiques, what an existence. The world should quiver before him. As long as he is around, ancient Ming and even an immortal emperor, if one is around, could only tremble in fear. Yu Jingfeng, who was always staying behind his wine shop's counter, actually came out to look at the sky and murmured in a daze. Li Qiye took action after all the survivors from Soaring Immortal ran out. Boom! Several forbidden grounds were penetrated by him. The defense from the emperors and wise sages were useless and couldn't stop him. Rumble! He dragged the treasuries from within along with the divine trees and sacred springs. The treasures were dazzling with immortal laws floating around them. Sacred water gushed from the springs while amazing light came out of the trees. People swallowed their saliva after seeing these treasures. Even those who were used to treasures couldn't help gulping either. This was a sect with 5 emperors that had been established during the ancient Desolace expansion era. After eras of accumulation, it had countless treasuries. Li Qiye alone took them all today to the envy and greed of the crowd. Of course, no one would dare to do anything. Fiercest had already destroyed Soaring Immortal. There was nothing he couldn't annihilate. It was simply suicidal to anger him. After taking all the treasures like the wind, he stared at the land and declared, "This is a good location, leaving it like this is a waste, maybe I should leave something behind." Having said that, he took out a seed from a wooden box and released it. The seed instantly drilled into the ground afterward. It was a supreme seed that had been refined multiple times by him. He had indeed spent a lot of effort on it. This used to be the evil Taifa tree's seed, but it had lost this evil aura now. Moreover, it had fused with the blood soul worm to perfection. More importantly, he had also refined them with the lightning from his pillar of light, giving it a unique characteristic. Rumble! The entire sect quaked and a tree grew from the ground. It kept on increasing in size at an astounding pace. In a short time, this sapling turned into a tree that blotted out the sky, yet it was still growing. Boom! 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 The thick roots of the tree cracked the ground and entered. There were cracks everywhere in the sect. These roots infiltrated all the locations, creating thousands of holes around the sect. Thunders and lightning bolts were striking down during this whole growing process. They looked like thunderous waterfalls that could shatter the world. Eventually, this tree has reached its limit in size. Its leaf was the size of peaks. Even the stars were surrounding it. Due to the loud thunders, it looked as if the tree itself was turning into a new world. The scary part was that half of the tree had a divine, flashing aura. The other half had evil images and flames. One half divine, one half evil, they rotated around like the yin and yang as if wanting to become eternal as well. Everyone was afraid of this sight. The tree looked as if it was containing a world of thunder. A god-fiend would definitely be born from within. Will a god-fiend come out? A spectator murmured. The crowd was amazed as well, with their hair standing on ends after sensing the tree's world-destroying power. Let's call it the Thunderblood tree then. Li Qiye gave it a name after the successful growth. Despite knowing the name now, no one understood what was special about the tree. Of course, they were aware of just how incredible it was. After all, it grew from the soaring immortal sect and had taken all of the location's power. Li Qiye nodded approvingly from seeing the fruit of his effort. He had thought about planting the seed ever since he destroyed the ancestral Terra, but he endured the temptation. The Terra was indeed amazing, but it couldn't give birth to a complete tree like this. Only the ancestral ground of soaring immortal would be the right location. This tree was virtually perfect and would be very useful in the future. Rumble. The gigantic tree absorbed everything in the sect. Rolling mountain ranges turned into wasteland while the rivers were sucked dry. The vast territory of the sect had become worthless. Boom! With a final bang, all of soaring immortal collapsed into an expanse of dust. The specks fell down from the sky just like a sandstorm wishing to reach all the corners in the world. Chapter 1690, Soaring Immortal had turned to ashes that fluttered away with the wind. There was no trace left of the great sect that had once ordered the world through many generations. The behemoth had fallen. The name Soaring Immortal and its legends shall be no more in the 9 worlds. Imperial lineages and invincible characters were speechless and palpitated. It was definitely the strongest lineage around, yet it still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. The moniker, Fiercest, was fear-instilling at this moment. The old geezers who knew his real identity were even more shaken. The eternal ruler, the dark hand behind the curtain, an existence that had groomed immortal emperors, someone that had killed emperors before. Who would dare to oppose this man? Buzz. Li Qiye opened his fate palaces. They flew outside and instantly engraved an indelible seal on the Thunderblood tree. Once this was done, it would allow Li Qiye to always have control over it. It wouldn't matter how much time has passed or how powerful the tree became, the mark would make sure that it would be under the laws of the palaces. Li Qiye spread out his palm and the tree shrunk with extreme speed. It was originally big enough to devour the world, but now, it was a tiny tree floating on his palm. There were still lightning arcs flowing through it along with rumbling thunder. People still had the same sensation as before when it was bigger. They could still see celestials floating around it. He looked up in the sky for another search but found nothing again. At this point, he lamented the fact that his opponents were so cautious. There was no way for him to find them if they chose to hide due to the corporeal zone. The person in charge of the corporeal zone was too cautious. Even though the queen with her unique evolutionary bloodline was killed and their lair destroyed, they still chose to hide in the darkness, not making a single sound. They were aware that once they did something, Li Qiye would use his full force to kill them. At that point, even the corporeal zone might fall in his hand. For the remaining survivors of the ancient Ming, losing the corporeal zone would be losing their last bastion and hope. It would signify the true end of their race. In the end, Li Qiye could only sigh. This was all he could do for the 9 worlds. Boom! The legion in the form of the dragon returned to their original form. Countless lineages felt a cold chill because this legion was powerful enough to sweep through the 9 worlds. Just think about it, even the 8 legions from Soaring Immortal couldn't resist at all. How could anyone else resist their murderous advance? Good job. Li Qiye nodded after seeing the legion. World Keeper and the soldiers bowed ceremoniously towards him and got down on one knee. For them, this might have been their last battle with Li Chia. After he left the 9 worlds, they would never be able to fight under his banner any longer on the battlefield. Rise, perpetual glory shall be yours. Li Chia told the men in the legion. They straightened their backs and shouted after the true god, men, withdraw. A large portal appeared and the legion instantly left. They once again removed their armors to return to their home. After their departure, Li Chia took one step and disappeared as well. In the sky, the first body of the Black Dragon King was still guarding there. He had been observing keenly, waiting for the ancient Ming. It's time for me to leave, maybe we will meet again in the future. Li Chia sighed and said. The king's forehead flashed brightly as if a rune was emerging. Li Chia stretched out his palm and touched it. Images immediately appeared in his mind. A grand battle was happening with immortal Emperor Ta Kong, the Black Dragon King, the immortal Demon Grotto, and the ancient Ming. These unbelievable scenes all showed up in his mind. His eyes turned cold with flashing glint that could dissect the world. Each gaze could kill a god-fiend and cause any existence to tremble. After the images slowly dispersed, Li Chia withdrew his hand and looked at the dragon. I will personally take a trip to settle this. The dragon only issued out dragon hymns that seemingly crossed through time itself. Li Chia continued, your third body and soul are dead, so it won't be easy to redo your first and second generation either. You have a body right now but no complete soul. Turning a fragmented soul into a complete one is easier said than done. It will require many years. This current body of the king, powerful it might be, it lacked a complete soul. For a cultivator, this meant a lack of a true fate. They were only a walking corpse, in essence. There was no way for them to become a real living entity. This was the case for the Black Dragon King. It was also prohibitively difficult for this fragmented soul to become complete. It required a long period of gestation with unguaranteed success. Li Chia took out a bottle and handed it to the dragon. Soul creation is the business of the heaven and earth, completely out of the boundary of living beings like us, but we still need to give it a shot. I can't stay in the 9 worlds, but this pinnacle life water can be of use. I hope that you will be able to create a new soul and cultivate a true fate again. This liquid was unbelievably precious. Even emperors yearned for it. Just one bottle alone could drive the entire world crazy. Don't underestimate this tiny bottle. It contained a large amount of this liquid since it was all he had. Nevertheless, he gave it all to the dragon in order to assist him with his goal. After accepting the bottle, the dragon let out a lasting roar. It moved its tail back and forth and flew to the sky before jumping down into the Grand Sea for another recuperation period. The dragon couldn't come into being for too long, or this could destroy its fragmented soul. Without this soul fragment, it would become a real corpse. After the king left, Li Chia gently sighed and returned to the Grand Sea. This was the time for him to say goodbye and leave. Chapter 1691, Li Chia went to say goodbye to Matriarch Yu's group. Your Excellency. The matriarch kowtowed. This might be her last opportunity to perform this grand ceremony towards him. Li Chia lifted her up and spoke softly, no party lasts forever. You have followed me your whole life, it's time to bid farewell. He was too used to such sentimental scenes, but he still became slightly emotional. I wonder if I will be able to see you again. The matriarch was emotional. People came and went through the years. Even His Excellency, the Eternal, had to leave right now. Li Chia eventually said, there are endless possibilities in the world, leave it to time. May you come back triumphantly. In the end, the matriarch gave him her blessing. There were too many words in her mind, but this was all she could say. I also hope that you will be able to live for a long time to come. Li Chia said. He felt the same difficulty as her in expressing their goodbye. After saying their goodbye, Li Chia no longer hesitated and left. The matriarch stood there and watched until his shadow disappeared into the horizon. Tears finally flowed from her eyes as she said, "Goodbye, Your Excellency. The 9 worlds are less brilliant without your presence." His next destination was heaven suppression. However, he didn't interfere with its affair and only came to see Z queening. "Get ready, it is time to leave. I leave the arrangements of heaven suppression to you," Li Qie told Z queening. She gently nodded, "I understand, I will make good preparations." Even though she couldn't bear to leave her home, she still chose to do so because a broader horizon was waiting for her. "This is the right choice." Li Qie nodded, "Staying here would only waste your talents and the immortal's blood spear. This is a weapon that had killed an emperor before. Don't let it rust here in heaven suppression. It should appear above the 9 heavens to pierce the throats of gods again. Are you confident in doing so?" She took a deep breath and solemnly nodded, "I will not let down my Tao. I shall use it to break down all obstacles." "Such determination is good. Go get ready then," Li Qie said before leaving. The peacock monarch also visited to send him off. They didn't get far before Li Qie stopped and told her, "Go back, heaven suppression is waiting to rise again. It needs new blood like you to shine again." The monarch smiled wryly and didn't become excited about having new authority in the sect. On the contrary, she felt an unprecedented pressure. After all, if they didn't work hard this time, they would be letting down their ancestors. Ancestor Shan and Ancestor Yi are still around to give orders. "We juniors will do our best as well," the monarch said. Ancestor Yi was naturally Yi Jiuzhou. He survived the fight against Soaring Immortal. "No, they're old now. Heaven suppression needs the young generation. When they are capable, the sect will flourish. The old generation alone can't support a sect. It would be like the setting sun. A downfall is inevitable." Li Qie shook his head. The monarch quietly nodded. She understood the logic, but the burden was quite heavy, especially after Z queening's departure. "Yi Jiuzhou is a capable person." Li Qie chuckled, "I don't care what he had done, but remember, he will never betray heaven suppression. The sect will do fine with his support." "But, Ancestor Yi is," the monarch quietly said. After the end of the battle, Yi Jiuzhou turned himself in at heaven suppression. However, Z queening pardoned him. Nevertheless, he had been down ever since Gu Zun's death. After all, he considered Gu Zun to be his father. He'll get over it, the guy had experienced enough troubles in his life. He will know what to do for heaven suppression and determine its future path. Li Qie answered with a smile. "I understand." The monarch gently nodded before bowing deeply towards him. "Even though our time together was short, your guidance has left me a lifetime of benefit, especially on my Tao path. I will always remember your kindness." Li Qie nodded and accepted her gesture. He then crossed through space, all the way from the Grand Sea back to the Grand Middle Territory to return to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Bu Lianxiang's group all came out to meet him. Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao ran ahead of the pack. "Young noble." Chen Baojiao couldn't restrain herself and rushed forward to give her young noble a tight hug containing her love and how much she had missed him. Come, all give me a hug." He happily gave everyone a hug. The girls all smiled back at him. Finally, he tightly embraced Bu Lianxiang. She spoke softly to him with love, "Welcome home." Li Qie smiled while looking at the girls. It didn't matter how far he had gone, he would return to this place because there were people who cared for him here and vice versa. First brother is back. The news of his return quickly spread across the entire sect. The atmosphere became jubilant. All the disciples were excited, especially the ones that have recently joined. They wanted nothing more than to catch a glimpse of their first brother's supreme style. As the sect was celebrating, Li Qie and Bu Lianxiang enjoyed a moment alone in their room. They gently embraced each other. What are you worrying about? After a while, she looked at him with concern. He chuckled and looked down at the beautiful woman before him. It's nothing, no big deal. I do plan on visiting the heavenly corpse burial ground though. If it is for my sake, no need to do so. She was slightly surprised. Even if it wasn't for you, I still want to go. He gently sighed, I still can't let go. Because of the ancient Ming? Bu Lianxiang understood. You know me. He didn't hide it at all. Yes, I am still worried that the ancient Ming would come back, so I have made up my mind about going to the burial ground. Everything has a price, she said quietly. Having been buried in a dragon vein in there before, she had a certain understanding of the place. I name the price in this generation, no one will barter with me. He said leisurely, no matter who they may be, they must follow the agreement decided by me. Otherwise, I won't mind flattening a few burial grounds. I must show them my determination in protecting the 9 worlds. She embraced his neck and said, the inhabitants of the 9 worlds fear you and even curse you, but how many actually understand you and know of your deep love for the 9 worlds? How many are aware that you have protected it for generations? Even though you want to leave, you still can't abandon the 9 worlds. I don't care what they think. He smiled and said slowly, if you agree, I will go get you another generation at the burial ground. She pondered before speaking, I know that you can't let go and I can't either. But there is a price to pay for exchanging an entire generation of longevity. I won't have freedom, so if I have to pick, I rather leave in a more elegant fashion. Plus, we have lived long enough now, since the ancient Ming era to the present. Plus, I should stay and carry your lineage here in the 9 worlds. You're worried about the ancient Ming coming back, right? I can watch this world for you with what remains of my lifespan and create a lineage capable of stopping the ancient Ming. Someone in the future will quietly guard over this world. She held him tighter. He embraced her back and said, why must life always be so difficult? My love, you are an unyielding man, do not hesitate because of me. She smiled, don't make me suffer in order to live longer. This is my choice, let me leave in peace. Our time together is even more precious than an eternity. I understand. He quietly replied. Even though he could change all of this, he respected her choice. After all, time had no emotions. Living for longer wouldn't necessarily bring happiness. He had immortality once, he knew that facing the endless time was a type of torment. Chapter 1692, Li Qiye immediately headed for ancient Sky City. It wasn't for himself, but an agreement was necessary for the 9 worlds. It was a completely different mood and feeling on this second visit. Last time, he came together with Li Shuangyan's group. Now, he was all alone. He gazed at the entire burial ground and wondered if its existence was good or bad for the 9 worlds. However, the ancient Ming remained the greatest threat. He went to Old Ghost's shop right away. It was still the same as before, as if it would never change through the river of time. Nothing could ever destroy this tiny shop. Old Ghost was still hiding inside, but he immediately opened his eyes once Li Qiye entered. His eyes, with more white than black, seemed to be revolving like the yin and yang, capable of refining the 9 worlds. He ignored the terrible gaze fixated on him. The truth was that after reaching grand completion with 4 physiques, he could sweep through all enemies without relying on schemes and methods. He sat coolly in front of the old man and stared at him. I'm old and have forgotten about many things. The old man said feebly, including a particular legend, of course. However, this legend is sitting in front of me. I don't blame you for not remembering. Li Qiye chuckled, you are only an avatar. Time will wash away your memories and will. But certain things can't be forgotten. They have been engraved into the depth of your soul. Yes, forgetting is not necessarily a bad thing. The old man murmured. His eyes became dazed as if it was completely empty. I want to meet you. After a long silence, Li Qie requested. I'm right before you, I am me. The old man spoke powerlessly. No, not you, not the one before me. Li Qie shook his head, you are only an avatar to avoid the high heaven. I want to meet the you hiding in the burial ground, evading the tribulation from the villainous heaven, the you that can form a blood pact with me. The old man's eyes lit up as if they were two suns. This scorching power could pierce through everything in the world. Li Qie was unmoved before this gaze and sat there calmly, waiting for a response. Eventually, the gaze disappeared. His eyes became muddled like before and shook his head. The Grand Tao is not easy, but hiding away is even harder. There is too much chaos around, messing with the mundane world will invite the attention of the high heaven towards our burial ground. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so reclusive. If you really want to meet, come with the nether boat and leave it up to fate. This is not up to you, we must meet. Li Qie smiled and said, I don't care for your reasons and I don't have time to board the boats. That's why I need you to understand my intent. Whether you are willing or not, you must meet me. Our burial ground isn't the place for you to act imperiously. Outside of the high heaven, we're not afraid of anything. The old man answered slowly and solemnly. Each of his words was full of power. I'm aware. Li Qie replied, even though each epoch has a different comprehension of the 9 grand scriptures, and the 9 scriptures themselves have different meanings in each epoch having to do with their resonation with the origin of the Grand Tao, but go ahead, use the perspective of our era to take a look, see how powerful my 4 grand completion physiques are, is it capable of tearing your heavenly corpse burial ground apart? You might not remember some of the legends since you are old and your memories rotten, but you should know that I possess other means with comparable power to the 4 physiques. He paused here and stared at the ghost. Do you want me to kill my way in or get someone to invite me in? Your choice. Having said that, he turned and left the shop. The old man sat there for a long time in silence. It was as if time had stopped. Even millions of years later, he would still have the same posture. After leaving the shop, Li Qie entered the burial ground itself. It was still the same as before and engulfed in the same corpse energy. Earth corpses were everywhere. He instantly unleashed his 4 physiques with their spewing immortal radiance. He suppressed the entire area with an unstoppable prestige while holding nothing back. It was akin to an immortal emperor visiting. The ruler of the world has arrived. Gods, devils, and all fiends must retreat or prostrate. All the earth corpses instantly kneeled on the ground, not daring to lift their head. The 4 physiques have completely suppressed them. Fiercest. The cultivators here were stunned to see Li Qie. Ancestors and kings were obediently dropping to the ground. This power made all resistance futile. After exuding his power, he quickened his pace to the horror of the spectators. They thought that he was about to declare war against the burial ground. Fiercest wants to challenge and capture the heavenly corpse burial ground before becoming an emperor. It would really be an unprecedented achievement. An ancestor murmured. Not too many people would dare to fight against a burial ground. Only emperors after obtaining the heavens were qualified to do so. Otherwise, it didn't matter how brilliant they were before the ascension, they wouldn't dare to attempt this reckless task. Li Qie crossed through the dragon veins and locations with sleeping earth immortals. The ones sleeping here were all amazing talents such as the martial god and lion monarch. When Li Qie forced his way in, both treasure lords and earth immortals were quiet. They didn't dare to act out despite being woken up. Though they were exceedingly powerful when they were alive, they felt that they would be crushed instantly by this intruder. He stopped at the heaven-reaching peak and glanced at the coffin hanging on the steep wall. The coffin opened and a middle-aged man sat up. The man had an armor that was penetrated completely through his chest. Even though so much time had passed, this wound still couldn't close. He was a tall and handsome man with sharp eyebrows. One could tell that he was a dashing charmer during his youth. This was the person who helped Li Qia's group back then when the Lion Monarch and the martial god chased after them. After seeing him, Li Qia took one step to reach the area and sat down next to him, revealing a faint smile. The lords and earth immortals always talk about the legends of His Excellency, the Dark Crow. Who would have thought that you would personally come into being in this generation? The middle-aged man said with a tinge of emotion. The world is always unpredictable like that. Li Qia chuckled, since I'm here, I shall make this generation special. The middle-aged man carefully thought about his next question. What is the purpose of your visit, Your Excellency? Is it to meet the lord of this place? Yes. Li Qia nodded. I need to talk to the burial ground. The middle-aged man believed that only Li Qia could negotiate on even grounds with this burial ground. Not to mention his past identity, just his 4 physiques alone now were enough to shake the entire place. He simply sighed, not wishing to state what was on his mind. Li Qia noticed and said, I know you want to live again for a generation. Alas, it is too late. If I were to wish it so, I could discuss this with the burial ground. But as you are now, you are not worth my effort. Chapter 1693, I know that I have lost my chance since I refused your tutelage back then, letting down your good intention. The middle-aged man smiled and said. No, that's not the case. Li Qia shook his head. I wanted to make you my disciple, but this wasn't out of anything personal. I was hoping that someone could shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting against the ancient Ming in the 9 worlds, a sky-piercing genius from the human race that could defeat the young Tian Tu and take the heavens will to stop that race's monopoly. It wasn't about me training an emperor, the 9 worlds needed one, the human race needed one. Having said that, he stared at the man and said, but you refused. You believed that you could oppose Tian Tu alone based on your talents, to go against the ancient Ming and win, no need to rely on me, an outsider to become your Tao protector. But you lost against Tian Tu and the 9 worlds lost against the ancient Ming. If my recruitment was due to personal reasons, I wouldn't have pushed back the ancient Ming with the arrow for you back in the bamboo forest. I wouldn't have led my army to protect your rear at the towering heaven either so that you could fight against Tian Tu. I wanted the 9 worlds to have a spark capable of stopping the ancient Ming. Alas, your pride and arrogance were the reasons for your continuous failures. He became cold here and said flatly, an Ionic genius is indeed amazing and precious. However, how many of them have actually become immortal emperor? What was the reason behind the high failure rate? It was out of sheer arrogance and blind confidence in their talents. They believed that they were untouchable, no need to learn from anyone. If it wasn't to stop the ancient Ming, do you think I would have saved you so many times? One needs to seize the moment instead of just relying on sheer talents and fortunes. Otherwise, everything will be wasted. I did let you down and you are right about my lackings. The middle-aged man smiled. I don't have many regrets about the past, only that I had never been able to defeat Tian Tu even once while he made me suffer for generations. The Grand Tao is endless, talents alone won't do. One needs vision and a strong Tao heart. Li Qia said. The man laughed, I'm sure you're not here to make fun of me, Your Excellency. You're not one to hold a grudge. If I was that type of person, I would have destroyed you or let you die long ago, not just come here to mock you. I'm here to tell you something, your enemy is still alive. He will take action sooner or later, can you come out again? Li Qia replied. The man shuddered. He calmed his emotions but his trembling hands betrayed him. Even if you could come into being for the second time, you will only be slaughtered. Li Qia shook his head, even if your wound were to heal, allowing you to return to your peak, you're still no match for him just like before. I once had great hopes for you but now, I see that you are not capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility. Li Qia was very disappointed and sighed after seeing the man's current state. The man took a deep breath. After a brief lull, he smiled wryly and said, You are right. Even if I come out again, defeat is imminent. Certain things can't be reversed. It is impossible. Li Qiye didn't want to say anything else. He could tell that even if the man were to come out, he wouldn't be of much use. Are you here this time because of the ancient Ming? The man asked with a solemn expression. Li Qiye didn't hide it and nodded. That's right, the ancient Ming still has remnants left in the 9 worlds and will come back when the time is right. They will not accept peace, for they covet the fat land that is the 9 worlds. Darkness will return, thus, the 9 worlds need protectors. I want some to be around after I leave. The man bitterly smiled. It's so embarrassing. Your Excellency, you have always cared for and protected the 9 worlds for many generations. But I only think about my personal feud, unable to quell my desires and stubbornness instead of worrying about the 9 worlds and its inhabitants. Back then, I have always wanted to settle the score with Tian Tuesday. I wanted revenge for my sect, that was the only thing on my mind. But I never thought about their enslavement of the myriad races and the terrorizing darkness. I deserve all of this right now. He gently sighed. Wait and keep at it, perhaps something will change for the better. Li Qiye said slowly, it is up to your own effort whether you are worthy of taking up the mantle as a protector of the 9 worlds. I can't force you to do anything, you will have to make up your own mind and walk on your own path. Will you keep on burying yourself here or go all out when the darkness returns and offer your strength? It is up to a single intent from you. The man became quiet after hearing this. Li Qiye no longer wished to continue the conversation and left the peak. After a long period of contemplation, the man gently sighed and gazed towards the horizon in a daze. What was left in this world? Anything that he was still attached to? The people of the past were gone, his sect had turned into ashes, the ones he loved and those who loved him have returned to the soil. The only thing that he couldn't let go, the driving force behind his will to survive, was his one desire. The coffin closed again with a loud bang and his disappointment. Li Qiye marched onward, deeper into the burial ground. However, a series of orderly noises exploded before he made it to the deepest area. A coffin appeared before him, carried by a group of ants. The speed was unbelievably fast. How could these ants have such power and speed? Li Qiye smiled and murmured, this is it, riding it this generation. Not a bad start. Boom! Some ants opened the lid, revealing the empty content. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile and thought about an old phrase, the appearance of the underworld signals the rise of rebirth, the path to heaven debuts the way to the divine stone. Enter the heavenly coffin to obtain eternality, awaken the corpse earth to achieve the everlasting blessing of the heavens. This is all I can do for the 9 worlds. Its fate is in its hands. Li Qiye gently sighed and stepped inside without any hesitation. He laid down like a corpse. Boom! The ants closed the lid instantly. With a series of rumble, they carried the coffin towards the deeper region of the burial ground. It was completely quiet inside the coffin. Li Qiye couldn't hear anything or even feel the movement of the coffin. It was especially comfortable inside, like lying on one's own bed, and quickly met with a sweet dream. He wasn't afraid or anxious while inside and didn't care where it was taking him. If the place came to greet him like this, it didn't have any malicious intent. The concept of time didn't exist here. Who knows how long he had been inside before reaching the destination. The ants were no longer there when the lid came off once more. A gloomy palace stood before him, one that had been split into 2 halves. Many things here were broken beyond description. However, a large chair remained perfect. The aura of this chair made people wonder whether a lord used to sit there and gave orders to the rest of the world. The separation gap was a bottomless abyss. There was no light below, no sound either. Any creature falling into this abyss would be swallowed instantly. The mood here and the fact that this was the heavenly corpse burial ground would scare even the most courageous. Chapter 1694, after getting out of the coffin, Li Qie climbed up and sat on the throne. It seemed that this particular throne was created by a supreme existence. Unfortunately, things have changed and stars have moved. Even this imperial chair was wasting away in this place. He looked down at the abyss next to him with a flashing glint that could see through all illusions and time itself. Nothing in this world could elude his eyes. In this split second, it illuminated the bottom of the abyss. He could see everything clearly. A scowl came from below. This scowl alone could shatter the galaxy and annihilate true gods. It was enough to make the 9 worlds tremble. It contained a peerless and unquestionable divinity. No one could challenge its power. Li Qie ignored the scowl and simply smirked. "I heard you wanted to see me." A voice finally came from the abyss. It was feeble, and upon a careful listening, one would find that it was completely identical to that of the old ghost. They would think that the old ghost was hiding below. Yes. Li Qie smiled and looked around the place. He leisurely commented, "The abode of the heavenly corpse lord. I have always wanted to come here but have been unsuccessful due to the obstacles. The heavenly corpse burial ground is not inside the 9 worlds, or any world for that matter. Plus, we do not welcome outsiders." The old ghost responded. "I know, only the remnant of an epoch." Li Qie replied, "All of you buried yourselves in the best location of your epoch for generations to avoid the punishment of the villainous heaven, evading the ultimate judgment. But this only turned all of you into moving corpses. Allowing you here shows our respect and goodwill. I expect the same in return." The old ghost replied. "I'm not unhappy or anything." Li Qie smiled, "This is indeed a very prestigious entrance, being carried by the ants here. Only you enjoy this treatment in the entire burial ground." The old ghost became silent before speaking. "Since you are here, you must have a transaction for me." "I'm listening." "It's nothing, I only want to have someone watch the 9 worlds for me." Li Qie smiled and said, "The ancient Ming doesn't only have some defeated soldiers, their lords are still around. Some immortal emperors are still hiding in the 9 worlds. Thus, I hope someone can take charge after I leave and win a decisive battle." "That's impossible. You have been the ruler of the 9 worlds during your Dark Crow's days. You should be aware that I haven't left this burial ground for who knows how many years." "I don't even remember." The old ghost said. Li Qie nodded, "I know. You must pay a great price to forcefully leave this place. That's why my hands are tied. You will need to ask someone else." The old ghost replied, "Of course, if you really need something, my avatar can do it for you. It does owe you a favor." "No." Li Qie shook his head, "I won't deny the immense power of your avatar. It can fight against an emperor, but I need one decisive battle to annihilate the ancient Ming. They have the corporeal zone, your avatar isn't enough even if it goes all out. Plus, it is not stable at all due to the withering of time. There are too many restrictions. Then I can't help you. The price of leaving this place for me is beyond your imagination." The old ghost concluded. "That's your business and I won't be inquiring further." Li Qie chuckled, "I want to let you know that I'm not here to negotiate. You must do it regardless of your intent. You are threatening me." A chilling aura erupted from the depth that could instantly kill a true god and freeze 3,000 worlds over. Li Qie was unperturbed on the throne and calmly answered, "Correct, I am threatening you. You are indeed powerful, not one yet but even mightier than an emperor. But don't forget, this is the heavenly corpse burial ground, not your 9 worlds. You're not allowed to leave in such a haughty manner under my domain." The old ghost said coldly. Li Qie smiled back, "I know, no one is allowed to be impudent here, even an emperor does not think they can leave this place unscathed, or some would have taken it down already. However, let me ask you, you think you can kill me if you go all out? How many moves?" The old man didn't reply. "I'm not afraid of death or anyone who wants to kill me." I don't think anyone can do so either, outside of the villainous heaven. Li Qie spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. There are things much worse than death. The old ghost stated. I have experienced too many of them. Plus, what is more frightening than coming back alive from the end of the world? I'm no stranger to suffering and torments. Humph, the old ghost scowled, showing his discontent towards Li Qie. Li Qie leisurely continued, do you know the consequence of not being able to kill me? It's very simple, I will rise again. Don't forget, the ancient Ming is a big threat to the 9 worlds, but your burial ground is a looming danger as well. It's just not as clear as the ancient Ming. His eyes turned cold at this point. What do you think I will choose to do when the 9 worlds are facing 2 separate threats? Let me tell you, everything will change when it comes to that point. I will flip open your heavenly coffins and refine all of your corpses into an ultimate weapon, one capable of destroying the ancient Ming. This is called using the enemies against them. You. The old ghost was furious after hearing this and continued to assault the myriad realms with his torrential aura. Of course, this had no effect on Li Qie. He took his time responding. You understand the mysterious phrase about this place more than I do, enter the heavenly coffin to obtain eternality, awaken the corpse earth to achieve the everlasting blessing of the heavens. Because of this, what choice do you think I should make? The old ghost in the abyss endured. After all, Li Qie being here showed that he wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, like he had said, in order to kill a being with 4 grand completion physiques, they would have to pay a monstrous price if it was even possible. Their burial ground would become a battlefield. The old man calmed down and said, aren't you overly confident with your claims? No one is capable of this since the start of time. But I, Li Qie, am capable. Li Qie said leisurely, I just need to drop my pride. Among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I can still rally some helpers, and as long as I am willing to pay the price, I can take down your burial ground and unearth your coffins. I will even suppress the heavens' will and go all out for 2 generations. At that point, am I capable yet to refine your corpses into an ultimate ancient Ming slaying weapon? At their particular level, words weren't sufficient as threats any longer. Li Qie wasn't just blustering or talking crazy. If he was willing, he could indeed do so by ignoring all scruples. That's how it is with the world, one must pay a heavy price for anything good. Li Qie said, work with me and destroy the ancient Ming or watch on the sideline, then I'll pick to destroy you first. It is no longer the same as before. Even though your group isn't as threatening as the ancient Ming right now, it is still a looming seed of danger. That is why I am here to express my attitude towards the current situation. Are you a threat or a friend to the 9 worlds? It is up to a single decision from you. Li Qie solemnly added. The old ghost took his time thinking in silence. A character of his stature didn't like being threatened by others. But indeed, the burial ground's fate was up to a single thought from him at this moment. You are right, heavy prices must be paid. There are no free lunches in the world. Then what are you paying for this transaction? The old ghost finally asked. Chapter 1695, Li Qie smiled and responded to the old man's question, yes, nothing is free in this world. I can give you the things that you absolutely crave. Ready? Wait until I come back triumphantly from the final battle. I shall pardon all of you and remove your punishments, allowing you to see the light again to stay in the 9 worlds with the myriad races. The old ghost's breath paused for a moment after hearing this. There was no doubt that this comment was truly tempting to the burial ground. This was their desire and longing. However, his blood didn't boil just yet with excitement. He calmly mused it through before speaking, what if you fail? You can only pray for my success then. If I were to fail, then all of you will stay in this dark river of time for virtually an eternity of bleak loneliness. You're only describing an illusionary oasis in the desert, not anything tangible. The old man said coldly. I won't deny that. Li Qie shrugged, nevertheless, who else but I can even offer this so-called illusionary oasis? No one else is even qualified to do so. At the very least, my condition gives you a sliver of hope for the future. Otherwise, you all will continue to suffer in a pit of despair. Even hope would be an unreachable luxury." The old man had no response. Li Qiye's words have struck his weak spot. What are you looking forward to? As long as the villainous heaven is around, you all will continue to be moving corpses, buried and rotting away in this place. No one remembers you anymore as time passed. As you can see, not even a strand of hope can be found in this place. That's why, I bring hope, such a precious emotion, priceless, even. My strand of hope can illuminate your dejected burial ground and your lightless heart. The old ghost continued to be quiet. Thus, you can pick my side and I shall pardon your burial ground if I were to be successful in the future. Li Qiye said solemnly, otherwise, you all can keep on this hopeless path. In case of my victory in the future, all of you will continue to be trapped in despair, never seeing the sunlight again. The old ghost finally responded in an unruffled manner, even if I were to agree to take action for the 9 worlds, there is only one opportunity for me to go outside. I won't be able to handle coming out several times. That's why you need to wait for the right moment and seize it all while delivering the fatal blow towards the ancient Ming. Li Qiye elaborated, if they come out, there will be legions sweeping through the weaklings. However, if their overlords climb out too, I'm sure your avatar can handle them. Keep doing that and force the ancient Ming to go all out. When their old geezers arrive, the corporeal zone will come too. That's when you attack. The old man contemplated before finally answering, very well, I accept. I shall appear at the perfect moment to settle it all. The old ghost chose to work together with Li Qiye since he had no other choice. Joining Li Qiye gave their burial ground a sliver of hope. Li Qiye was right. Hope was all too precious and hard to come by for their burial ground. One battle to settle it all. Perhaps your burial ground can even obtain the corporeal zone afterward. That would be incredible. Li Qiye smiled and told the old ghost. There was no response because the old man didn't care about this. If he were to fight, he must pay a monstrous price since he couldn't leave the burial ground. The worst-case scenario would be his death in the battle. But ultimately, the sliver of hope trumped all of the sacrifices. They could only pray for Li Qiye to win at the final battle so they could see the sun again. After finishing the arrangements, Li Qiye didn't wish to linger around. He said with a smile, I enjoyed our conversation today. The old ghost had no response. It wasn't enjoyable at all. This was a one-sided threat from Li Qiye. However, he was willing to accept the deal instead of worrying about trivial details. Li Qiye took 2 steps before turning back and said, oh right, that brat on the cliff is not bad. Perhaps you should let him exchange for an entire generation. An exchange is necessary, there is no exception. I can't break the rule either. The old ghost said. I understand. Li Qiye shrugged, you just need to give him an opportunity. As for the particular price, that's up to him and his effort. He can wait for the underworld boat. The old ghost didn't make an exception because of Li Qiye. That's fine, I have created a red string for him with this. What happens next doesn't matter. How should I put this, even though ionic geniuses are a bit questionable, if you could have a capable one, he will be very useful in the future war against the ancient Ming. This is beneficial for your burial ground. Li Qiye smiled and said. The old man didn't agree or refuse him. The abyss was silent. Li Qiye was too lazy to dwell on this matter. He turned and left coolly. In his eyes, he had done all he could. The world and its bullshits no longer had anything to do with him. During his trip, the grand Tao strands flowing down from the sky were gathering. In the last several days, they were quite conspicuous in the night sky. However, after their awakening, this magnificent scene disappeared. Buzz. All of the world portals lit up after being abandoned for several tens of thousand years. The Black Dragon King had torn the heavens will apart after his fight with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. This started the difficult Tao era and the isolation of the Nine Worlds. Everyone in the Nine Worlds was excited to see the bright portals again. This meant that the Nine Worlds were about to be reconnected and they were able to see a brilliant age again. Though this didn't mean that everyone was capable of interworld traveling, this gave all cultivators hope. As long as they worked hard and gathered enough refined jades, they could go on an adventure in a different world. God Kings would no longer need to risk their lives by forcefully attacking the world walls. It was simply too risky. Yes. Stone Medicine World, brace yourself, I am coming to see whether your alchemists are better or me. An alchemist from Mortal Emperor laughed cheerfully. His eyes lit up thinking about an opportunity to compete against those from Stone Medicine. It is time for us charming spirits to show that myriad races that we are the favorite children of the heaven. A spirit from Heaven's spirit was eager to try while staring at the nearly opened gates. It is time to see the grand world. A genius from the ghost race felt his ambition burning in sacred nether. Of course, not everyone was optimistic. One from the last generation became worried, the Nine Worlds are connected again. This might bring out an age of plundering. The experts and imperial lineages will take all the resources, the smaller sects have no chance at all. This particular sentiment was reasonable. For the smaller sects, they might not be able to gather enough refined jade for traveling, let alone thinking about plundering for resources in a different world. Only experts were able to travel as they please. At that point, imperial lineages would seize everything while the fire of war would spread to the smaller sections. Nevertheless, the young generation was excited and eager to try because it wasn't only about the world portals. The Heavens Will was about to take form as well. Chapter 1696, Li Qia's destination after visiting the burial ground was not cleansing incense but heaven guard. He was about to leave the Nine Worlds, so he needed to prepare everything perfectly, especially towards the Legion that he had such high hopes for. He didn't wish for the Legion to fight again, but time had changed, leaving him no choice. World Keeper personally went to greet him. The old man bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Li Qia immediately helped him up and said, "World Keeper, you have followed me till old age, no need for such formality." After helping his master towards his seat, World Keeper said, "You must be here to say goodbye, Your Excellency." His expression turned gloomy after understanding that this might be Li Qia's last visit to Heaven Guard. Li Qia nodded in response, "It's time for me to leave, so I'm here to say goodbye. Plus, I need to hand you a few things." Having said that, he took out an ocean of items for World Keeper. "This is a few resources I've gathered. The Legion can make use of them, treat it as your military funding." This amount of treasures was astounding since it came from the ancestral Terra and Soaring Immortal. No other lineage could produce this shocking amount. World Keeper hurriedly responded, "I can't. You're about to leave and will have to face the emperors and gods above. This resource is needed for the incoming war. Our Legion still has many treasuries, enough to last for 1 to 2 generations even for wide-scale expeditions. No, I still have some reserves." Li Qia shook his head, "Plus, this treasury might not be useful above. And then, no one knows how long the war will last. Plan for the worst, at the very least. I don't want your Legion to be worrying about resources during times of war. I thank you on our brother's behalf." World Keeper wasn't a long-winded person, so he solemnly accepted the gift. He understood Li Qia's personality too well. Li Qia then took out some powerful weapons. His mood was very serious this time, so he even used the pentagate to seal the area. In the end, even the lamp with the black flame was taken out. "Save these items for a rainy day." Li Qia gave these supreme artifacts to the true God. The true God was startled since he was knowledgeable and recognized them. "Your Excellency, Other treasures might have limitation up there, but this lamp, it could sweep through any place and era, an item above immortal emperor true treasures. Even the people up there might not be able to create a more powerful item. I know of its power. Li Qie nodded, but I'm still leaving it here. Having said that, he gently sighed and even took out the Nether Emperor Hexagear launcher to hand it to World Keeper. Take good care in keeping this item. Your Excellency. World Keeper was astonished this time. He accepted the item with both hands and still felt hesitation. You created this weapon to kill the Emperor and gods, and you need a deterring threat up there. I can't accept this, it's better if you keep it. I want to as well, but someone with a great burden like you also knows that you might not only be facing the ancient Ming later. But just them alone is enough for me to worry. He paused for a moment before continuing. They still have immortal emperors hiding, this is the thing that worries me the most. When the war starts, the ancient Ming will have no other choice but to go all out. That will bring an unimaginable disaster to the 9 worlds. The ancient Ming is indeed heaven-defying. Their emperors are still able to stay in the 9 worlds even after shouldering the heaven's will. The true God said with exasperation. What can we do about it? Who can we blame for the fact that they have the corporeal zone? Li Qie smiled wryly. Luckily, because of the heaven's will, despite hiding right now, they will have to avoid the villainous heaven the moment they come out. That's why they don't show themselves too easily due to the inevitable price. They're biding their time before going all out. Thus, they also need one decisive battle to settle it all. If these hiding emperors won't take risk, what is considered a ripe moment for them? The true God asked for clarification. He needed to understand many things since the responsibility to protect the 9 worlds was his in the future. If these emperors want to hide from the villainous heaven completely, they have to be able to master the corporeal zone. This is easier said than done. The minimum requirement is 12 emperors. Of course, it would be best if they all have grand completion immortal physique as well. Otherwise, they can try reducing it. Li Qie said slowly. 12 emperors. True God's expression darkened. He naturally understood the significance behind this. 12 emperors existing at the same time would be extremely horrifying, even without the corporeal zone. No one could stop 12 emperors at the same time in the 9 worlds. Plus, no 2 emperors have been together, at least not in the 9 worlds. Just imagine 12. I wonder how many emperors are still hiding then. World Keeper became worried. Li Qie pondered for a bit before answering. Ancient Ming emperors also go up after receiving the heaven's will. However, they were hunted instantly. This is something the people up there are 100% adamant about. I have been up there several times and carefully analyzed it. There are still 9 emperors that haven't appeared from that race. Either they hid really well after coming up or they have been hiding in the 9 worlds. Regardless of the real situation, you need to prepare for the worst. 9 emperors. They are actually hiding 9. World Keeper took a deep breath and murmured. World Keeper knew full well just how terrible the race was from being their lifelong foe. However, he was still astounded by this revelation. 9 emperors were no joke. This was an earth-shattering news. That's the corporeal zone for you. Li Qie gently sighed. I've always wanted this item but never had the chance. Nevertheless, if the ancient Ming wants to rise again, they have to go back in full force. Otherwise, even if they were to reign again, they would still be hunted up above. In the past, they ran for their lives and only managed to run down here due to the corporeal zone. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated completely. They do not accept this. In their eyes, the 9 worlds are only their garden for them to recuperate. After sufficient preparation, they would suck everything from the 9 worlds, all resources. He sighed and said. So the ancient Ming still want to go up there? World Keeper murmured. Li Qie nodded. Yes, they have 2 choices right now. 1, to keep staying in the 9 worlds, so they need more time to obtain 12 emperors. Or, they will utilize this chance to rush up to the 9 worlds during my ascension as well. Up there, they could gather 12 emperors in just one generation. If it reaches that level, they could indeed rise again. 12 emperors and the corporeal zone. That's also an unstoppable force up there. World Keeper said. Yes, once they have true control over the corporeal zone, it will indeed be very frightening. Even if the people up there work together, they would find it hard to suppress the ancient Ming. This race might even have the chance to fight the ultimate battle too. Li Qie commented. The true God was quiet and thought that the world didn't know just how terrible the ancient Ming was. Nevertheless, he happily said, it's fortunate that they have to avoid the heaven or the 9 worlds would really suffer. Not necessarily, even without needing to hide from the high heaven, the ancient Ming wouldn't be able to do much either. Our 9 worlds have produced so many emperors, so if all of them show up, they could gang up on the ancient Ming and make their teeth fall all over the ground. It was precisely the fact that they chose to hide that they were able to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive up there even with the corporeal zone in the beginning, let alone making it down to the 9 worlds. Chapter 1697, The True God smiled wryly after hearing this. I really don't know whether the will of the high heaven is good or bad. Perhaps the powerful existences all curse this while regular beings treat it as their guardian and hope. The high heaven will not show empathy even if the regular beings reach that step. Otherwise, why do people need to try so hard every epoch? No one can escape their fate under the high heaven, hence the common adage, the will of the high heaven is unopposable. My fate is mine alone. Only the imperial level would worry about this problem. World Keeper brought up another common phrase used by powerful existences, especially immortal emperors. He gently sighed at this point since this wasn't his pursuit in question. His meaning of existence was to protect the 9 worlds and stop the ancient Ming. So Your Excellency, you went to the Heavenly Corpse burial ground to find an ally against the ancient Ming? World Keeper was still amazed at how Li Qie couldn't let go of the 9 worlds even when he was about to leave. Yes. Li Qie gently nodded. If the ancient Ming were to go all out, their emperors would come out too. Just the Azure Dragon Legion alone is not enough, so I had to invite that burial ground to join, hoping for one decisive battle. I'm afraid the ancient Ming won't fall for the same Gong Yang trick again. World Keeper joked. No more schemes this time. The Lord of the Heavenly Corpse burial ground will personally take action, that's the only way. Even if we use trickery, it's not enough to wipe them out in full. Li Qie shook his head. It's a good thing that the ancient Ming fell into the trap back then and lost a considerable amount of forces, or we would have to pay an even bigger price. World Keeper said. That's true. I used the Immortal Demon Grotto to bait the ancient Ming back then. They didn't prepare sufficiently, so the corporeal zone was suppressed, resulting in the great loss in several overlords. They didn't dare to come out again after that. Li Qie said with a smirk. You wanted to capture the corporeal zone and that item in the grotto at the same time. Alas, it didn't go as you wish. The two sides didn't annihilate each other. The ancient Ming knew that they have fallen into a trap after seeing the unfavorable situation, so they immediately retreated. At the same time, the grotto wouldn't let me watch and harvest the aftermath, so they purposely let the ancient Ming go. Not everything can go as you plan, it's fine to lose the 2 items. Li Qie chuckled. The story of Gong Yang was told by Li Qie back then to Imp at Necropolis. He baited the ancient Ming into attacking the Immortal Demon Grotto back then with the intention of obtaining the corporeal zone and the other treasure. The ancient Ming lost that battle. Even their emperor with the corporeal zone couldn't take the grotto down. This made it even harder for them to control the zone after losing several overlords. The true God felt regretful about how the event went. If the grotto didn't purposely let the ancient Ming run, that could have been the decisive battle that Li Qie wanted, not paying a heavy price yet still able to capture both the grotto and the devious race on top of obtaining 2 eternal items. Despite the lack of a total success, this still laid the foundation for the immortal slaying war since the ancient Ming was weakened. Without this plan, the 9 worlds would have needed even more sacrifices to defeat the ancient Ming. Keep in mind that the wise sages of the 9 worlds worked together and still suffered heavy losses. Not too many actually survived the war. The myriad races had a force numbering at 100 million. However, less than 1 million had actually survived. One could easily imagine the grotesque brutality of the war. Li Qiye sighed emotionally and said, "The Legion has been resting after the war and I had no intention of bringing it back to the cruel battlefield. This was a big reason why in each generation, I would try to find the corporeal zone by searching all around. I hope to personally finish the ancient Ming, but alas, I have failed because the ancient Ming learned from the previous massacre. Who would have thought that I would need to start with the Legion again, giving you the responsibility once more?" Even though he was the ruler of the 9 worlds, there were things beyond his control. After the massacre, the ancient Ming with their corporeal zone knew that the moment they gave the smallest clue to their location, the greatest of armies would instantly come running. That's why they didn't recklessly take action and continued to hide. Li Qiye kept on searching, but the corporeal zone made it impossible for him to uproot them completely. "This is our mission," World Keeper solemnly said. "Like you have said, you feel sorry for us. We cannot go to the other battlefields, but we must fight against the ancient Ming to the bitter end. That was your initial goal in forming the Legion, right? If they dare to show themselves again, we are responsible to keep on fighting until the death. You can't let go of the 9 worlds before leaving, still caring and working for it. So why can't we, its inhabitants, do the same?" World Keeper sonorously stated. Li Qiye could only sigh, "This is all I can do. It is up to you all in the future and the 9 worlds itself. If I can't return, I hope everyone will work hard instead of relying on someone else to save them. There is no savior. No, in my eyes, you are the savior and the guardian of the 9 worlds." World Keeper disagreed. "It doesn't matter how much the world fears and curses your name, no one had paid more attention to the 9 worlds than you in history. Who had paid a bigger price to keep it safe? No one. You toiled on and on not only to accumulate resources but to also stop the ancient Ming. Otherwise, you wouldn't have returned after coming to the 10th world. Others aren't aware, but I know full well. After Empress Hong Tian, you have trained enough emperors to sweep through the 13 continents, yet you still returned to the 9 worlds. It is out of fear of the ancient Ming rising, you want to let them know that you are still guarding this area." Li Qiye gently sighed and said, "That's in the past now. I used to go back and forth, but this generation is different. I might never be able to return. If I'm prepared sufficiently up there, then I shall begin the final expedition while swearing to never come back before victory." World Keeper became quiet, realizing that this was the last goodbye, and while His Excellency was so meticulous. Li Qiye had never said goodbye to him before leaving the 9 worlds in the past. "Take care," Li Qiye said. "Live on, the 9 worlds still need all of you to defend its last ray of dawn. You too, Your Excellency. May you return triumphantly." World Keeper kowtowed ceremoniously on the ground. Even though they were master-follower, they were also master and disciple. They have experienced moments of near-death together across the dark times and bloody battlefields. Today might be the final goodbye, which was why World Keeper chose such a grand and respectful gesture. Li Qiye didn't lift World Keeper up this time and accepted the gesture. "Your Excellency, you should take Su Zhen with you. Even though she can't do anything at the moment, her blood is different from everyone else and worthy of further grooming. Perhaps she will be able to lend you a hand in the future," World Keeper said after standing up. Li Qiye agreed, "I was going to take her even if you didn't say anything, since I have promised him and Mu Tian. Tell her to get ready at cleansing incense, time is not waiting for us." "I shall." World Keeper nodded. World Keeper personally saw Li Qie out of Heavenguard's entrance. After making some distance, Li Qie glanced back at the word Heavenguard and became disappointed for various reasons before leaving. Chapter 1698, Whoosh. In the last few days, the night sky in the 9 worlds was especially beautiful with the occasional visual phenomena. Images of a phoenix would fly towards the horizon, engulfing the world in a royal aura as if the noblest of creature was about to be born. True dragons would also jump in the sky with their billowing aura. Before the primordial lord of beasts, everyone else felt as if they were little kittens. Resplendent totems would emerge with sun and moon together within. Stars would circle around the flowing galaxies. One could see the 3,000 worlds floating up and down. The power of the 9 worlds gathered with these visual images. It was omnipresent and everyone could sense it. This power reigned over the 9 worlds and the myriad realms. It came from the worlds yet didn't belong to them. It represented the high heaven, a reflection of its will. This was the heaven's will that had finished forming, just waiting for a new emperor to shoulder it. This was the state of the 9 worlds with the emergence of the heaven's will, filled with its awe-inspiring power. Both god-kings and emperor candidates felt insignificant before this power, no longer finding themselves invincible. Only by shouldering and controlling the heavens would one reach true invincibility, able to smile proudly while strolling through a generation capable of sweeping through the 9 worlds. This was the most tempting aspect about the heaven's will, the reason why so many experts and geniuses chased for it in order to reach the peak of this world. There was nothing greater than the heaven's will for all cultivators to pursue. Who will be accepted by the heaven's will in this generation? Older god-kings were envious at this sight. If they could pick again, they would pick the path for the heaven's will without any hesitation. Since they have seen its power before, they couldn't resist its temptation. Meanwhile, many geniuses were eager to try with boiling blood. They wanted nothing more than the heaven's will's recognition in order to embark on the path of the competition. The day couldn't come sooner for them while fantasizing about becoming an unbeatable emperor. With its emergence, the portals to the 9 worlds completely opened. The great powers began to take over these locations and sent their disciples to the other worlds in order to broaden their horizon. As for the smaller sects, they could only hand refined jades over so that they could teleport as well. Mortal Emperor World, here I come. This place full of talents shall be my next battleground. A genius from a different world excitedly claimed after entering Mortal Emperor. In a short time, many geniuses and even older experts from stone medicine, heaven spirit, and sacred nether rushed into Mortal Emperor. For outsiders, Mortal Emperor was a sure visit because many competitions in the past had been held here. I represent the Vajra world to take on the heroes of the worlds. My first stop shall be Mortal Emperor. Their supreme geniuses shall taste defeat by my hands. A monk from Vajra powerfully declared. I, Sacred Supreme, from the Western Bull world, challenge all the aspiring candidates of Mortal Emperor. I don't care if it is one-on-one or everyone together since the throne is mine. An unstoppable genius from Western Bull immediately challenged everyone during his first visit to Mortal Emperor. More and more experts came in droves to Mortal Emperor. Everyone was ready to challenge the local geniuses. Of course, some were very reasonable and stood on the sideline to watch, waiting to see who the real rivals were. The monk from Vajra and Sacred Supreme from Western Bull's blatant challenge was unanswered by Mortal Emperor. No one actually bothered to respond. The foreign geniuses found the lack of response astounding. Does your world not have any geniuses or something? Look at how unbearable these two are, but no one wants to take them on. A cultivator from Vajra quickly made friend with someone from Mortal Emperor. He asked with curiosity. The Mortal Emperor cultivator leisurely responded, "Oh. That? No big deal. They're only ants compared to Fiercest from our world, not worth mentioning. Fiercest doesn't care for such weaklings, so the other young people don't need to interfere either. No one wants to steal his thunder. Ants? Impossible. The Vajra cultivator couldn't help but shout, "Do you know how strong that monk is?" He had never lost before since his Dao debut and had even once tore a god king to pieces with his bare hands. His cultivation is unfathomable while his defense is impervious. Oh, is that so? That's an impressive tale, not a bad topic to talk about. The mortal emperor cultivator was still as nonchalant as ever. That's it? Only worth talking about? The Vajra cultivator was unconvinced and said, "Then how strong is your fiercest?" 13 palaces, for grand completion immortal physiques, annihilated soaring immortal, sacrificed for imperial princes with their own grand completion immortal physique, killed an emperor rival, completely unbeatable. To which his friend calmly recalled each of fiercest's miraculous feat. There were simply too many. 13 palaces. For grand completion immortal physiques. What? No one can accomplish these things in the world. The Vajra cultivator shouted again. But nothing is impossible for fiercest. His achievements are well known in these parts. He is the miracle creator, other geniuses are only trash before him. The mortal emperor cultivator flatly replied. Soaring immortal is that legendary sect with 5 emperors? The Vajra cultivator swallowed his saliva and asked. The mortal emperor cultivator glanced at him and said, "Who else dares to have that name outside of that sect in this world? But they are an imperial lineage with 5 emperors that has stood strong for generations." The Vajra cultivator didn't dare to believe of soaring immortal's destruction. Its prestige was simply too illustrious in the 9 worlds. It still collapsed before fiercest. Its 4 imperial princes were sacrificed and even imperial queen Ren Xian was killed. Her scream echoed across the plains. Another matter-of-fact statement was made. Imperial princes and queen, the Vajra cultivator felt his mouth becoming dry. For him, these were untouchable and virtually unbeatable existences, yet they were still killed by this fiercest. He didn't dare to speak again. As more people poured into Mortal Emperor, more heard about the tales of fiercest. They were unconvinced at first, but soaring immortal's destruction robbed them of their ability to speak. Even the imperious monk and sacred supreme from the other 2 worlds were speechless. Their expression became solemn. Fiercest? Is that Wuxia? Some cultivators from Stone Medicine, Sacred Nether, and Heaven Spirit were stunned to hear this all too familiar name. How many fiercest can there be in this world? That's him. Cultivators from Mortal Emperor told them. Damn it. We were confused about his sudden disappearance. So he has been here at Mortal Emperor. That's the Reaper for you, killing imperial lineages like pigs wherever he goes, so merciless. Those who were aware of fiercest's battle record blurted out. The ones from these 3 worlds were curious about his whereabouts. So it turned out that he had returned to Mortal Emperor. Meanwhile, Cleansing Incense was busy receiving guests such as Lan Yunzhu, Long Jingxian, Jian Wushuang. The sect became lively instantly with carriages and people everywhere. Some fans even came to have a glimpse of fiercest. Chapter 1699, the first to arrive was Lan Yunzhu. She smiled happily after seeing Wuxia. Wow, uncle, I didn't expect that you were hiding so many beauties here. What is this about hiding? I'm clearly doing it in the open. That's why I told you, your looks alone can barely qualify to be my bed-warming maid. Wuxia said flatly. Less daydreaming. Yunzhu coquettishly blurted while clawing at him like a young girl. Of course, Wuxia was unperturbed. Yunzhu was the hottest topic in Sacred Nether at the moment, the goddess in so many young experts' mind, the lover in their dream. Alas, she was only a jovial and normal girl before him. Since you are here, get ready. Wuxia said. Yes, I will follow you wherever. Yunzhu answered directly this time without putting up a show. Long Jingxian and Jian Wushuang came right after to the sect. Wu Shuang was always quiet, but Jingxian immediately chattered it up. Ugly Chia, I'll suppress you now. This was her greeting towards him. You alone. Too inexperienced and weak. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Jingxian didn't refute and immediately opened her fate palaces. 12 appeared neatly above her head, full of authority and immortal energy. Anyone else would be shocked at this sight due to the rarity of this achievement even across the long trek of time. Li Chia wasn't surprised at all and nodded, you're finally successful with the 12 palaces. But it is still not enough. Your Tao foundation is steady while leaving no room for criticism. More polishing will make it more perfect. Li Chia expected this because she had a natural immortal fate. Such a peerless constitution was even rarer than 12 palaces. After starting over, Jingxian indeed worked hard and her effort didn't betray her. She broke through her own limits and obtained the 12 palaces. Are you going to die just by praising me a little bit? Jingxian unhappily said, it wasn't easy for me to cultivate them since you told me to destroy my foundation back then to start over. Do you know how painful this was? I suffered so much, not being able to leave the house. She hastily complained due to her dissatisfaction with his reaction. Of course, it was indeed harder for her since she already had 11 palaces in the past. Others would never want to start over given that situation. Amazing indeed. Keep trying, maybe you will become a second monster just like immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. Li Chia nodded and smiled. You're not even trying. She was still annoyed with his lackluster and half-hearted praise and snorted. However, her mood changed quickly and she smiled to ask, but I'm a benevolent person anyway and won't hold it against you. Tell me, are there any fun places in Mortal Emperor so I can go have some fun? It's been a while. Li Chia glanced dismissively at her. Fun? It's about time to go up above. All of you need to work harder. Xuanyan's group is practicing the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation right now, all of you will join them. Your talents will be helpful and everyone will be participating in the future to control this formation. Li Xuanyan has always been interested in formations. She was quite gifted in this aspect, so he left her in charge and told the rest of the girls to help. More cultivation. Jingxian scowled after hearing this. Li Chia replied, you think we're going up there to sightseeing? If you want to be an ant, fine, since all ants are similar anyway regardless of the location. But if you want to stand at the peak, that place is even crueler than the 9 worlds. Even emperors are hunted up there. In that place, they still keep on training to be stronger, so why can't you do the same? Got it, fine, we'll go so you can stop yapping like an old woman. She still agreed despite showing some reluctance. Watch her. Li Chia told Jian Wushuang. This girl was arrogant but she was much more mature compared to Jingxian who only wanted to play. Wushuang simply nodded. Next was Ming Yeshue who stepped forward. She spoke softly before Li Chia, are we really going up there? The elders from the beast world are worried. Rumor has it that only emperors can go up there. This wasn't just a personal trip for her because the entire beast world was going to follow her too with Li Chia. That's the past, no longer the case now. Li Chia said flatly, if I have agreed with those old geezers, then I have absolute confidence and have prepared well enough. But the question is your Bayan beast world ready? What you will face is much more complicated up there. We're ready. She nodded. Of course, I can't guess how strong our opponents will be, but our beast world will accept all challenges under our best state. The elders said that this is our only chance so we'll go all out. Very well. Tell them that it won't just be the pressure from emperors and gods. There will be many existences who want a bite of something as useful as the beast world and the 10th world. Li Chia said slowly. I understand. She nodded seriously. The elders have told her that the 10th world was a place always surging forward with great momentum on top of being merciless. She left after several days at cleansing incense because she was different from Jian Wushuang and the others. She was responsible for the beast world too, so she had more to prepare. With the arrival of the girls, Li Qie began his plan to go up to the 10th world. He sent a message to the Blood Bull Godfiends group as well. The first to come was the South Emperor, Gu Guo. He gave the feeling of returning to the origin this time to be part of nature. Others would find it difficult to spot him standing there. That's an Ionic genius for you, your cultivation has risen considerably this time. It would be difficult for you to not become an immortal monarch with such talents and Dao heart. Li Qie had to praise. Gu Guo smiled naturally without any trace of complacency. It is thanks to your guidance, sacred teacher. Without it, I would only be searching blindly in the dark. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Without your talents and determination, my guidance wouldn't have necessarily been useful. Gu Guo replied, you are surely going all out this time. I heard the weapons above are different than the ones in our 9 worlds. Should I change my weapon? Li Qie explained, they are different indeed, but your sky piercer is different. It's not a conventional soulbound true treasure. You can just bring it, no need to change. There are still similarities between the worlds. A few weapons from the 9 worlds are still usable and completely unaffected, such as the Declivity Mountain Bell and Heaven Sealing Pentagate. That's good. Gu Guo said, I've used this weapon for more than half my life and I love it. It would be difficult adapting to a new one. Li Qie smiled, get ready to go all out. With your talents, you will be the first among us to become an immortal monarch. No one is more qualified than you to seize the heaven's will. Let the geniuses in the 10th world see the style of a peerless genius from the 9. Take down their arrogance. Thank you for your blessing, sacred teacher. I will not disappoint you. Gu Guo remained composed and smiled. An Ionic genius is not just in name. With enough perseverance and sticking to the right path, your future will be boundless. It is a shame that most of you are too arrogant, thinking that your talent alone is enough to sweep through everything. Such brittleness, that's the reason why so many of your peers have fallen. Li Qie commented. Gu Guo sighed after hearing this. This was the case for him too, in the past. Who wouldn't be arrogant being an Ionic genius? At this particular level, any youth would look at others with disdain and thought that they wouldn't need to rely on anyone. Chapter 1700, A romantic air permeated the tasseled bed behind the red curtains with Li Qie and Wu Lianxiang tenderly embracing each other. After a long time, he spoke softly, I'll leave behind a few treasures for you. There are some treasuries I left hidden around the 9 worlds, you can open them later when needed. After her decision to stay, Li Qie instantly left her many things, such as the Declivity Mountain Bell, the small wooden coffin, and other artifacts. My Bu clan has many treasures, you don't need to worry about me. You'll need more resources up above. She gently responded. She wasn't just boasting. Her clan and the Middle Continent Kingdom used to be one of the strongest lineages during the ancient Ming era. It stood strong for so long before finally being destroyed by immortal Emperor Tian Tuesday. No one can have too many treasures. Li Qie smiled and said, this is just preparation for the future. These treasures are different from imperial life and true treasures. For example, the mountain bell is similar to your yin-yang mirror. Even if the time changes, it will still be unsuppressed. That small coffin is even more extraordinary. Its evil affinity could scare godfiends. Just open it and see. That's the last resort though. Li Qie sighed, who knows how the world will change later. Maybe another race will rise or the laws of the heaven and earth will be different. It's better to play it safe by preparing ahead of time. She agreed and nodded, that's fine. The clan had left behind a secret location. In case of a complete change, I might hide and live in seclusion until everything calms down. That's another choice. It's not a bad one. Li Qie said, I will also leave the myriad age tree for you in case you want to live for another generation. She wanted to speak, but he pressed his finger against her lips and said solemnly, "It is decided. I know that it is not easy for anyone to live another generation. Even emperors have to suffer endless torment. Like that guy in the drystone courtyard, he endured for generations just to live again. But sometimes, we have to make a hard choice. I'm leaving this tree behind not to force you to do so. This is only a possible path, another choice. It is safer this way in case of the unexpected, and the tree might be useful later." She acquiesced and said, "Don't worry, just keep treading onward. I survived the ancient Ming era, so how bad can the future be? I'll just hide in the clan's hidden location. According to our progenitor, this place could hide from all calamities. The only reason our dynasty ended back then was because my father and the elders were too confident. If they ran to this place earlier, they could have escaped. I believe it." Li Qiye confirmed, "If your progenitor had said this, it proves just how amazing this secret location must be. It might not be comparable to existences like the 12 burial grounds and the 6 ancestral earths, it should be one of the few places that can hide from the heaven." "It sounds like you know our progenitor very well." This prompted her to ask. There were very few records of their progenitor, only a few sentences from their inheritance writings. Their descendants didn't know where they came from. It seemed that their progenitor had appeared out of thin air. Such a character capable of starting this clan and laying down its great foundation couldn't have been a nameless person. But strange enough, even the 9 worlds had virtually nothing written about their progenitor. In her speculation, their progenitor was no lesser than immortal emperors. It was strange that such a powerful being was so unknown. "A little bit," Li Qiye said, "but I'm not too certain about a few things. They stop at being mere guesses without evidence. Unless he is alive to reveal it himself, there's no way to confirm. After all, it is a true separation. I'm the only one who can really travel and find information between the 2 worlds. So our clan is from the 10th world," she concluded. This was one of the theories about her clan's origin. "Yes." Li Qiye nodded, "This is something I'm sure of. However, your progenitor has erased many things in the past. He didn't want the world and his descendants to know about it." Above the 9 heavens, she was slightly dazed. After a while, she asked, "Why did the progenitor bring our clan down to the 9 worlds? He's the only one who knows the reason. In my opinion, he might be hiding, hoping that his descendants can quietly flourish instead of competing for hegemony. Unfortunately, they have let him down." Li Qiye mused. Was it to avoid the enemy? Bu Lianxiang wondered. "I don't think it's that simple. At his particular level, all enemies should be crushed by him." Li Qiye shook his head. "Not more than 10 people would be able to take their descendants down from the 10th world. Plus, few among them are still alive right now, probably around 5. "What's the reason then?" She was startled, having been aware of her progenitor's strength but didn't expect it to be at that level. "Hard to say, he might be the only one who knows. I think it is to avoid a heavenly calamity. Your secret location might not be created by him either. It must be from an ancient era, created by the heaven and earth. It is an ultimate treasure to avoid heavenly calamities. Such a treasure ground would be fought over up in the 10th world. After all, their descendants would at least have a spot to hide. Few in the 9 worlds should be aware of this type of places. Even immortal emperors who were aware wouldn't use them to stay in the 9 worlds. Because of this, no one tried to seize your place, outside of maybe the ancient Ming." Li Qiye stated. Bu Lianxiang nodded. After destroying her kingdom, the ancient Ming searched everywhere. It wasn't just for simple treasures. I'm aware of immortal emperors going to the 10th world. It is unavoidable after obtaining the heaven's will. But why are there so few people who have descended? The 10th world is the realm of the gods and emperors, so there should be many unstoppable beings. They should be capable of this. She became curious. Li Qiye replied, "The price is immense even if they are capable of descending. Like I have said, not more than 10 beings can rely on their own strength to come down while paying the price. For example, your progenitor is certainly strong enough. Bringing your clan down from up there must have been tremendously difficult. His death would have been the simplest payment. So our progenitor died because of this." She was startled. "You can put it that way." Li Qiye nodded, "That's why no one who is capable of this feat wants to do it. It's like being a tycoon having everything they want suddenly becoming a beggar without arms and legs. Would you want to do it?" Stunned she was with this question. Indeed, no one would be willing to do so, but her progenitor did for some unknown reasons. "Looks like we have let him down." She gently sighed. The Bu clan was still annihilated in the end. Their fate was sealed the moment they became allies with the ancient Ming. The ancestors can't control everything. Even though they are always hopeful about their descendants, some of these children will be less than acceptable. Li Qiye chuckled, "If their descendants are always virtuous, then no imperial lineages would ever fall in this world. How can the smaller sects ever rise then?" She could only nod and accept the words of consolation. Chapter 1701. After a while, Li Qiye concluded, "What will come shall come. There is no escaping no matter how much you try. There's only facing it directly." She hugged him and spoke softly, "The emperors going to the 10th world are also facing their destiny instead of running away. They gamble their lives to fight for their future." Indeed. That's also another type of choice. It is the result of certain laws, impossible to escape unless they were willing to pay up. Li Qiye nodded. "They must go up there?" She asked inquisitively. "In theory, yes." Li Qiye answered, "What is the heaven's will?" "It is the gathering of the 9 worlds' myriad Tao, only one in each generation. It required the gestation from the worlds themselves. Think about it, if the heavens will continue to stay in the 9 worlds, no juniors would ever be able to rise. Moreover, the 9 worlds would be drained by the many wills and the myriad races will wither. More importantly, it doesn't have the same condition as the 10th world. Any emperor who stays here would have to face the heavenly tribulation too. That's why when the time was right, all emperors chose to ascend. Even when the heavens will reaches a particular level up there, the emperors will have to hide or they will have to face heavenly execution. The stronger they are, the stronger the execution. That's why for the emperors and gods, obtaining the heavens will is only the beginning. It is a long path with no end, unless they were to fall along the way." Bu Yanxiang contemplated in a hush. Others could only see the emperors at their highest peak, capable of sweeping through the 9 worlds. They became envious and felt reverence towards these beings. However, emperors had their struggles and time of helplessness as well. People didn't see this painful side of them. "You said that the ancient Ming still have emperors in the 9 worlds?" This was her next question. Li Qiye nodded, "Yes, they still have some emperors there, but they are different from the other old geezers since they have the corporeal zone, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures. It allows them to hide from the laws of the heaven and earth as well as the punishment from the villainous heaven. Back then, this race was pushed to the edge by the emperors and gods for 2 reasons. First, their own way of life, and second, who wouldn't want to obtain their amazing treasure? The Void Gate is one of the 9 that also has spatial manipulation property." She commented. "It's a bit different since each has a unique usage. But the Void Gate is also about to come out." Li Qiye replied. She could tell that everything was within his calculation, judging by his expression. "The ancient Ming was able to run down here due to the corporeal zone?" she asked. Li Qiye nodded, "That's right. Even if one didn't have the same power of your progenitor, the 9 heavenly treasures would allow them to run down from up there. Nevertheless, I'm sure the ancient Ming emperor still had to pay a great price while using it to avoid the laws of the worlds. There's no escaping this. Without this limitation, just imagine the emperors they left in the 9 worlds. Who would be able to stop a full counterattack? Even with the corporeal zone allowing them to stay behind, there are still restraints imposed upon them. He smiled and said, "Why didn't their overlords come out of the corporeal zone when I destroyed their dynasty back then?" It was precisely due to these limitations on top of them being wounded after the battle with the immortal demon grotto. But that's not to say they couldn't come out of the treasure. It was that they would certainly face a terrible tribulation. Just think about it, several emperors appearing at the same time, the resulting tribulation would be unfathomable. They could have been killed by it. Having said that, he sighed and said, "These overlords didn't do anything while I was destroying Soaring Immortal." The same reasonings as the past applied. Of course, they weren't certain of capturing me either, not sure of what I have up my sleeve. They were aware that if they couldn't kill me in one blow, their corporeal zone would be exposed. That would be my time to counterattack. Not to mention their lives, even the zone might not be able to handle it. These are some crafty foxes, they are so patient since they have waited for so long already. He felt a tinge of regret since he had made full preparations during the previous battle. The Black Dragon King's first body was searching in the sky while he had an ultimate attack ready. As long as the corporeal zone appeared, he would have delivered a fatal blow, killing the ancient Ming in seizing the zone. Alas, it was not successful. The overlords from the ancient Ming maintained their composure and didn't risk anything for Soaring Immortal. They were aware that the corporeal zone was of the utmost importance. Losing it would signal the demise of their race. Bu Lianxiang sighed as well. She knew that this race was always a threat in his mind. She also wanted to share his burden, but no one could really help him. It wasn't so easy to completely annihilate the ancient Ming. "Are you using the same method as the past to go to the 10th world?" she asked with a concerned expression. "No." Li Qie shook his head, "That's not usable anymore since I'm not going up alone but with an army. That's why I have to use a completely unique method this time." Li Qie had traveled between the 2 worlds more than just once. It can be said that he was the only one capable of this task in the world. This was the most heaven-defying thing about him. It was related to a great secret that few knew about. "Is it safe?" she asked. "Safety doesn't exist when traveling between the 9 worlds and the 10th. It is a risky endeavor." He explained, "Of course, going up is much easier than going down. The punishment from the villainous heaven is much weaker for the latter. Going down is the most torturous task. It must have been bone-crushing," she said with sadness. Even their progenitor died after bringing his descendants down to the 9 worlds. Anyone else would be obliterated during the process. Bone-crushing is not enough to describe it. The whole process is very painful. If one has a secret path, it will be a bit better, but not by much. If one isn't at the level as your progenitor, it is virtually impossible to even go down. The ancient Ming was only able to do it due to the corporeal zone. Li Qie stated. Li Qie's first descent brought him an unimaginable amount of pain. If it wasn't for his immortality, he would have died 1,000,000,000 times over. Later on, he met Su'er. She was different from someone else due to her peerless constitution. They worked together and found a gap in the villainous heaven's plan. This allowed Li Qie to travel between worlds in a more comfortable manner. Nevertheless, the pain he endured through this unique method was still unbearable if it wasn't for his immortality. All of the conditions above allowed for him to be the only traveler between the 2 worlds throughout history. Coming from the 9 worlds isn't the hard part for emperors. When they're up there, that's when the real test of their power begins. The people above won't let them off so easily and will start the hunt. Think about it, killing an emperor is a very lucrative business. Just their blood and heaven's will are coveted by all. Having said that, he chuckled and added, "Plus, the ones above aren't happy to see the emperors from the 9 worlds competing for their territory and resources. When an emperor ascends, if they're lucky, they would only meet 1 or 2 immortal monarchs. If they're unlucky, they could see a dozen hunters. This is up to their own fortune. Chapter 1702, Hunting. Even Bu Lianxiang was shocked after hearing this. The strongest people above hunt emperors from the 9 worlds. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Yes, it's nothing new up there. This tradition had existed since a long time ago. The emperors from the 9 worlds are considered the best praise by the people in the 10th world. So the emperors from our world truly suffer after ascending?" She worriedly said. It was quite frightening that these invincible beings were being hunted. Not too bad, this only makes them grow stronger. Li Qiye said calmly, "Plus, they're not the only ones hunting, we also can do the same." Back then, Emperor Hunt was started by the 9 worlds members, a never-before-seen war against the inhabitants up there. The 10th world trembled during this hunt. Even the self-proclaimed amazing divine race was afraid. His eyes flashed amusingly. Suddenly, it was as if he was gazing at the cruel war again. Emperor Hunt. How did this war end? She could imagine the scale of this war just by hearing its name. Li Qiye recalled his memories before smiling, casualties everywhere. We have emperors dying on our side, they had immortal monarchs falling too. In the end, their side was forced to sign an agreement with certain provisions. Bu Lianxiang was very interested in this topic. The incredible masters up there were still forced to sign an agreement. This was indeed an amazing achievement from the emperors of the 9 worlds. You were in charge of Emperor Hunt. She understood from seeing her lover's expression. The Dark Crow has not always been in the 9 worlds. He would disappear a few generations every once in a while. That was the reason why some emperors in the 9 worlds had nothing to do with this imperial teacher. Li Qiye sketched it in a light shade, you can put it that way. Back then, I utilized my relations with all the emperors and started a plan in the shadow. The start was very difficult. If it wasn't for Qizhan answering my call right away at first, that war would have lasted much longer. Even though Li Qiye spoke in such a trivial manner, she was aware of the scale of the war. These immortal emperors managed to survive even after ascension. It must have been difficult for them to cooperate. Only a character like the Dark Crow would be able to convince these emperors to sit and talk in an amicable manner. Gathering these emperors is easier said than done, especially without you, she said softly. It was for everyone's sake. After all, humans and golems, charming spirits, blood race. If they want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine and heavenly race, they would need their predecessors like us to work hard and open a path. He became slightly touched at this point. Those who can become emperors are visionary with some love for their race. Back in the 9 worlds, Min Ren and I ended in a conflict, but he immediately sided with me during Emperor Hunt and offered his utmost support. It was related to the prosperity of our races, personal feuds were left to the side. You always think too much for the human race regardless of the time and location, but how many humans are actually aware of your effort? She sighed gently and caressed his face. All he got for quietly paying price to safeguard the 9 worlds and humans were curses and scorn. What else can I do? The human blood flows through my veins. Li Qiye laughed freely, since I'm a human, I must contribute for the sake of the race. That's all. He didn't care whether the people in the 9 worlds remember his contribution or understand his actions at all. You will have many enemies in the 10th world then. I'm afraid they will not let go of this opportunity and will try to hunt you instantly. She became worried again. Yes. Li Qiye didn't share the same sentiment. He chuckled and said, it's one thing for the other immortal monarchs, but Geezer Qian will be the first to hunt me. He will never give up until he flays my flesh, that's the only thing that can wash away his fury. What did you do to make him hate you so much? Even though she didn't know who this geezer was, an existence that could hate the Dark Crow wasn't simple at all. Not much, I only took his daughter to the 9 worlds. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. He once said that no one will be able to protect me. Any emperor who wants to do so would become his enemy. He smirked happily at this point and felt pretty good while imagining the angry appearance of the geezer. Bu Lianxiang didn't expect this answer at all. In the beginning, she thought the hate would be relating to a treasure or a racial prejudice, not because of a woman. "Can't you play nice for a little bit?" She pouted, picking up girls still in the 10th worlds, bringing the innocent lady down to the 9 worlds, away from her home. "How can you be so cruel?" "No, she is very different." Li Qiye shook his head. The Qian clan of Essence Continent is quite frightening. She didn't want to stay at her clan and definitely not with the geezer. Such a unique girl. He gently sighed while recalling the unwanted past. "But she's still someone's daughter," Bu Lianxiang said. Li Qiye explained, "Yes, but she agreed to follow me to the 9 worlds, I didn't force her. It was just that she didn't wish to stay with her father." This was why the old geezer was so angry. He thought that I tricked and seduced his daughter with some devious art. That's why he vowed that if I were to appear in the 13 continents, he would flay me to death. It wasn't his first time feuding with the old geezer, but this matter pleased him the most because there was nothing the old geezer could do except gritting his teeth. "Is he strong?" she asked. Li Qiye nodded, "Very, a top 10 emperor in the 10th world with few peers. He had presided over the matters in the 10th world several times too, quite an amazing person." She became quiet and worried for her lover. After all, the 10th world was even more merciless than the 9. Even emperors have died there. "Don't worry, it's not my first time. I can't die that easily." He stroked her soft hair and comforted, "If they dare to stop my path, I'll flatten them all eventually." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. She could only hug him tighter by the neck. There was nothing she could do about this even if she were to go to the 10th world with him. Perhaps she would even become a burden. "I want to go to the immortal demon grotto." After a long embrace, he eventually revealed. You want to go there?" She blurted out in shock. Others weren't aware of this location but she did. This was the origin of the Dark Crow. Even emperors might not be able to survive after a trip there. "Yes, tomorrow. It's time to tie up all loose ends. After doing this, I will have nothing else to worry about, no need to look back again during my ultimate battle." "Right, but this is the immortal demon grotto, a powerful foe of yours. How about we gather everyone to go with you?" she asked. "No need, it's not the same as before. The grotto is weaker now after the choice back then. Plus, I have 4 grand completion physiques at the moment. How many people can actually take me on in this world? Even if the grotto was still as strong as before, I can definitely still escape alive. This is our personal feud." He smiled and said. She wasn't in a position to say anything else after seeing his determination and had to acquiesce. Chapter 1703, The Immortal Demon Grotto was not famous in the 9 worlds. Few even knew of its existence. The ones who were aware of it had, more or less, something to do with Li Qiye. In fact, even the privileged few couldn't find it for a visit. The reason was very simple. After escaping the grotto's control, Li Qiye and an emperor worked together to banish the spatial location of the grotto. Thus, even if people managed to find the entrance, they would come to find that it was a dead end. The grotto's area was banished into deep space. Unless one was able to find the exact coordinates from Li Qiye, it was impossible to enter. In fact, ever since the banishment, there had only been 2 instances of people arriving. The first was the ancient Ming, tricked by Li Qiye with the story of Gongyang. The ancient Ming didn't only use several overlords to make their way in. They even directly drove their corporeal zone inside, wishing to suppress the grotto. Li Qiye was the one who purposely leaked the coordinates to the ancient Ming. Unfortunately for the ancient Ming, they weren't ready for the existence they found inside. The confident overlords didn't prepare enough and only got away with grievous injuries due to the corporeal zone. This artifact suffered damage as well. The second intruder was immortal Emperor Ta Kong, tricked by Gu Zun. He was the leaker of the coordinates this time. The Emperor's expedition alarmed the Black Dragon King's group. Meanwhile, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, was very unstable at the time. The Black Dragon King waged war furiously against the Emperor before leading his legion inside. He had unstoppable generals accompanying him. This allowed for him to seize Li Qie's body from the grotto. However, they paid a grave price as well. The third body of the king fell in this battle along with his generals. The entire legion was virtually annihilated. This once amazing legion from heaven suppression was in name only henceforth. It wasn't so easy to steal Li Qie's body. It required sacrificing the heaven's will of immortal Emperor Ta Kong before obtaining a complete body. Otherwise, his souls and true fate would have been stuck in the crow forever. In fact, Jian Wenxin exhausted her means to come up with a different method to obtain a complete body without sacrificing the heaven's will. Empress Hong Tian also agreed with this plan and felt that she could kill her own way inside. Alas, Li Qie rejected this method. He stood before the grotto with old memories resurfacing and stirring his emotions. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. His youthful self entering this place by accident has changed his whole life and the 9 worlds. The river of time had shifted due to this event. In the end, he smiled wryly while shaking his head, then stepped inside the entrance. It was an empty crater, a scene of destruction. This was the result of the spatial banishment. The grotto was indeed in front of him. If one didn't have the exact coordinates, they would never be able to enter even if they were to destroy this whole location. Whoosh! Li Qie raised his finger. A spatial disk emerged instantly with innumerable coordinates that stretched out as wide as an ocean. Finding a banished set of coordinates was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Li Qie quickly locked on to a coordinate and activated his method. With a buzz, he was teleported to a different sphere. The grotto wasn't actually a type of cave. It was an independent world that was quite large with its own celestials. Continents and oceans could be found here. Li Qie was too familiar with this place because he had involuntarily flown back several times as the Dark Crow. He knew the place like the palm of his hand. However, it was a different scene now with no semblance of the past. The world had collapsed along with the stars above. Continents and oceans were ravaged, leaving behind a huge void with broken debris floating about. Among the broken geography were many corpses. He gently sighed at this brutal sight and could easily imagine the battle back then. He walked across this void zone in silence. He suddenly stopped along the way and stomped down on a broken continent. It cracked and a corpse was revealed. It was completely different from everyone else since it was as black as ink. Ancient Ming. His eyes turned cold. Despite knowing what had happened from the memories of the Black Dragon King, the atmosphere still changed completely when he saw one. He scowled and threw away the corpse like trash before continuing. A broken river was before him with water still running down. It was washing a gigantic carapace of a snail. It remained immovable by this river as if nothing could affect it. Li Qie's heart fluttered at this sight and quickened his pace. It only took a flash before he was next to it. He couldn't be more familiar with the patterns on this particular carapace. He patted the shell and murmured, "Such a struggle." This battle had drawn in so many generals and old followers. This was the calamity god from cleansing incense, a once invincible existence, praised as the 2 gods of mortal emperor along with the realm god from the heavenly Tao Academy. Everyone in this world believed that it was a true deity. The truth was that this god disappeared before the fight between the Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong. It meant that after he became unstable, the Dragon King and the others have already planned on attacking the grotto. The attack led by the Dragon King also had old followers of the Dark Crow, characters on the same level as the Calamity God. The Emperor was only the catalyst to start everything early. His one misstep resulted in his death. In the end, he put away the carapace while lamenting within. He went on his way and saw the broken ruins everywhere. One place had countless craters, another was destroyed back to the origin in the form of primordial chaos. This was quite a frightening sight. Nevertheless, no one should be surprised by this. It was a war between the Dragon King and his awesome allies, the ancient Ming, and the grotto itself. He eventually made his way to the deepest location. A once supreme peak towered there. It was finished now with great cracks, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. At the pinnacle was a divine throne, broken as well, only half of it remained. Nevertheless, it was still exuding divinity, showing that it was an amazing artifact. His eyes didn't linger on this throne but a flower terrace in front of it. The border was made from peerless heavenly immortal jades with an ancient style. The soil inside was surely the finest in this world. Alas, it was completely empty without a single leaf or flower, not even dead ones on the ground. I think in the past, my raw or the author mistyped snail as calamity, versus. I suspected this a little bit but the error went on for a bit. Calamity God sounds cooler anyway. Chapter 1704, The empty flower terrace left Li Chia shocked as he jumped closer. He instantly opened his heavenly gaze while picking up a handful of soil. When the soil fell down the gap of his fingers, he felt the tangible sensation of touch. This was no illusion. He confirmed that this terrace was completely empty. There was no hidden and vision-obscuring arts. No way. His expression darkened with confusion at this unfavorable development. While looking at the memories of the Black Dragon King, Li Chia saw the sudden appearance of the ancient Ming while the Black Dragon King's group was attacking the grotto. They wanted to take advantage of the situation but there was no memory of the result. However, Li Chia guessed that all three sides suffered losses. Moreover, he believed that it was impossible for the ancient Ming to kill the being in the grotto. It was someone of a monstrous level. But this geezer and the were nowhere to be found. This grass was one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, granting absolute immortality. The endless time, destruction, and attacks from enemies were useless before the owner of this treasure. In other words, this was the only thing in the world that could directly grant immortality, allowing one to last as long as the villainous heaven. Because of this grass, the grotto was able to create the indestructible Dark Crow. The grass itself wasn't only growing on the terrace but also the master of the grotto and Li Chia's body. It connected the grotto, its master, and Li Chia together. Thus, as long as Li Chia's body and souls were intact, the Dark Crow outside could suffer any damage and destruction. The powerful master possessing them made it too difficult to steal Li Chia's body back. Li Chia was also aware that obtaining the grass was impossible as well. Even though the old geezer couldn't leave this place, he was simply untouchable even for emperors. The grass growing on his body made him even more impervious. For generations, Li Chia had schemed for this grass. Alas, he couldn't find the right opportunity. Such a chance would only come once. Failure meant losing the grass forever. But now, the old geezer and the grass were nowhere to be found. All kind of possibilities popped up in Li Chia's head and made him quite anxious. Even an eternal existence like him felt a sense of dread. The worst-case scenario was that the ancient Ming had obtained the grass. If this was true, the consequence would be unimaginable. Not only would the 9 worlds tremble, the 10th world wouldn't be spared either. This race already had the corporeal zone. If it had the 2, it would be too much to handle because no one has ever gotten 2 heavenly treasures at the same time. Plus, these 2 were different since they could be used as personal artifacts as well. If someone or a race were to obtain 1 treasure, then they would be infinitely close to being unbeatable, if not that already. Possessing two at the same time would be impossible to describe with words. Just the corporeal zone stopped Li Qie and the full force of the 9 worlds from killing the ancient Ming. If they had the as well, the myriad races were doomed in the future. Nevertheless, Li Qie was still the ruler of the 9 worlds, the eternal dark hand. He quickly took a composing breath and became determined to find out whether the ancient Ming had really gotten the treasure or not. He opened his eyes and released all of his energy. His eyes became brilliant and swept through the entire grotto without missing a single clue. Finally, he focused on the cliff below this peak and carefully gazed downward with lightning speed. After the careful search, he placed his palm on the throne. Buzz! Light spewed out of the broken throne. With cracking noises, the broken pieces came together again to form a perfect throne. Creak! After Li Qie fixed the throne, a body slowly rose from the mud. It was completely dried with bones showing in many places. Plus, the bones were broken, evident of the terrible fight it experienced before death. Geezer! Li Qie was shocked and quickly held the body up from the mud. He poured a boundless amount of energy into the body. It was an old man. Judging from the corpse, he used to be quite burly and muscular. Alas, after dying from the grave injuries, his body shrunk quite a bit. I'm still alive," after a long time, a feeble voice sounded. The old man struggled to open his eyes. When he opened his mouth to speak, there were 3 leaves inside that have lost their life force. "Ah, brat, you're finally here. I knew you wouldn't give up." He kept on stuttering. Li Qie continued to pour energy into the old man's body so he could speak. Your enemies are still alive," he pointed at Li Qie and stammered, "They're still alive and well, I know." Li Qie calmly said, "If you didn't let them run back then, this wouldn't have happened. You were the one who left yourself this future trouble." With his muddled eyes, the old man smiled. "Ah, you're talking about back then, brat. So what if I tried to kill them back then? They had the corporeal zone, the price required to kill them is too heavy. Plus, wouldn't it be exactly to your wish? Brat. I knew what you were planning, you wanted both the corporeal zone and the... Where is the grass?" Li Qie didn't want to waste time. However, the old man didn't answer him. I have lost completely with no chance of rising again." "Ah, brat, I didn't lose to the ancient Ming or you. I lost because of the damned villainous heaven. I just want to know if the grass has fallen to the ancient Ming's hands." Li Qie repeated with a serious tone. This was the thing he wanted to know the most. No rush. I will let you know." The dying old man was much calmer than Li Qie. He said, I'm about to die anyway, spare this time for me." What else could Li Qie do after hearing this? "Brat, no need to begrudge me. You should feel gratitude instead. Even though those bastards ancient Ming have killed me, they're not much better right now, even with the corporeal zone. They will need to rest for a long time. I'm no slouch, not that easy to beat me," he said weakly. Li Qie only stared quietly at the old man. The old man continued, "Brat, I want to know, are you thinking about going all out?" Chapter 1705, Li Qie remained stoic. "Tell me about the longevity grass and I will tell you my real thoughts." Haggling with me? That's just like me. Fine, it's okay to tell you. The bastards didn't get the longevity grass. It's impossible to take the longevity grass, unless I allow it. The old man's chest was rising up and down from laughing, but this made it harder for him to breathe. Li Qie heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a devastating blow if the ancient Ming had obtained that heavenly treasure. Now he could finally relax. However, brat, don't be excited just yet. The ancient Ming bastards are nothing compared to what you will face in the future, the villainous heaven, they're only ants and lackeys. If you really want to go for it, you still have a long way to go. I'll always head for the finishing line no matter how long it is. Li Qiye said flatly. Ah. I do like your tenacity, just like when I was younger, the stubbornness and fearlessness. The old man still laughed heartily despite being on his last leg. Li Qiye waited for him to regain his breath before speaking. You are you and I am me, simply enemies. That's fine too, enemy or family. Plus, even if we are enemies, where else can you find one that has lasted for several tens of million years? The old man smiled. Li Qiye didn't answer. After a long while, the old man pointed his quivering finger at Li Qiye and said, Brat, if you want to win, you have to find that item, or you will never win. This is my conclusion after the endless years. You don't know how many epochs have passed. All methods have been exhausted, including refining an entire world, the 9 heavenly scriptures, shouldering even more heaven's wills, using the heavenly treasures, but no one has been successful. He gasped for breath after the long sentence. Li Qiye sent more energy and said, No need for you to worry. I have found it and have an even deeper understanding of it than you. Ah, brat, no need to brag. Though I have never seen it and only heard of its legends, but I didn't waste my life for nothing. The old man was unhappy. Li Qiye chuckled without bothering to explain himself. Brat, I might not be able to witness your triumphant return, but if there is hell in this world, I'll be smiling down there. That villainous and wretched heaven, someone will kill it eventually. His last sentence was sonorous and powerful despite his current struggle. Talk about the longevity grass now. Li Qiye changed the topic. Ah, brat, I know you have always wanted it. The old man laughed. Don't worry, it is still in my possession. In this world, I am the only one who knows where it is. Since you are about to die, reveal its location. Li Qiye said slowly. The old man eventually replied, Brat, I can give you the grass. Just ask and it will be yours. Of course, you have conditions. Li Qiye understood. Right. The old man laughed. I have 2 conditions. 1, you will accept me as your father. 2nd, find a girl to have several sons. One of them must take my last name. Agree with these 2 things and I will tell you where the grass is. Li Qiye immediately rejected and said flatly, That's impossible. I will not acknowledge an enemy as a father. Brat, we're more alike than you think. I have done many bad things but the same applies to you. The old man chuckled. Other things are negotiable, not this. Li Qiye said, Change it and I shall do it regardless of the difficulty. Ah, brat, you think I can have any other wishes? Ha, after living for so long, I have seen everything there is to see. These are the only 2 things I want and it's not hard for you at all. Bow and call me father then give me a grandchild. That's all it takes, quite easy. Unfortunately, I won't be entertaining this. Li Qiye leisurely shook his head and was unmoved. Brat, you are just like me. If you won't agree, I won't help you either. The old man laughed. Li Qiye replied, You can reconsider because I can prolong your life. The old man said, Prolong my life? It's not possible, I know my condition more than you. Ah, the truth is that living longer is meaningless now. At the very least, I have groomed someone like you, someone that can take the fight against the villainous heaven. Ah, brat, if you want to win, you better have the longevity grass. I know. That's why you should change your conditions. I can help you with your other unfinished wishes. I don't want anything else besides these 2 things. Then I can't help you. Li Qiye shook his head. You stubborn brat, my only regret is not having a son like you, otherwise. I the hand pointing at Li Qie fell down quietly. Old geezer, old geezer. The anxious Li Qie hurriedly shook the old man's body while pouring in more energy, but it was useless. The old man was truly dead this time. A once untouchable existence that had ruled the upper realm and worshipped by the gods died a quiet death today. No one else knew about it. Li Qie gently sighed while hugging the old man. He couldn't escape death even with the longevity grass. Nevertheless, he hit it in the last second at a location only he knew. Of course, it was definitely not inside the grotto. It must have been a perilous situation and the old man was on his last leg. Not wanting the ancient Ming to have it, he let go of the grass and used a special method to send it away. Li Qie buried him and reshaped the throne into a divine memorial tablet. He stood before the grave and eventually started carving on the tablet with his finger, "Grave of everlasting Shao Shi." He said, "Old geezer, rest well. Our past feuds and grievances have disappeared with your death. I will return one day after destroying the high heaven. Like you have said, if hell exists in this world, you shall be smiling down there." With that, he bowed deeply towards the grave and took one last look around at this broken grotto. The world he knew so well no longer existed. When he made it outside near the entrance, he glanced back again with all kind of emotions. Everything began at the immortal demon grotto, but this place was still destroyed. The geezer had fallen and the grass had disappeared. He was now the ruler of the 9 worlds, no longer a young shepherd. Chapter 1706. The entire 9 worlds were excited with a sensational development while Li Qie was inside the grotto. Rumble. The heavens that had appeared suddenly turned into a maelstrom that could be seen anywhere in the 9 worlds. In the past, it had taken the shape of dragon, phoenix, deity and other various images. Now, it finally took a unified form in the shape of this maelstrom. Its final form finally appeared with this maelstrom hanging in the sky. Everyone was shocked and wanted to see the finale of the process with their own eyes. You can never get bored of this scene. It's a life worth living just to watch this formation in each generation. An old man stared at the maelstrom in the sky and sentimentally commented. This was the first time for many young cultivators, so they became quite excited. The final form is finished. This is when they need to gain its acceptance and be qualified for the competition to become immortal emperor. A member from the last generation murmured. At this stage, the young geniuses needed to be recognized by this entity. Of course, not all of them could do so. For example, the path of the Grand Era disqualified certain powerful geniuses. The moment they chose the other path, they were no longer connected by fate to the heaven's will. As for the path of the heaven users, not all were recognized either without the right conditions. The 2 disqualifying factors were weak cultivation and imperfect Grand Tao. The first was understandable. After all, what was the point of competing if one wasn't strong enough? Same for the second, creating an imperfect Grand Tao was a sign of incompetence. They wouldn't be able to shoulder the power of the heaven's will. Thus, how could such a Grand Tao be recognized? The heavens will encompass the power of the myriad Tao in the 9 worlds. It was tyrannical and not just anyone could shoulder it. A perfect self-created Grand Tao was necessary. Otherwise, even if someone used the most heaven-defying mean to seize the will, their own imperfect Tao would collapse along with their body and true fate. Thus, after the final form, one needed to be recognized by the heavens will after reaching an acceptable power level and creating a perfect Tao. This didn't mean that they could become an emperor. They still needed to work and defeat the other geniuses before winning ascension. Boom! The maelstrom continued to rotate in the sky without making any sound. It was a soft rotation, nearly imperceptible to spectators. Inside the maelstrom were flowing Tao laws with a unified rhythm. People couldn't tell whether the heavens will itself was moving or just the laws inside moving. Each strand of law was newly formed, engulfed by a primordial aura and brimming with power. These laws came from the absolute beginning and carried the strength of this phenomenon. These were the laws of the heaven's will, the laws of the beginning of the world, the most tempting part about the heaven's will. After reaching a certain level, anyone could grasp laws. Emperors could create imperial laws. This type of law was infinitely close to being at the heaven's will level. They were extremely powerful. However, it was only close at best and wasn't at the same level. The most precious thing about a new heaven's will was that these laws have never been used before. This meant that its strength has never been weakened. Many descendants could exert the awesome power of an emperor after cultivating imperial merit laws. The ones cultivating heaven's will secret laws could even show off a power similar to the heaven's will. However, it ended at being similar and couldn't truly compare to the new laws inside the maelstrom. These laws were at the apex of their strength from having never been used before. This was the reason why immortal emperors were so untouchable. They had a force unavailable to the rest of the world, one that was pristine. People were salivating and felt their heart beating faster while looking at the heaven's will. It symbolized invincibility within the 9 worlds. Buzz. Within this night, certain geniuses were recognized by the entity. One youth was sleeping on a tiny bed. Suddenly, a tiny maelstrom emerged on his forehead. This was the mark of recognition. Damn! I got recognized. The sleeping youth woke up and looked at the tiny maelstrom above his forehead. He was ecstatic and immediately rushed out to tell his seniors. Meanwhile, a goddess and her seniors were staring at the heaven's will. With the same buzzing noise, the mark appeared on her forehead as well. The heaven's will has recognized you. The seniors next to her were jubilated and nearly jumped up and down in celebration. In a short time, good news traveled all around the 9 worlds with qualified youths being granted recognition. The monk from Vajra, Western Bull's sacred supreme, and other geniuses were recognized by the heaven's will. The 9 worlds quickly drowned in a furor of excitement. Long Jingxian, Ming Yeshua, Mei Suyao were recognized as well for the female crowd. For someone like Long Jingxian to not get recognized, all logic would need to be thrown out of the window. The girls were calm after receiving the recognition since they knew that no one could defeat Li Qie. Only Long Jingxian was readying her fists and sharpening her snow-white teeth. She aggressively said, "Humph, I wonder if that ugly Qie got accepted yet. I shall take down his arrogant face." She burst out in laughter while imagining the scene. Meanwhile, the geniuses from the great powers were ecstatic. This was a happy event for them regardless of whether they could become immortal emperor or not. It meant that they didn't waste up to 100 years of cultivation. Their effort has finally paid off. Thus, many parties began. Sects gathered together and tried to win some allies for their own candidates as preparation for the competition. After all, the competition wasn't only about the candidates but also their backing. Having more allies would boost their strength. Of course, others were sad too. Some of their prodigies worked hard and were quite powerful, yet the heavens will didn't recognize them. This group became dejected by the result. Their years of effort were completely wasted. It was too much of a blow to take. Chapter 1707, After stepping out of the grotto, a buzzing noise came about and sure enough, a tiny maelstrom emerged on his forehead as well, signifying him being recognized by the heaven's will. It wasn't surprising at all. If his 13 palaces couldn't get this recognition, no one else in the world would. Li Qie had no reaction outside of a chuckle. "It's finally here. Time for me to start." Having said that, his forehead lit up with lights consisting of 3 different colors: gold, silver, and iron. They twisted together and time seemed to stop because of their continuous flow. The 3 lights became increasingly dazzling before 3 maelstrom emerged. They looked as if they could refine the entire world. Buzz. In a jiffy, the 3 maelstrom seized the tiny one from the heaven's will. It was the scene of a spider having its way with its prey stuck in the net. Even though the heavens will maelstrom struggled, it was nothing before the other three. It didn't take long before it was refined into a strand of light. Remember that the heavens will contain the power of a generation and all the Tao of the 9 worlds. Yet, it was refined so quickly by these 3 maelstrom, making their might apparent. The maelstrom disappeared, only leaving the flowing lights. Meanwhile, the strand of light that used to be the tiny maelstrom followed right behind the other 3 flowing lights in the back. Clank! Clang! Clank! The 3 lights shot out 3 laws aiming straight for the vortex in the sky. Rumble! The heavens will quake along with the sky. Next, the same combination of lights infiltrated the circulating laws. It seemed to have left a mark on the heavens' will. Li Qie chuckled at this sight. Everything was in the palm of his hands. Meanwhile, something has happened in the 9 worlds to the horror of everyone. Their soul flew away and scattered. Ah! A miserable scream resounded in a certain sect within the 9 worlds. It was their divine prince who was recognized by the heavens will yesterday. The entire sect was shocked to hear the scream, so the ancestors immediately rushed to his place. What's going on? One ancestor shouted after coming in. The prince was scared out of his mind. He could barely give an answer. My little maelstrom is gone. What do you mean? This ancestor didn't know what to say at all. The prince erupted with fury. He raised his head and shouted, the recognition of the heavens will. It's missing now, what the hell? The ancestors in the sect noticed that there was nothing on his forehead. They seemed to be struck by thunder as well and had no response. Just 1 day ago, the tiny maelstrom was a supreme symbol of glory. Its disappearance was too much to take. No, someone has become an immortal emperor after shouldering the heavens' will. The oldest ancestor cried out. Who? The other ancestors were perplexed. The competition had yet to begin, yet someone had ascended already. But the heavens' will is still there, look up there. A different ancestor screamed and pointed at the sky. His peers looked up. Sure enough, the heavens' will was still floating in the sky while rotating continuously. How strange! The oldest ancestor couldn't believe his own eyes and was completely astounded. Ancestor, what is going on? The prince couldn't accept this reality and hurriedly asked the oldest ancestor. The oldest ancestor's wits returned eventually. He bitterly smiled and said without confidence, I have never seen this situation before. Normally, only when there is a victor would everyone else's mark disappear. But the heavens' will is still there, so no one has become emperor just yet, thus your mark should still be there. This is usually the case. No way. On this same day, miserable screams came all around the 9 worlds from the geniuses that have previously won the recognition of the will, such as Sacred Supreme and the monk from Vitra. Their mark has also disappeared, so they were terror-stricken. The mark of all the candidates has disappeared. In a short time, this explosive news erupted across the 9 worlds. How can this be? Ancestors shouted after receiving the message. The ones who have witnessed the imperial ascension found this astonishing. One said in a stupor, how can this be? The heavens' will is right there. In the beginning, many people thought that this was only a coincidence. It wasn't until the news spread and people found that this was a widespread phenomenon. Everyone was spooked out of their mind. Their first reaction was to look at the sky, but this only worsened their confusion. Everyone couldn't come up with an answer, not even the most knowledgeable ancestor or old monsters that have seen the ascension of several immortal emperors before. No one could imagine this development. Strange, is this generation different than all the others? A different ancestor murmured. A new age is coming, a true invincible character has woken up from their sleep. He shuddered and said, the ruler of the 9 worlds is shocking indeed. Something big is happening and people better start praying. The blind ones will die for sure. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he could sense that this had something to do with the Dark Crow, and that the Dark Crow was planning something great. Those who have experienced the Dark Crow firsthand were aware of the incoming change, just like how the ancient Ming was usurped by his plans. They didn't know what was going to happen next, but they warned their disciples to not leave the sects in order to avoid causing trouble. This must be ugly Qie spoiling the fun. Long Jingxian angrily shouted after her mark disappeared and ran around cleansing incense, wanting to fight Li Qie. She was aware that he was the only one capable of this deed. The other girls were smiling wryly. This was indeed a terrible prank on the 9 worlds. He let the geniuses become excited first before taking it away from them. It was the same as pouring cold water over their head. He has controlled the heaven's will. The thing itself is only a type of embellishment on this path. Bu Lianxiang smiled and said. Jingxian was not happy after failing to find Li Qie. She gritted her teeth and claimed, "I'll challenge him when he comes back, we'll see if his 13 palaces are better or my 12. Chapter 1708. After Li Qie returned to cleansing incense, Long Jingxian was the first to run out. She furiously hollered, "Ugly Qie, what sinister deed have you done? Stealing other people's qualification to compete. What are you talking about?" Li Qie glanced at her with one eye in response, "This is the heavens will wanting me as its master. What can I do about it?" He shrugged helplessly as if the heavens will was forcing him to become an emperor. Seeing his infuriating act made her even angrier, she wanted nothing more than to punch his face in. "Humph. Ugly Qie, just wait until I finish refining the Immortal Emperor Massacre formation. I'll team up with the girls and break all your teeth even if you become an emperor. We'll have an emperor grovel and beg for mercy at that point." She couldn't help but laugh as if she could already see the scene. Li Qie chuckled, "I'll wait for you all to finish the formation then. Ugly Qie, we will, just wait and pick up your teeth from the ground at that point." She raised her fist to threaten and provoke him. Li Qie only smiled. This girl had boundless potential. As long as she had enough motivation, her future achievements would be unbelievable since her talents were most likely on the same level as the Ionic geniuses. Bu Lianxiang spoke up next. "How was the immortal demon grotto?" She was relieved to see her lover coming back. Despite having great confidence in him, she still worried when his foe was the grotto. "The feuds and grievances are over. I have untied another knot in my mind." He gently sighed and told her of the grotto's situation. "The ancient Ming. They're like leeches that won't let go." She was startled. It's to be expected. The old geezer was still only a chess piece, but no matter what, that's one more business finished. The ancient Ming didn't gain anything, not the longevity grass, and were even majorly wounded by the old man. Their overlords won't appear soon, so this is a good opportunity for the 9 worlds. It's a shame about the longevity grass though. If you had obtained it, it would be so useful in the future, giving you a chance to rise again even after a defeat at the final battle. She said with regrets. "It's fine, no need to mull over it. It's really not that useful in the final battle since it won't help me win, it'll just be a way out at best. I hope to either win or lose completely. No need to talk about trying again. Let it all end in this generation." He explained his thoughts. She leaned in closer, face to face, and tenderly spoke, "I see. Immortality is painful, a kind of torture for you. Watching those close to you leave one by one, lovers and all. Those years must have been hard." She was also from an ancient era and had experienced goodbyes before, so she could understand the pain experienced by the ruler of the 9 worlds. He embraced her and became a bit sentimental. "I just don't want to be an ant, but this has brought so much pain to those close to me. Everyone has to make a choice. Being a warrior is still a happier choice than being an ant." She said with a serious tone, "The world needs warriors or it will be full of ants or a breeding ground for livestock. I know. He hugged her tighter without speaking. Magu came to visit shortly after his return. She also planned on leaving the 9 worlds with him, so she had finished with her tasks at the academy. The realm god hopes that you can do him a favor before leaving, teacher. She said after seeing Li Qie. It wants to leave. Li Qie made a prediction. She nodded. He wants to return to his home since its mission can be considered finished at the academy. The realm god was from the world tree. After being brought back to the academy, it had never left before. Alas, after the long years, death was approaching, so it wanted to return to its roots. The old geezers at the academy are willing to let it leave. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. For the academy, the realm god was their divine protector, allowing them to be freed from stress and fear of any powerful enemy. It was their most powerful defensive line and the final one. It would be a great loss for the academy to be without their realm god. However, it still agreed for their god to leave. The academy wished to change itself by making this difficult choice. The realm god wants to return to its roots, so the ancestors gave it their full blessing while hoping that it could spend its remaining years in peace and bliss. Magu spoke softly. The academy chose to respect the realm god's choice over its own benefits. Your old geezers are still flexible enough, much better than the war god temple back then. That's not hard though. When I open the void gate, it can return to the world tree. Li Qie chuckled. Bu Lianxiang was shocked to hear this. The void gate? One of the 9. You actually know how to open it. Legend has it that no one was able to do so in the past. The best achiever was immortal Emperor Hao Hai, who managed to climb the world tree. Yes, no one has been able to open the gate in history, including me. But that's only because the time wasn't ripe, until now, that is. I know how to open it now and am eager to see what awaits after. Li Qie nodded. Just what kind of world is behind the void gate? She murmured after hearing about its many legends. I'm not sure of the exact details, but in my opinion, it is definitely an independent world. Each of the 9 treasures is unique and has their own magical properties. They're not just simple treasures like other artifacts. No rush though, I am confident, just wait and see after I open it. Li Qie said with a smile. Teacher, can you actually bring it with you? It was Magu's turn to ask. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. No, the 9 aren't exactly treasures, and the void gate is even more special. The longevity grass, myriad thoughts pot, and the corporeal zone, you can take these ones with you but not the void gate. What can it do? Bu Lianxiang asked. What's the point if you can't bring it with you? I can control it, at least. He answered. Perhaps it will be a haven in the future, but I would need to open it before making any further statement. Is there enough time since you're about to leave? She became worried. Yes. The void gate is under my control right now and I will open it before leaving. It shall be my final legacy for the 9 worlds. If they still fail to fight the enemies with this gift, then it would be too disappointing, truly helpless. I will be completely speechless at that point. Li Qie said slowly. Mind your words, legacy is the wrong choice. Plus, you have left many things behind already. Lianxiang quickly covered his mouth and gently scolded. She didn't want to hear such unlucky comments. In the future, she hoped for him to live on regardless if she was still alive or not. Teacher shall be eternal. Magu said, your existence gives my life meaning. Without you, everything will be bleak and my eternal physique will lose its purpose. Li Qie's heart turned soft while looking at Magu's sincere expression. He stroked her hair and said, right, I will be eternal. His mind didn't share the same optimism as his words. Chapter 1709, Cleansing Incense received many guests during the last several days. Old Xian and ancestors from the War God Temple, Blood Bull God Fiend, and masters from the Blood Race all came to say goodbye. After this trip, they wouldn't be able to see their forefathers again. Both Old Xian and the God Fiend were leaving with Li Qie. The God Fiend wasn't alone since the 4 primal Skymetrons came with him to come to the 10th world as well. There was a reason for them to come, relating to the origin of their blood race and who their progenitor was. As time passed, more guests arrived at the sect. Visual phenomena continued to appear as if all the experts in the world were visiting. Such a scene left many great powers envious. In the past, only an emperor would enjoy this grand treatment, but now, Fiercest was experiencing it even though he wasn't an emperor just yet. Of course, in Mortal Emperor, the two entities were virtually the same in everyone's eyes already. Madame Ziyan and Yuan Saihe have arrived. Saihe brought a plethora of spirit herbs and grasses. Of course, Li Qie returned the favor by giving her some of his own while imparting his lifelong alchemy skill to her. In the future, the war in the 10th world will be rough and they would need an alchemy emperor. Of course, she wasn't one just yet, but this was inevitable. Li Qie began a meeting with the God Fiend, Old Xian, and South Emperor. I will require your assistance this trip since I will be going on a different path. Li Qie told the group after sitting down. Your Excellency, you wish to go alone? The God Fiend was surprised. Li Qie nodded, right, I have too many enemies up there. If you all follow me, you will be caught up in the crossfire and be hunted by a large group. If we split up instead, I can draw the majority of the enemies away. The juniors will need your protection. Your path won't be easy either, but I trust in your power. The Ascension participants will be subjected to the suppression of the heaven and earth. We don't have the heavens so this suppression might be even stronger. Old Xian expressed his concern. Li Qie agreed, that's true since not just anyone could come to the 10th. Don't worry about this, I will force a path open and the suppression won't be anything. I'll flatten the way for your group, just worry about the hunt up there. That will be your biggest obstacle. The older two became tense, but South Emperor laughed instead, fine, let us witness the might of the emperors and gods up there then. It'll come either way. He was young and vigorous compared to the other two. Of course, his exceptional talents were not something Old Xian and the God Fiend could match. You three will be supporting the main combatants at the vanguard. Li Qie said, someone else will do it because you will be facing existences at the emperor level. The risk of dying is too high for you three. Li Qie was going to let the Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger under Hidden Dragon Mountains lead the way. Only characters like them could truly face the enemies who had the power of the heavens will. The three had no objection and weren't offended. After all, they couldn't be arrogant against foes wielding the heavens will and could only try their best. However, your responsibilities are still heavy, everyone's safety. Li Qie emphasized. Your Excellency, we will do our best to not let you down. The group solemnly said. I know that you can do so. Li Qie nodded, Old Xian, your high heaven manual has unfathomable power. After cultivating for so long, you should be one with it and should be able to fight against them without losing too badly, just not a particularly powerful one. I hope so. Old Xian nodded. The manual mentioned here was the thing Li Qie wanted to borrow from their war god temple. Blood Bull's weapon might be a bit inferior, but not by much. It has been in your possession for so long, I'm sure you can exert its power. Li Qie told the God Fiend. It's nothing compared to our progenitor's mastery. The God Fiend humbly answered. There is only one blood progenitor in this world, he can take on anyone up there. It's understandable that you're not on his level right now. Li Qie smiled. He took another glance at the group and said, outside of this, I have another request. Sacred Teacher, what would you like us to do? Just say the words. South Emperor smiled. Li Qie spoke, very simple but it won't be easy to carry out. I need all of you to work together to kill me, actually kill me. Kill you? The three were shocked and glanced at each other in confusion. They thought they have misheard him. Your Excellency, you want us to kill you?" Even the experienced god-fiend had a strange expression on his face. "Yes, kill me," Li Qiye confirmed. "It's not easy, sacred teacher." South Emperor smiled wryly while shaking his head, "Not to mention that you're unkillable under your 13 palaces, we might be crushed before your 4 physiques. That's why I created a painless way to die without hurting my Tao foundation. It is very suitable for this situation." Li Qiye smirked. The three exchanged glance again. In history, Li Qiye might be the only one who had created a method to die. No one would really believe this story if it was to spread out. On the next days, Li Qiye was quite busy. They needed meticulous preparation before going to the 10th world. Li Qiye didn't only create a huge ship but also let experts like the God Fiend, Old Xian, and Alpine Treefather fight each other. This was so that they could get used to each other and foster better teamwork. This would, in turn, give them a higher chance of survival up there. Of course, he also began the process of killing himself. He didn't only want to go to the 10th world but also used this opportunity to deliver a great blow to those up there. He was aware that when he caused a big stir while going up, the emperors and gods up there would know that the Dark Crow was about to come again and not alone this time. So many people hated him up there and wanted nothing more than to flay him. Thus, the moment they found out about his ascension, they would crazily hunt him in a relentless manner. This was a rare opportunity for him since it wasn't easy to have so many emperors and gods gather together. If Li Qiye didn't dig a hole for them, he would feel sorry that all of them have come such a long way to see him. Thus, he was planning to let them pay a great price and wishing to bathe in their blood. This was a way for him to establish his prestige once more and using them to tell the other overlords in the 10th world that the Dark Crow has returned. He wanted to make his intention and determination of sweeping everything in his path as clear as possible to the lords above, to let them know of the terrible end awaiting those who stood in his way. He certainly knew that these overlords wouldn't compromise so easily, especially someone like the old geezer with the last name Qian. This old man would definitely want to take him on to the death. Of course, this didn't really matter to him. This trip was his triumphant return and his victory was assured, even if he must make mountains of bones and rivers of blood. No one could stop his million years of planning. In short, he must be successful in this generation. He wouldn't show mercy to old Qian and would even massacre the guy's clan. He wouldn't show mercy just because of Qian Suyan. It was either success or die trying for him in this generation. He would never let that event in the future happen. Chapter 17:10. While Li Qiye was working hard preparing for the trip to the 10th world, an immortal light suddenly erupted at the Heavenly Tao Academy. It aimed straight for the Big Dipper and Altair before illuminating the entire night sky. Buzz! A clear noise echoed across Mortal Emperor. The light multiplied and stretched out across the realms in all 8 directions. A dazzling portal appeared in space, surrounded by both primordial energy in ancient runes. This portal had galaxies flowing through it and the birth of the Grand Tao. There seemed to be an eternal world coming into being within. What is that? What's happening? Many downtrodden cultivators suddenly rushed forward after seeing a glimmer of hope. After being robbed of their qualification for the throne, these candidates were going crazy. Eventually, they calmed down and became depressed with alliances shattered. The 9 worlds fell into a hush. However, this event today attracted many eyes. The candidates and their great powers all stared at the portal. Is this a change for the better? Many people speculated that this might have something to do with the heaven's will. However, the truly knowledgeable monsters were aware. One old Undying's eyes widened as he sat up and blurted out, "The Void Gate, one of the 9 legendary treasures. Are they really coming out in this generation? No walls can block all winds." This news relating to the 9 treasures quickly traveled across the 9 worlds to the astonishment of everyone. A second wave of excitement flooded the world. In a short time, countless cultivators and even imperial ancestors rushed towards mortal emperor. They were even more eager to take the void gate than the heaven's will. One of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, its master will be able to sweep uncontested through the 9 worlds. One imperial ancestor claimed with excitement, "It's fine to get this instead of the heaven's will. Do they really exist?" Another was skeptical about the legends of the 9 treasures. For millions of years, no one had seen a real one before. Such skepticism was understandable. After all, these treasures were much rarer than the heaven's will. The sudden appearance of one right now was shrouded with doubts. Regardless of their authenticity, people rather believed it than not. In a short time, everyone crazily rushed for the portal, wishing to break it open. Who wouldn't want one of the 9 mythical items? Thus, the area of the portal was completely packed by layers of people. Even a drop of water couldn't get through. Some came riding gigantic beasts while others preferred ships. One great power even came with their divine mountain and took over an entire region. Rumble. Cultivators began to attack the portal in order to steal the treasure within. Alas, it was not budging regardless of their assault. In the end, an emperor assailant personally took action and still failed. The void gate remained close. People glanced at each other after the failure. If an emperor assailant couldn't open it, they wondered if someone else was capable. Meanwhile, Li Qie stood up inside cleansing incense and glanced at the sky. The ancient void rune inside his palace spun like crazy. "It's time, my final business here before leaving and the last thing I shall leave to the 9 worlds," he said with a smile. He ordered some disciples to call for South Emperor's group. The group came after along with Magu and Bulianxiang. He smiled at them and said, "Come, I will show you the world behind the void gate. It will surely broaden your horizon after taking a look at the profundity of a heavenly treasure." The group, amazing they might be, was still shocked. They have never seen a mythical artifact of this level before. When Li Qie and the others came to the void gate, they found that it was completely packed. It was difficult for latecomers to even get close. "Fiercest is here," someone shouted after seeing him. The entire crowd gasped and everyone looked back at him. With loud noises, experts on the left and right receded like a tide to make a path for his group. The experts from Mortal Emperor were especially respectful towards Fiercest. In their eyes, he was already above an immortal emperor. No one in this world could handle a single attack from him. The great powers from Stone Medicine, Sacred Nether, and Heaven Spirit were staring at him with apprehension. Fiercest was already famous in these worlds and his shadow remained in their mind despite being gone for many years. "Is that Fiercest?" The experts from other worlds found it strange due to Li Qie's normal appearance. The disciples from these imperial lineages couldn't believe that this was the person who had destroyed Soaring Immortal. Is he really that strong? The young prodigies were unconvinced. One of them said, "He alone killed 4 imperial princes and the queen." Sounds like a lie. Some agreed with this statement and began to think that Mortal Emperor cultivators were purposely exaggerating Fiercest's strength. Meanwhile, people from Mortal Emperor were too lazy to defend. In their eyes, words couldn't describe Fiercest's power. These guys were simply courting death. Thus, as many made a path for Li Qie, some chose to linger behind. "Leave, don't block the path." There was no need for Li Qie to do anything. Alpine Treefather took action with his coiling dragon banner. Boom! The cultivators in the way were instantly blown away without a chance to fight back. After seeing such an expert personally leading the way for Li Qie, others quickly retreated and didn't dare to comment any longer regardless of their thoughts. Nevertheless, the void gate was still very tempting. A few invincible ancestors stepped up after seeing Li Qie standing in front of the portal and released their powerful auras and avatar forms, resembling Great Mountain. Praise the Supreme. Fellow Taoist, I am the Eagle God from Lingwu Mountain. I heard you are the strongest right now, may I request a spar? One particular ancestor had a golden pair of eyes and spoke with his hands placed together. This ancestor was confident and careless. Of course, he had the power to be careless since he was a god king with a thin bloodline of a heavenly eagle. He was quite respected back in his own world. Eagle god? Only a pheasant. South Emperor laughed, "You're not qualified to spar with the sacred teacher. I'll take care of you within 5 moves." The ancestor's expression turned unsightly after being mocked as a pheasant by a junior. He has grown used to being famous as a god king and feared by others. Chapter 1711, The ancestor's expression turned cold with a mocking tone. "May I ask for your name? I'm sure I would have heard of an amazing character such as yourself before." South Emperor. Guguo leisurely said, "You have no reason to be so haughty just because of your Lingwu mountain. Only a pheasant, not qualified to boast before the sacred teacher. If your missing were to come out, he might be able to fight against me. As for you, too weak. You." The ancestor became livid. Li Qiye didn't care for these ancestors. He glanced at the sky and said, "I'll go back. The Void Gate is indeed one of the 9, but it belongs to me now. Wait until I establish the rules for entry." With that, the initially quiet sky was invaded with more than 10 shadows. They came with no fanfare at all, but their unfathomable aura was still frightening enough. The shuddering crowd immediately knew that these were all Emperor assailants. "We shall listen to you, Your Excellency." These were the few Emperor assailants at the moment, real ones. Alas, they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect and bowed. They were aware of Li Qiye's identity, so how could they not listen? Opposing the Lord of the Worlds would result in being trampled like ants. Thus, after a single command from him, they immediately left. Prior to this, they were coveting this treasure, but the matter was finished the moment Li Qiye came. It meant that the Void Gate already has a master. "Sky-bearing, take your juniors back with you," Li Qiye ordered as the shadows were leaving. The moment his words fell, one of the shadows stopped. He flashed before Li Qiye and prostrated, "Please forgive me, Your Excellency. My fault for not being stricter with the juniors." This old man had gray hair and seemed to be at the twilight of his life. His vitality was restrained and his eyes were dark. Nevertheless, he was still an immovable mountain. "Forefather." The ancestor called Eagle God shouted in disbelief after clearly seeing the old man. The old man was their sect's strongest being that had been missing for a long time. He had never seen the forefather in person before, only a portrait. Even the ancestors that stepped up in the beginning took a deep breath and became quite nervous. This demon god was once famous for barely winning against immortal Emperor How High when they were both young. Even after the Emperor has obtained the Heaven's will, he still tenaciously took the Emperor on for 3 days and 3 nights. Despite losing, he proved his capabilities to the 9 worlds. "Slap yourself and apologize to His Excellency," the demon god coldly uttered. He hasn't returned to Mount Lingwu for many generations and didn't care for his junior's well-being. Forefather, Eagle God stood there helplessly. "Do it," the demon god sternly repeated before slapping the guy. Bang! The eagle god's teeth fell off and blood gushed out from his mouth. His forefather then suppressed him down to his knees. "I admit my mistake, forefather." The ancestor didn't dare to resist and slapped himself more than 10 times. Even their strongest forefather was obediently kneeling there, a junior like him naturally didn't dare to do anything. He realized that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Forget it, I don't mind." Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve and said flatly, "Show your gratitude towards His Excellency's mercifulness." The demon god shouted again while heaving a sigh of relief. This statement has spared their sect because Li Qiye didn't even need to do anything. A single word from him would end with so many people in the world willing to destroy their sect to please him. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Eagle God's soul was scared out of his body at this point and quickly kowtowed repeatedly. "Scram back and reflect on your actions, stop embarrassing yourself and the sect." The demon god swung his sleeve and blew the eagle god flying into the horizon. The guy disappeared from sight completely. After chasing away his junior, the demon god bowed again. "Your Excellency, if you ever need my service, just say the words. I shall jump into the boiling water and raging fire." "Yes, go now." Li Qie slightly nodded. The demon god bowed again and didn't dare to linger around. In his mind, being able to work for the Dark Crow was the glory of his sect. So many people were willing to do so. This scene made the crowd shudder, especially the ancestors who knew about the demon god's identity. Such a monster was so respectful in front of Fiercest. This was a treatment enjoyed only by immortal emperors. People from the other worlds finally realized that it was no coincidence that Li Qie was able to destroy Soaring Immortal. The whole event might have been premeditated, since a sect with 5 emperors should have been aware of the guy's background like the other emperor assailants here. The ancestors who wanted to side with the eagle god trembled. They bowed and immediately fled with tail tucked between their legs. Li Qie didn't say anything. He wasn't interested in fighting against characters of that level. After reaching grand completion with his physiques, only emperor rivals would be worthy of his time. He stared sentimentally at the primordial chaos surrounding the Void Gate. One of the 9, yearned by all. Each of the 9 was unique, including the Void Gate. Even though he hadn't opened it in the past, he could faintly guess its profundity after completely understanding the ancient Void Rune. He could imagine the world waiting ahead. The spectators held their breath while their eyes were fixated on him. They wondered if he could open this legendary portal. Fiercest himself is a miracle. Nothing can trouble him. A cultivator from Mortal Emperor had absolute confidence in Fiercest. Some disagreed with this. After all, this was a grand heavenly treasure. It shouldn't be so easy to open. With a buzzing sound, Li Qie opened all 13 palaces and the ancient Void Rune flew out. 13 palaces, everyone paid attention to the palaces instead of the rune. That's really a legend, just one person has achieved it in history. The people from the other worlds were astonished and became tongue-tied as well. For many geniuses, just having 10 alone was enough for them to brag for a lifetime. 12 palaces would guarantee them the throne. But now, Fiercest actually had 13. He was the only one who had accomplished this task. Only our Mortal Emperor world has 13 palaces. A human from Mortal Emperor felt a sense of pride. They found glory in the fact that Li Qie was a human and a member of their world. ZZZ. While everyone was focusing on the 13 palaces, Li Qie opened the Void Gate. "It's opening, it's opening." Someone screamed. Chapter 17:12. After opening the portal, Li Qie turned back and looked through the entire crowd before speaking calmly. "The rules are determined by me. No one shall move an inch or die." In a short time, no one dared to open their mouth. All the experts and imperial lineages from the 9 worlds were silent. Even the unhappy ones and those that coveted the Void Gate didn't dare to show their intent and could only swallow their anger. Li Qie didn't care for them since he had grasped the laws of the Void Gate. No one could disobey his rules. Whoosh! He entered the Void Gate along with his group. Once they disappeared, the portal closed again with a buzzing noise. Without the ancient Void Rune, no one could open the portal still surrounded by primordial chaos and floating runes. A new world appeared before Li Qie's group. They took a deep breath to take in the air here. It was a majestic place with long rivers spanning like a sleeping dragon. It was quite vast with rolling hills and mountain ranges. This looked like a great paradise, full of energy and a touch of primordial chaos energy. The power of the origin was within. This belonged to the early formation of the world. Grasping this power would grant one some incredible abilities. One could see planets above in the sky. They seemed to be inches away, as if one could easily climb up and reach them. Larger galaxies were above, they resembled long strips of jade that make this world even more beautiful and grand. Feel anything special? Li Qiye smiled at the group and asked. The worldly energy here is beyond the ancestral ground of many imperial lineages back in the 9 worlds. It also contains the power of the origin, a bit different from the power of our Grand Tao. The God Fiend took another deep breath and became surprised. Correct and incorrect. Li Qiye shook his head. Yes, the worldly energy here is too thick because the Void Gate has derived an entirely new and pristine world. It has untouched earth veins and locations, that's why the energy here is still so pure and seemingly endless. How strange for a heavenly treasure to turn into an independent world. South Emperor was astonished as well. Many people imagine the 9 treasures to be artifacts. However, the Void Gate has turned into its own world, one that couldn't be brought along by anyone. In a sense, no one could truly seize the treasure. Each of the 9 has its own profundity, impossible to be controlled by people or the heaven and earth. What it will turn into and what it will create, only the treasure itself knows. Li Qiye smiled. With that, he continued the previous topic. Blood Bull's second half is wrong. That's right, this world has the power of the origin, one that is a bit different from our own world. But the mistaken part is that our power also has the power of the origin. What's the distinguishing factor? The God Fiend humbly inquired. Li Qiye slowly explained, what is the origin power? It is the power before the formation of the world. Well, this is the common explanation. To be more exact, it is when everything starts over again, the power of a completely new epoch being derived from the chaos, the purest force in the world. Because of this, the origin power is within the primordial chaos. Thus, with an expanse of chaos, there will be a type of origin power. However, this doesn't mean that our own strength contains this affinity. Li Qiye smiled and said, the energy we absorb still has primordial chaos. If we refine it to the purest level, then it will have the origin power. The only difference is the relative discernibility. The majority of refined power still has some origin power mixed within. Please elaborate. The God Fiend politely requested. Our 9 worlds are boundless with trillions of beings. There are more than just cultivators that absorb worldly energy. Regular animals and mortals also do it, to a much lesser extent. All of this thinned out the energy in the 9 worlds. At the same time, our 7 emotions and 6 desires also filled the world with their powers. But don't forget, we originated from the heaven and earth, so we shall return to the source after death, regardless of how much energy we absorb and how strong we are. The thing is that we absorbed too many things, like a multicolored ocean. Therefore, the purest sea water, or origin power, is drowned out by all the other colors. However, once you reach a particular level, for example, the mortal emperor, you will be able to refine the worldly energy in your body to the purest level while removing imperfections, then it can become primordial chaos, and within this chaos is the origin. Of course, you can also change your merit law at the very beginning and start by refining worldly energy, so that the only thing you absorb is primordial chaos. This is the better method, but the cultivation speed will be very, very slow. This is the cultivation method of the 10th world, primordial energy. South Emperor immediately understood because after being taught by Li Qiye, he had changed his method. One of the topics was refining worldly energy into primordial energy, so he was aware of the current discussion. Yes. Li Qiye nodded. The cultivation method of the 10th world is different, but it is still similar. That world is still full of worldly energy, but better, they just take it one step higher with the refinement. Using the origin power is purer and has more room for growth. Won't our emperors from the 9 worlds be restrained when they go up there? Alpine had to ask. Just temporarily. Li Qie shook his head. The powers of the worlds are different, but all Tao are ultimately the same in terms of beginning and end. Most importantly, it doesn't change the fact that they're emperors with the heaven's will. This is also the most basic power in the heaven and earth, the force of an era, very similar to an origin power. Furthermore, just imagine how powerful these beings are. It is very easy for them to refine their own worldly energy and absorb more due to the power of their heaven's will. In the eyes of the emperors, going to the 10th world is a new starting point for them. However, for the inhabitants and masters up there, immortal emperors are still untouchable. If they wish to defeat our emperors, their own emperors and gods must come out. Randoms up there are still no match. Remember, in each era, our 9 worlds only produce one emperor and one heaven's will. That's no joke, even in the world above. South Emperor's group felt their blood boiling. They wanted nothing more than to rush up there and bask in the new magnificent world. I wonder what it will look like. Even old Xian interjected. In terms of energy, very similar to this one, just more primordial energy with a touch of origination inside. That's the 10th world, their powers are purer and their world is vaster. Li Qie answered with a smile. Chapter 1713, Ma Bu couldn't stay quiet as well. Outside of that, what else is different between the worlds? Li Qie smiled and pointed at the sky. The biggest difference. How should I put this? The biggest difference is that they are a little closer to the villainous heaven. For us, it might be separated by a world, but for them, it could be looming right above their head. He continued, this is both good and bad. Why is it a bad thing? Old Xian asked. There are writings stating that the divine and heaven races are the heaven's favorites. He was the strongest and oldest ancestor from the war god temple, so he knew a few rumors unavailable to the rest of the world. That's true. Li Qie nodded. They are indeed the favorites, at least in their own opinion. They claim to be exceptional with an extremely noble bloodline. In that world, humans, golems, charming spirits, and bloods are indeed flawed compared to them. However, after generations of work from our emperors and wise sages, we still have our own home and sky, despite being so close to the heaven. So what if they are the favorites? We just need to put in the effort before stomping down on the beautiful faces of these races, to let them know the power of ants like us. He chuckled at this point. South Emperor's blood was boiling. He was sure that Li Qie has stomped on these geniuses before, and he also had the will to do so, defeating all the geniuses in the 10th world. What is bad about being close to the high heaven? The god fiend asked. Do you think the high heaven has eyes? Li Qie pointed up at the sky and smiled. The group was a bit perplexed by this question. They wouldn't make this statement since it was more of a phrase belonging to the mortals. When they experienced injustice or bullied by others, they would utter this phrase, hoping that the high heaven would become the arbiter. This phrase has nothing to do with equality and fairness. Li Qie explained, being close to the high heaven is not good at all. The stronger you are, the closer and the more dangerous. When you reach a power capable of crossing through the myriad worlds, this danger grows even more. Once it reaches a particular level, a tribulation will come down. Who knows if you will be able to bear it or not? The emperors and gods up there will incite tribulations after reaching this level. South Emperor understood and became startled. That's right. Li Qie nodded. If you can't handle it, you will turn to ashes. All of your effort and strength will have been wasted. A lifetime of cultivation, for nothing. Then what do the emperors and gods do? Old Xian asked. Hide from this power so that the villainous heaven can't spot you. Li Qie chuckled and told South Emperor, in the future, you might have to face this situation and you must hide from the world as well. Is there no other choice? South Emperor asked for clarification since he was about to become an immortal monarch. Yes. Li Qie smiled, fight to the very end. This was a choice many people have chosen as well. Alas, all became corpses. It didn't matter how powerful and amazing they were. Death was the only result, at least till now. South Emperor became quiet. He had heard about the final battle before. His Excellency, the Dark Crow, has chosen this path. Old Xian and the God Fiend were silent as well. The mercilessness of the 10th world exceeded their imagination. One still needed to hide after reaching the imperial power level. Just how cruel was this? If these powerful beings didn't have any other choice, weaker existences were lesser than ants. Alright, no more talking about the 10th world. You will learn much better after arriving there. What you will face won't just be the divine and heaven races. Li Qiye shook his head. Let us continue with the task at hand. Li Qiye walked forward and the group followed right behind. They found this world to be extremely vast and suitable for cultivation due to the rich worldly energy. There were treasures everywhere as well. Ores and minerals were all over the place. One could randomly crouch down and pick up a gemstone. This was definitely a paradise to the cultivators in the 9 worlds. If this place were to be open, they would soar inside and begin the excavation. Cultivators won't leave a single stone unturned after coming in. The God Fiend spoke in awe. That's why I come in first. This is an entirely new world, so a set of new rules is necessary. Those who do not obey will be banished or killed. Li Qiye said flatly. How will you make the rules? Old Xian wondered. This beautiful world would incite countless greed. Many imperial lineages would want it for themselves. They had the same thought as well if they weren't going to the 10th world right now. We'll use the power of this world to establish and enforce the rules. Li Qiye elaborated, this will be a new world for the myriad races on top of being a sanctuary in the future if the ancient Ming were to return. The new rules and laws won't only limit the myriad races but also the ancient Ming. It won't be that easy. After all, this requires generations of work. Old Xian believed. Indeed. Li Qiye chuckled, however, the ancient void rune is in my hand. As long as I have it, I can create the rules for this heavenly treasure and make everyone else obey. This is similar to the Buddhist funeral plateau. It doesn't matter how powerful someone may be, they are subjected to these laws. For example, emperors can't break the laws of the myriad thoughts pot and Deshur at Nihility Temple and the plateau. Under these laws and the power of a heavenly treasure, even emperors can't do anything. If one could break these treasures' power, they would no longer be considered heavenly. They possess the true primordial power, existing at the very beginning of the heaven and earth. That's why immortal Emperor Hao Hai never returned to the plateau even though he left in a cool manner. South Emperor understood. Yes, he couldn't break the laws there either, so he could only flee. That's why he didn't want to return, after losing the bet back then. Li Qiye said. Is there a difference between the start of the heaven and earth versus the primordial beginning? A woman was always more meticulous than their counterpart. Bu Lianxiang noticed something in his explanation and asked. 2 different concepts and time period. Li Qiye said slowly, when we talk about the start of the heaven and earth, we're talking about the beginning of a new epoch. However, the real primordial beginning is so far away from us, back in a time before the concept of an epoch, back in a time before time and space existed. This was the state when the 9 heavenly treasures and 9 scriptures were born. An epoch came later, same with our current era. The truth is that in each epoch, the power and profundity of the heavenly treasures are different. This is related to the origin power of each epoch and the cultivation method. For example, in an epoch before ours, the 12 immortal physiques didn't exist. The crowd had a better understanding between the different time periods after hearing this. Chapter 17:14, The 9 treasures and 9 scriptures are much older than any epoch. Moreover, they have never been destroyed before. Magu quietly added this time. Li Chia chuckled and said, "You're right, but not completely. The former statement is true, but we don't know whether they have been destroyed or not. It's too hard to tell because even if they were destroyed, they would appear with another form." He paused for a moment and went on, "Say, this void gate right here, it had created a world. Maybe this world will be destroyed later due to many reasons, but the gate will still exist, maybe in a different form several epochs later. At that point, maybe people will call it the Immortal Gate or something else instead. The absolute beginning creates the 9 words which give birth to the 9 treasures which lead to the 9 scriptures." South Emperor stated, "As long as the 9 words exist, so will the treasures and scriptures. Time and the world might change but the overarching existence won't." "Indeed." Li Chia nodded, "This is the reason why the 9 treasures and 9 scriptures are so tempting. It is not about their innate power and profundity, granting its master certain achievements, but because it is an eternal part of the heaven and earth." The group gained a deeper understanding regarding these treasures after listening to Li Chia and became more eager to see them. The 9 scriptures aren't necessarily the strongest merit laws in the world. One can even say that in terms of destructive potential, they are weaker than many other arts, but they have a unique charm. Li Chia finished. Along the way, the group was in awe of the beauty of this place. If one could create a sect in this location, their descendants would surely flourish. "Can we establish lineages here?" South Emperor wondered. "Of course." Li Chia smiled, "This is an unexplored world that needs the myriad races from the 9 world to excavate. The riches here are for everyone, but they must follow the rules. As long as it is permitted, anything is possible. Looks like our mysterious bamboo mountain will need a branch here." South Emperor became tempted. The God Fiend and Old Xian shared this sentiment as well. If their sect could start a branch here, it would bring about unlimited potential. Of course, Li Chia allowed for this since the world required the sects to populate it. With the place flourishing, the 9 worlds will have more hope in the future and enough power to fight the ancient Ming. In the end, they made it to the source of this world's power. It was boundless like space. The entire location was being hidden under a great tree. Li Chia couldn't be more familiar with it. It was the World Tree. While looking up at it, everyone felt so tiny. It was blotting out the entire area with its unfathomable height. Not to mention a person, even a star paled in comparison. Just one leaf alone could uphold a star. The stars around it decorated the tree like beautiful diamonds. The existence of the tree shielded the area, not allowing anyone to step inside the source of power. Li Chia smiled and decided to experiment by activating his 4 physiques. His power erupted as he took a step forward, wishing to infiltrate the area. Boom! But even under the state of his 4 physiques in action, he still couldn't get in. An endless power blew him flying for more than 1,000 miles before he could stabilize. The group was astounded by this scene. South Emperor blurted, "The power here is actually this strong?" He wasn't completely convinced. Thus, he roared and channeled his energy. An explosive force aimed straight for the World Tree. Boom! The area quaked. He mustered all of his strength but still failed to destroy the barrier created by the World Tree. "Looks like it's impossible for me." He smiled wryly while shaking his head. Li Chia commented, "This is still the power of the Void Gate and everything here. Not just you, even emperors can't do it, or they would have something above the power of the 9. South Emperor felt better after hearing this. After all, the 9 treasures were unique and to a certain extent, they represented the primordial power since they were born in there. Emperors weren't above the absolute beginning, the source of all. "How do we get in then?" Bu Yanxiang asked after seeing that brute force was of no use. "Others can't." Li Chia smiled and the ancient void rune flew out. With a clank, it fused with the tree, causing the whole thing to be flashing with light. The tree seemed to be waking up like an old friend waving at Li Qia's group. "Let us go," Li Qia told the group. After entering, the others were astonished by what they saw, so they stood there frozen. It was a vast space with the world tree growing in the center. It took roots in the flowing galaxies. The most shocking thing was the primordial energy permeating this entire area. Meanwhile, worldly energy has turned into a great ocean with great waves, slamming into the stars. This looked like the beginning of the world, the shape of the start. The phenomenon was ancient and unreachable in terms of time, yet it was also inches from them. Any existence wouldn't be able to describe their emotion while standing here. They were witnessing the world's initial form. Many imperial lineages had ancestral grounds that were amazing enough to look down on the rest of the world. They had the best earth veins and mines, but those were nothing compared to this world. This was a real treasure ground. Old Xian emotionally blurted, "Whoever can grasp this will have resources beyond imagination. People can't grasp this place, even if they are allowed to stay here. This is the power belonging to this world and the void zone. If you can grasp everything here, it means that you can also grasp the entire treasure." Li Qie shook his head. The group agreed with this statement since they couldn't be above a heavenly treasure, no matter how strong they might be. Just slightly using it alone was amazing enough. One would be invincible if they were allowed to stay here on top of slightly using the void zone's power, at least in this place. Even if an emperor were to come in person, they wouldn't be enough of a threat. This made it clear to the others why emperors wanted these heavenly treasures so much. It was indeed enough to drive someone crazy with greed. What kind of rules should be made? Magu eventually asked after everyone calmed down. Li Qie said, "Our group isn't enough to create these rules, the power here is too much. We need help." Chapter 17:15. In the next several days, the entire 9 worlds were trembling due to the emergence of several incredible characters. Outside of the portal where the experts gathered, a huge foot crossed through space with a loud bang. A majestic figure emerged before the portal. He was large and shrouded by a divine light, so no one could really see his face. However, the aura emanating from his body forced the experts down on their knees. He didn't stop at all and instantly went inside the moment the portal was open. However, these prostrating experts couldn't stand up in time before another buzzing noise resounded. A door appeared before the gate. Someone else used it to teleport across worlds. This was a man spewing and taking in immortal lights. He looked quite ethereal inside this brilliance, as if he was an immortal from the upper world. No one could see this person clearly at all since he immediately entered the portal. People were shocked and wondered about the identity of this transcending man. They didn't have any clues before another loud blast detonated. A golden dragon soared across the sky and roared. A draconic aura surged by and made everyone nearby shudder. This dragon was pulling a carriage. It crushed the space it was traveling on before appearing before the void gate. The carriage was shrouded in a dark smoke. No lights in this world could infiltrate, so people couldn't see the rider either. It followed the other 2 into the portal. Within several days, ancient existences emerged and crossed through space to enter the void zone. Mortal Emperor quaked before their coming. Experts, paragons, and even god kings felt trepidation after seeing these exceedingly powerful and ancient beings, many of unknown origin. The old members of imperial lineages were shaken after watching the gathering of these incredible beings. Those who recognized them felt an instinctive fear. Is this a second immortal massacre war? All of these reclusive sages are coming out one after another. That's quite something, only the ancient Ming can oppose this level of force. An undying murmured with fear, the Dark Crow is the only person capable of inviting all of them, no one else. These ancient existences have been reclusive for a long time with no lack of emperor assailants among them. They were invited by Li Qie since he needed them to work together in order to create the rules in the Void Gate. They wished to create a fortress out of this world. No one in the 9 worlds could do it, not even emperors. However, Wuxia had this privilege since he possessed the laws of the Void Gate in the form of the ancient Void Rune. This was the most basic foundation for him inside this world. The invitees were the strongest people in the 9 worlds. Wuxia had to sell some face to invite them. He relied on the ancient Void Rune and their power in order to create the rules of this world. Anyone else who entered in the future would have to obey them. It wasn't only to avoid cultivators from exhausting the resources within but also to minimize deaths from struggling for resources. Another seal was made to avoid the ancient Ming, not allowing this race to enter. Unless the rules were to be changed, all ancient Ming would be banished the moment they stepped inside. Just like he had said, this was his final legacy for the 9 worlds. If one day, the myriad races were to lose to the ancient Ming, this world could become their last bastion. Of course, the 9 worlds needed to rely on themselves to stop the ancient Ming. Just the Void Gate and its rules alone were insufficient. Alas, this was all he could do. He had never asked anyone for a favor before in the past, but now, he had to do so in order to invite these ancient beings for the rules creation. On the next days, the group finally finished creating the rules using the key that is the ancient Void Rune. After doing so, he announced the opening of the Void Gate. Many imperial lineages and ancient clans immediately entered. They all signed an agreement, stating their intent on following the rules. Moreover, this was in the form of a blood oath. The first group of imperial lineages included the mysterious Bamboo Mountain, Heaven Guard, Cleansing Incense, Stone Medicine Kingdom, Jian Long Clan, Myriad Bones Throne, Thousand Carp River, Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom, Gu Chun's 4 branches. The ancient clans included the Heavenly Tao Academy, War God Temple, the Bujan, the Gu, and many others. Some ancient clans were completely unknown, yet they were extremely mighty. These powers instantly made a blood oath and swore to always obey the rules of the Void Gate. Some of them chose to create a large branch inside, but a few were even more direct. Their ancestors used an amazing method to bring their ancestral ground inside. The Void Gate instantly became their new home. After this first wave came, the Void Gate was truly opened for any cultivator and sect in the 9 worlds, allowing them to prosper within. Is this an immortal ground? Many cultivators were shocked to see this amazing world. Look at all those gems and ores. After calming down, they became excited and jumped around, wishing to excavate everything. This is a mine containing Violet Cloud Gem, let's work together to get them all. An ancestor from a great power wanted to gather several god kings to move the entire mine back to his sect. The rules of this world do not allow for an excessive extraction of the resources here. A junior warned. So what? These things are up for grab. If we don't do it now, we'll lose the chance to others. Go. The ancestor refused to listen and continued to pull the mine out with the other god kings. Boom. A pond of lightning gathered overhead and instantly unleashed a lightning tribulation. Ah! The disciples from this great power were annihilated. Even the powerful god kings couldn't withstand this tribulation and became ashes. The experts nearby were horrified by the result of violating the rules of this world. In the beginning, they didn't really care about Wuxia's so-called rules. They thought that he was only using his personal prestige as a deterrence. However, they came to realize at this moment that this was not an empty threat. It was the power of tribulation punishing all violators. Several more days passed. Some people still hoped to be lucky and secretly went against the rules. However, they didn't expect for Wuxia to have embedded the rules in the very source of this world. No violations could ever escape the tribulation here. Thus, the lightning pond still formed and killed all of them. This ironclad punishment reminded everyone that if they wanted to stay in this world and gather resources, they must obey the rules. No one was strong enough to be an exception. The tribulation came from the Void Gate itself. Not even the most powerful God King could resist the power of one of the 9 heavenly treasures. Chapter 17:16. After creating the rules of the world, Li Qie immediately helped plant the realm god in front of the world tree. Even though the process wasn't easy, it was worth it for the realm god even though it didn't have many years left. It was, in a way, returning to its roots. It had no regrets. It had experienced enough time as the divine protector of the academy. The future belonged to it alone now. After preparing everything, it was time for Li Qie to leave the 9 worlds. He especially called for Niu-Fen beforehand. After so many years, Niu-Fen has grown more vigorous. Though he still had the appearance of a withered old man, his aura was completely different than before. It was overwhelming, especially the shell on his back. It looked just like a mobile yet impregnable fortress. Even though Niu-Fen's stature wasn't too intimidating, he still looked quite powerful and gave the feeling that if the sky were to fall, he could still shoulder it. The guy had become strong after cultivating the complete 18 solutions and had signs of atavism. As a heavenly ancestral snail, he had a bloodline on the same level as a true god. If he could cultivate the 18 solutions to the apex, he would have the chance to catch up to his ancestor, the snail god. "I'm very happy to see your success today," Li Qie said after seeing Niu-Fen. The old man quickly prostrated in response. "This lowly one's achievements today are all because of you, young noble. I will never forget your grace. You deserve it." Li Qie said, "You don't owe me anything. It's just that there are certain things in this world that I can't let go." Niu-Fen shuddered after hearing this. He had heard the rumor of Li Qie wanting to leave, same with Nanhuiren's group. The disciples here all wanted for their first brother to stay. However, they knew that he was a dragon among men and couldn't stay at cleansing incense forever. This world was too small for him and one day, he would soar towards the 9 firmaments. He still felt sad despite being ready beforehand. He asked, "Young noble, you're about to leave?" Li Qie had no need to hide. "Yes, that's why I need to delegate a few tasks. You shall never hear the word, no, from me," Niu-Fen hurriedly said. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing that serious. Cleansing incense is still young with many flaws, thus, I want you to stay here and work together with Tu Buyu to advance the sect so that it can rise again. It needs seniors like you to protect and educate." He also wanted to do something for cleansing incense. The sect right now had no lack of resources, especially when it was moved into the Void Gate. Right now, it was missing the guidance of the old generation. Even though Nanhuiren's group was not bad and the young disciples had great potential, they required the help of Tu Buyu and Niu-Fen. The older two were much more experienced and could stay calm in times of trouble. This was the reason why Li Qie wanted Niu-Fen to stay. The guy had great potential and could become a second snail god, a second divine protector for the sect. Gu Taizhou and Old Devil's group was still around but they were too old. Niu-Fen would most likely outlive them. "Young noble, if you wish for me to stay, I will devote my entire life to cleansing incense. From now on, I shall live as its member and die to become its ghost." Niu-Fen solemnly swore while kowtowing. Even though he was staying at the sect and had a pivotal position, strictly speaking, he wasn't part of the sect. He could only stay because of Li Qie, but now, after the solemn oath, he had become a real member. "Very well." Li Qie gently nodded, "Since you are contributing your entire life to the sect, I will not mistreat you and shall allow for you to pass the 18 solutions to your clan. You deserve this much. Thank you, young noble. Our race will never forget your kindness and will forever pray for you." The old man was ecstatic. This news was too much for him. If the 18 solutions could come back to their clan, the effect was paramount. Even though they were few in members, the significance was still great enough. Li Qie pondered for a moment before taking out the shell of the snail god. He gave it to Niufun. This is the corpse of the snail god. I pass it down to you now. This is the pride of cleansing incense in your race, let it be remembered forever. Niufun respectfully got on his knees and accepted the shell. Go, I leave the future of the sect to you. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and said. Niufun carefully stared at Li Qiye before asking, I wonder if I will be able to see your godly self again in the future. Though Niufun appeared much older, Li Qiye acted as his teacher during the cultivation process. Thus, he was very respectful towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye softly answered, no one can predict the future. Consider this our final goodbye. This prompted Niufun to emotionally kowtow 3 times and said, I wish for you to find nothing but victory, to be invincible regardless of the location, to be eternal as time itself. Li Qiye nodded and accepted his grand gesture. In the end, Niufun took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and left. Li Qiye then called for Little Autumn, the space-crossing worm. It was much different from before. Its body was dazzling with a golden glow and had a draconic aura. The worm seemed to be transforming into a true dragon. You're about to leave. Little Autumn knew a way since it had spent some time with Li Qiye in the past. Li Qiye confirmed, yes, time to leave. I have agreed to take you up there, so I'm asking now. Do you want to leave as planned or do something else? The worm became quiet. It had a very strange origin and was aware of many secrets. In the past, it wanted to go to the 10th world with Li Qiye. That place was vast with numerous challenges. However, it was hesitating at this moment. Your mind is not made up. Li Qiye could clearly tell while looking at the worm. It sat down next to him and seemed to be quite down. The 9 worlds are vast and beautiful. Perhaps the 10th world is superior, but it is not the same. Yes, the 9 worlds are worth remembering, stopping others from wanting to leave. The mundane realm has flaws and undesirable things, but it gave birth to us. It has places that can bring out the true you. Li Qiye seemed to be speaking to both Little Autumn and himself. It wiggled around for a bit before making up its mind, young noble, I'll be staying behind. Master will be lonely here, plus, I haven't beaten up the brats here enough just yet. I'll feel bad if I don't hit them for another generation or 2. I'll stay here to keep the master company, and when I have time, I'll beat the disobedient brats. I'll keep busy enough with this. The master he was talking about was the myriad images true god that had passed away. Of course, the brats were Nan Huiran and the others. The truth was that these young men could take care of business, but Little Autumn still called them brats. Chapter 1717, It's Not a Bad Idea. Li Qiye approved after hearing the worm's decision. He continued, the 9 worlds are still very interesting and beautiful. As long as you are sincere about staying, it will give you a new perspective in life. Yes, the 9 worlds are still quite vast. If I get bored one day, there's nothing holding me back. I can go wherever I want. Its mood became before after a choice was made. It said, maybe I'll follow behind an immortal emperor one day to the 9 worlds. Others can't do it, but I might be able to. It's possible. Li Qiye laughed. Technically, only emperors can make it up there, but since you have control over space, you can sneak right behind one. Heh, I still have more time. Wait until I get to the 10th world, I'll evolve into a true dragon and just do whatever I want then. I'm a dragon among men, and as the adage goes, gold will shine regardless of the location. It started boasting. It had a different bloodline than everyone else with a chance of evolving into a true dragon. This was the reason why it was golden at the moment, on top of possessing unique characteristics of the dragon race. You still have a chance in the 9 worlds, but it will be much harder compared to the 10th. Li Qiye said. The possibility of evolution was much lower in the 9 worlds, given the worm's current state. That's fine, no need to force it. The worm laughed, plus, if I were to accidentally become a true dragon, how can the future immortal emperor live through the days? They would have to take the long way around me. Thus, I don't want to be one so early. No need to bully an emperor later on, I'm too nice for that. I'll leave some room for the juniors to grow. It continued to brag. Li Qiye shook his head after hearing this. But in his opinion, it was a good thing that the worm took this so well. Little Autumn suddenly elbowed Li Qiye and laughed, he, young noble, you shouldn't shame our 9 worlds too. I know that you aren't into lust and women aren't important. But, you can't just think for yourself, you need to keep the entire 9 worlds and the human race in mind. Therefore, spread your seeds in the 10th world, let your amazing bloodline pass on up there. For this noble goal, after you get up there, start sleeping with all the arrogant goddesses from the divine and heaven races. Let them submit beneath you. Quite a wretched smile appeared on the worm's face. Few people would dare to joke around with Li Qiye like this, but Little Autumn had followed him for some time now. Li Qiye knocked on the worm's head and said, "Stop having such perverted thoughts. What kind of crappy nonsense is this?" But Little Autumn disagreed. It glared and said, "How is it a bad idea? It's the truth. Have you forgotten that you told me some stories? Some immortal emperors have done these deeds before in the 10th world. I clearly remember you saying that an emperor seduced someone else's wife. Another would steal the daughters from the divine and heaven races and take them as their wives. Even emperors had such immoral behaviors, it's fine if you do it too." Anyone else would be astounded after hearing this. In the 9 worlds, morality was a difficult topic. Thus, people had a hard time determining whether an emperor was good or bad. There are conflicting opinions about each emperor. But regardless of this, emperors were frank and direct with their conducts. They would never sneak around since they were strong enough to suppress everything. Plus, at their level, they had no need to worry about how the world viewed them. Because of this, seducing wives and stealing daughters weren't something emperors would do. Any listener would automatically assume that the statements were slanderous. An emperor could annihilate a clan or an entire race but never say that they would steal someone's wife. It's impossible because they just needed to say the words and countless women would come running for them. That's all in the past. Stuff like that was only done by emperors during the Desolate Era. He smiled and shook his head. But it had happened before. Little Autumn laughed. The emperors and gods up there are so damn cocky, right? That's why our own emperors stole their women in order to take them down a notch. With your charm, I'm sure so many girls will want to warm your bed after you go up there. Just think about it, their fathers are your enemies, so if you just marry their daughters, that's enough to drive them crazy without doing anything else. How devious. Li Qiye gifted him another slap and scolded, "Even if we are enemies, do I need to resort to such wretched behavior? My power alone will be enough to sweep through them eventually." Little Autumn quickly retorted, "Young noble, you can't put it like that. Even if you don't like those goddesses and fairies, you need to think of the 9 worlds and the human race. Spread your excellent bloodline everywhere so that humans can become stronger and prosper up there." Li Qiye shook his head. It's a different time now. Even though the human race up there is not a match for the heavens' favorites, it isn't as weak as before. The race is populous, so no need to propagate the bloodline like before. This is the fruit of the human emperors and wise sages' effort after many generations. The emperors that go up there right now do not need to worry about this bloodline problem. Li Qiye said with a tinge of emotion, they have bigger objectives in mind. Plus, humans don't need their protection anymore. But, young noble, it can't be wrong for you to have some children. Little Autumn continued, given the nature of your bloodline, your children will definitely change the 10th world. Fine, don't do it for the human race or the 9 worlds, do it for you. Little Autumn was quite earnest at this moment. It truly wanted for Li Qiye to have some offsprings. At this moment, only Bu Lianxiang was capable of having his children in the 9 worlds. The other girls were following him to the 10th world, and Wuxia had no plan of having them bear his children either. Little Autumn knew that Wuxia was very picky about women, especially regarding his bloodline. Even though the 9 worlds might not have his kid, Little Autumn still wanted him to leave some legacies behind in the 10th world. This was the reason why it brought up this topic. Wuxia fell into a hush. He was aware that his followers all hoped that he would do so. World Keeper, Matriarch, and Little Autumn all shared this sentiment. In the end, he spoke softly, "The world is full of suffering. I will leave one day on a path of no return, never turning back or stopping for anyone. I can become the absolute God in the 9 worlds or an unstoppable force in the 10th, but I won't be a good father, not a responsible one. My gaze halts for no one and my heart softens for none." Little Autumn eventually said, "Young noble, if a woman is willing to have a child for you, she is even tougher than your imagination. She can understand you and doesn't need you to stay behind. Princess Boo is such an amazing woman. She is willing to pay the price for you, so you don't need to worry." Wuxia quietly stood there and eventually sighed without answering. The worm hugged him and said, "Goodbye, young noble. You are forever invincible and eternal in my heart. Even when the seas run dry and the stones go soft, your spirit will last on. Goodbye." Wuxia replied. Little Autumn left without looking back. It didn't wish to do so at all. Chapter 17-18, Wuxia left cleansing incense before the start of the trip and took his time traveling to various locations in the 9 worlds. He entered certain perilous places just to watch the sunset, burial grounds just to see the blooming and withering of flowers, darkness just to see the fluttering of the leaves. He was retracing his steps and made it to many different places. In one, he struggled with his friends. In another, he faced near death with his followers. The next was when he taught the Tao to a student. In a particular desert in the 9 worlds, he took his time walking to an oasis just to taste a handful of water. After drinking, he stared at the rippling waves, and the fire camp of that year seemed to still be jumping. The girl with the veil was still dancing with so many wonderful poses. Next was on top of a mountain pass situated on a vast plain. He sat down on the soft grass to look at the white clouds in the sky. A scene of stallions galloping by, led by a gallant woman. Her happy, bell-like laughter echoed across the plains. Rain fell during the night, but he didn't seem to care about becoming wet. This was an ominous ground with creaking skeletons and night demons lying in ambush. The rain painted an old picture for him of a little girl continuously walking forward in such a stubborn and fearless fashion despite the tears in her eyes. It was raining that night too, with a crow circling overhead to watch the unyielding girl. Each place was so familiar yet different. The scenery was still there, but the people have come and gone. Mulberry fields replaced the blue seas, everything has disappeared along the river of time. These locations were once visited by a crow, laughter, and suffering. They were blessed with the appearance of great characters who couldn't be forgotten. In sacred Nether, he stood on top of a peak to stare at the lonely city on the horizon and the towering peak standing proudly across the world. "Goodbye," he whispered intimately before leaving. A woman opened her eyes inside the city to watch Wuxia's departing figure. Her heart shuddered and her fists clenched. For them, it was better not to meet. So many words, yet expressing them was the difficult part. They didn't want to show weakness before each other. Next stop was Stone Medicine. It was a quiet journey, not letting anyone know. He leaned on a giant bamboo tree and seemed to be asleep. After a long time, he patted the tree and said before leaving, "Goodbye, my friend. May you be eternal and everlasting." The leaves and branches rustled as if they were waving goodbye to him. So many words expressed in such a simple manner between two parties who understood each other. He stepped on a high mound with an old tablet on top. A prosperous city used to be below, but only broken tiles remained. He stood in front of the tablet and stared at the broken place in silence. Eventually, he grabbed a handful of soil and let it sprinkle through the gap of his fingers. We once stayed in this prosperous citadel where the great sects used to be. People prostrated before us, now only ruins are present. Li Qiye spoke softly. He grabbed another handful and threw it at the sky so that the grains would flutter far away into the ruins. An ancient battlefield emerged. The place was full of corpse energy and bones. Li Qiye lit a bundle of incense and slowly drank old wine by himself, gulp by gulp. Goodbye, my brothers and comrades. Perhaps I will meet all of you again one day. He sprayed what's left of the wine on the battlefield so that its fragrance could permeate the place. He stopped and went during this journey. When he was tired, he would stop on a peak to watch the clouds. Another destination was a pub inside an old city to enjoy some cheap wine and people watch. Watching wondrous trees and divine flowers growing inside a valley was next. In the last several days, Li Qiye had traveled to many locations. A plethora of memories resurfaced, joys and sorrows assaulted his numb heart. There were times when he thought that his heart wouldn't beat again. He had lost feelings after experiencing so much. However, it was moments of departure that reminded him that his heart was still living. He still felt happiness, sadness, and unwillingness due to pain. In the end, he returned to Mortal Emperor. There was a surging river here. He sat down and leaned on his knees to watch the green water flow. The current was especially quiet and gentle lest it disturb someone's sweet dream. At the bottom was the grave of a generational goddess with a thunderous fame. Li Qiye had a hard time speaking despite the words forming in his mind. He eventually smiled wryly and said, "You once asked me, if I always stay as an immortal and live till the world grows old, what will I do? The truth is I don't know the answer either. For millions of years, so many people pursued immortality. In each epoch, amazing characters and immortal emperor searched for it. But I'm afraid that real immortality isn't as beautiful as their imagination. How many people can preserve their original mind? They will either go crazy as a devil or become unreachable like a saint." He gently sighed, "If I could choose again, I wouldn't want immortality. The burden of responsibility is too heavy. It's better to go all out just once. Living and victory are fine, same with dying and defeat." He paused for a moment and elaborated, "That's why I don't truly want to grasp the longevity grass. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the ancient Ming, I'll be just fine as I head towards the final battle in this generation." After a brief lull, he laughed and said, "No, don't get me wrong. I'm not fighting to die. Your young master has never been that pessimistic. Though I do not wish for eternal life and am ready to fight without turning back, I will go there with an unstoppable momentum to trample the emperors and gods as well as the villainous heaven. Your master was invincible in the past, is untouchable now, and will still be unbeatable in the future. Just watch, my brilliance shall paint the worlds above. My legends shall be imperishable." His boisterous laughter drifted with the winds. Finally, he left the river and floated to the sky. His profound and aggressive glare saw all the lands before focusing into the horizon. The glare then pierced through the worlds all the way to the 10th. The gods and emperors up there would be stricken with fear if they were to see this. 10th world, the Dark Crow is coming again. He said slowly, "Emperors and gods, are you ready? Inhabitants of the 13 continents, are you aware that a new era is coming? Old Qian, have you thought it through? Continue to stand in my way or side with me? I will show no mercy this time around." His eyes became austere and emotionless, seemingly capable of freezing the 10th world. If anyone were to see this terrible pair of eyes would become their nightmare. In the end, he became gentler and looked deeply at the 9 worlds. "Goodbye, 9 worlds. You will need to rely on yourself in the future. The Guardian will no longer be here." He returned to cleansing incense and told the group, "Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to go to the 10th world. Go say your goodbyes and calm your emotions before facing a new challenge. A more brilliant era and vaster world are waiting for you all. The group took a deep breath. This day has finally come. Chapter 1719, Boom. Right when the cultivators and experts were busy moving to the world inside the void gate, a loud bang resounded in the sky. Everyone noticed the heavens were spinning even more rapidly than before. The rotation was very natural and in the same rhythm as the grand Tao of the heaven and earth. In the beginning, people got used to the heavens while spinning above. However, it was completely different this time. It was wild like a storm with lightning flashing inside. A life seemingly wanted to rush out. Boom! Suddenly, the entire maelstrom disappeared and was replaced by a dazzling supreme grand Tao. Archaic runes were flashing inside the grand Tao and wove together to form a chapter containing boundless power. It included the power of the primordial chaos, the power of the source, the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the power of the heaven and earth. This was a brand new grand Tao like at the start of the world. No one has ever used it before, so it was at its highest level, not missing a sliver of power. All cultivators in the 9 worlds felt a resonation with their own Tao. All of these Tao became joyous and appeared next to them like a peacock stretching its tail. It didn't matter whether the cultivators agreed or not. The laws from their grand Tao couldn't wait to show off for others to watch their most beautiful feathers. What's going on? Many cultivators were startled to see this resonation, especially the younger ones since they have never experienced this before. The supreme grand Tao hovering in the sky began to disappear. Initially, there was an image of a heavens wheel hovering in each world, but now, only the one immortal emperor was left. All of the powers scattering across the 9 worlds gathered in mortal emperor and the heavens wheel here. It emitted an unstoppable aura that permeated every corner of mortal emperor. Even though it was hanging on top of mortal emperor, the entire 9 worlds could feel this force. All existences prostrated to worship. Buzz. It stretched and released an imperial aura. The heavens wheel has finally turned into an imperial grand Tao. The birth of a new immortal emperor was coming. People could hear a clear sound everywhere. The experts' grand Tao suddenly faded as if they have lost their power. In a short time, laws appeared around the experts and dropped to the ground while the terrible aura continued to ravage the 9 worlds. These experts were helpless and dropped to their knees, ready to greet the new emperor. They were completely astounded since they lost control of their body and couldn't stand up at all. What is going on? The inexperienced ones were stunned. The new emperor is coming, the heavens will has a master now. A big shot from the last generation murmured in astonishment. There's no way. An expert became slack-jawed and said, the competition hasn't even begun, the talents in the 9 worlds haven't fought yet. Isn't the emperor usually the final victor? Maybe this generation is completely different, the emperor of our time is peerless. No need for a fight, the heavens will has already been taken. It clearly shows that this is the most unique emperor of all times. A big shot speculated. How can this be? A young genius that has been robbed of his qualification screamed. How can there be no competition? What is going on with this illogical generation? Where is the cruel and merciless war? A different candidate felt indignation and shouted. Of course, the talents would find it difficult to accept this development. They didn't understand why they were robbed of the chance for competition, and now, a new emperor was already appearing. The new emperor will be from mortal emperor, a unique one in all of history since the heavens will is theirs even before a competition. A great character could read the situation from the clues. Mortal emperor. Let us go, I want to see just who has become emperor. A young genius said while being unconvinced. In a short time, everyone soared towards mortal emperor. They wanted to watch the birth of the emperor. It would be the biggest conversational topic of their life to personally watch the coming of the new ruler. Of course, the young geniuses were coming to challenge the emperor as well. One genius claimed, I don't care who the heavens will has picked, but I'm not convinced without a battle. I will challenge the new emperor. That's right, we have to fight. Without blood, how can we be so sure the new emperor is worthy? A different emperor candidate repeated. The geniuses at the emperor candidate level were especially eager to challenge the new emperor. In their eyes, no one was worthy before a real battle. This alliance grew increasingly stronger, and finally, it was grand enough to shake the 9 worlds. Nearly all emperor candidates joined. If the 9 worlds were to have 100, 95 was part of this alliance. When this alliance made its way to mortal emperor, imperial lineages made way for them. Such a force was simply too powerful. Not to mention the powerful candidates, they even had invincible god kings acting as their Tao protector. A few emperor assailants were present as well. They gave themselves the name 9 Worlds Candidates Alliance, or Alliance Against the Immortal Emperor. Such a grand tone left others clicking their tongue. In history, how many people actually dared to form an alliance with this type of name? What an unreasonable era. In the past, only a few candidates would team up, but this is an unprecedented alliance. This might be the first time. An old undying spoke with a tinge of emotion after seeing the great alliance of candidates. The heavens will has a master before a competition. I think only fiercest immortal emperor can do something like this. Someone speculated. No one really refuted this idea, since they have all seen the power of fiercest. Indeed. For grand completion immortal physiques, 13 palaces. Such achievements do not require a competition any longer. Plus, he had destroyed soaring immortal. That's more than enough to prove everything. Even those who hated him had to admit his invincibility. Chapter 1720. The majority of the crowd could tell that fiercest was about to be emperor. The moment they found out that the emperor was from mortal emperor, they immediately thought about him. In this particular world, everyone thought that only fiercest was qualified to win the throne. Who in this world can stop fiercest? His enemies were completely convinced of his feats as well. Fiercest is about to become the prime emperor of our human race. A human proudly said, his achievements in the future will be above immortal Emperor Jiaoheng and Empress Hongtian. No one is more qualified to be called prime than him. The prime emperor. Many people pondered quietly. There had been more than 100 emperors in history, but who would dare to grab this title? If we were really to pick the best of them all, fiercest is indeed qualified to be in the conversation. Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng was undefeated throughout his life. Empress Hongtian could suppress the heavens. But, just the 13 palaces and 4 grand completion immortal physiques alone should edge the other 2 out. An older cultivator eventually commented. This was a very serious topic. There have been many emperors in history, some extremely brilliant. For example, Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng, Empress Hongtian, Immortal Emperor Fei, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, and even Immortal Emperor Tian II from the ancient Ming. Thus, people always disagreed about the best among them. In an ancient location, an eternal existence also heard about this title. He was aware that Li Qie was actually the Dark Crow, so he remarked, Prime Emperor, not to mention the 13 palaces and 4 physiques, just His Excellency's lifelong accomplishments alone are enough to give him this title, not just because he became an immortal emperor either. Who has been protecting the 9 worlds and fighting the ancient Ming? Who was the one stopping their dark reign? Without His Excellency, the 9 worlds might still be drowned in darkness right now. Even in the 10th world, he rallied the emperors together to fight the divine, heaven, and devil races for the sake of the myriad races. Traveling between the 9th and 10th world was painful, but he still did it for the 9 worlds and the myriad races. This was an indelible contribution, but people only remember about how majestic the emperors were, not the one protecting them in the shadow. Thus, only His Excellency is qualified for the title of Prime. This eternal existence had worked for the Dark Crow before. He felt his blood boiling after stating this because he had always remembered the contributions. Some people were very unhappy about this discussion. They were the candidates that have currently formed the alliance to fight against the new emperor. Who cares about his achievements? One just can't be strong and become an emperor without a fight. Without the final battle, there is no emperor. One genius claimed. Everyone was aware of just how terrible and powerful Wuxia was. However, for these candidates who were robbed of their eligibility, they were in a bad mood. No matter what happened, Fiercest has become everyone's enemy and target, hence the formation of the alliance. Boom! During the heated debates, a loud blast exploded in Mortal Emperor. The sky seemed to be splitting apart. A series of rumbles came next, causing the entire world to quake. A visual phenomenon occurred as if a world was descending. What's going on now? After the descent of Soaring Emperor, many great powers in the 9 worlds were completely afraid. Thus, the appearance of another world in Mortal Emperor shocked many people. Boom! 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 Finally, this world hovered in the sky right below the heaven's will. It seemed to be waiting for something. It emitted the aura of primal beasts, as if a great monster was coming out. The Bayan Beast World. Someone recognized this world and immediately shouted. One of the 6 ancestral Earths. Shouldn't it be in stone medicine? Why is it here now? People were perplexed at this sudden appearance. The great powers in Mortal Emperor became increasingly vigilant. This might be bad, another invasion. A sect master became worried. After the Soaring Immortals invasion, many great powers were still in anxiety. Some even planned for the worst and became prepared to fight against the Beast World. Fortunately, the Beast World didn't show any aggression after appearing. Everyone became relieved. In the faraway immortal mine, the skinny crystal fowl woke up. It stood by the entrance and looked out at the direction of the Beast World and murmured, "The 10th world, only emperors can go up there all along, but now, the Dark Crow is bringing so many people. What is he going to do about the spatio-temporal barrier? Only an epic wheel is capable of doing this, but does such a thing still exist? Not even the heavenly corpse burial ground has one, so what will the Dark Crow do?" Even the crystal fowl couldn't predict what Wuxia will do to break the world barrier. However, he must be confident if he dared to bring so many people to the 10th world. Because of this, the fowl said with a tinge of emotion, "This damned crow has too many unbelievable methods. So heaven-defying, after generations of planning and accumulation, no one can stop him outside of the high heaven. No wonder why even the corpse burial ground conceded. That's some determination, daring to destroy that burial ground if it dared to oppose him. It's a good thing we didn't try to fight him, or our mine would have been flipped over too. Both the chicken and the egg would have been broken at that point." It continued lamenting, "Being free must be nice. The Beast World has finally waited till this moment to settle the scores. It's a shame that we're still stuck here in the darkness. I guess we can only hope for the crow's victory, since the villainous heaven won't spare us. Who didn't want freedom in this world?" However, their mind didn't have any choice. It was either to hide in the immortal mine or face extinction. In the past, when the young 9 Sea Kings snuck out, it naturally knew but turned a blind eye. It could understand the young one's desire to see the outside world. He was also aware of their struggle. Even if they were to sever their bloodline, the villainous heaven still wouldn't spare them. The mark left by the heaven was impossible to be destroyed. Even a blood severing could only hide them temporarily. Only by destroying the villainous heaven would the seal be destroyed as well. Of course, they didn't have this opportunity. Thus, the fowl placed all hope on Wuxia. He was the only one who had a chance for victory. The fowl was truly envious of the Beast World. Though both of them were ancestral Earths, they were different in nature, and this had decided their fate. The Beast World could see the sunlight again while the mine couldn't. The beast world didn't suffer the same seal from the villainous heaven. Thus, as long as the villainous heaven continued to exist, the mine wouldn't have their freedom. Damned crow, you were a blood-sucking vermin, but you need to stay alive. Do it. The fowl spoke, you are shouldering the hope of so many to break the eternal chains. Their freedom depends on you. If you fail, how many more cycles and epochs will it take? Few people could make it to that step, and even fewer had any chance of victory. In this epoch, you're the only one. Don't disappoint me, since I have gambled everything on you. The fowl became absent-minded. After a while, it shook its head and was between laughters and tears. How strange, an old geezer like me still gets so sentimental. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.